arrive, Sarah. Okay. Order, order. Question of the Secretary of State for International Trade. We start with Miriam Fellows.
For one, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Remedies Authority assesses the UK's trade remedies and makes recommendations to the Secretary of State. This includes the recent review of the UK's steel safeguard. The Government accepted the recommendation of the TRA to extend 10 of 19 steel safeguards. The Government also introduced legislation to allow the Government to extend the current steel safeguard measure for an initial period of 12 months to a further 5 categories.
Miriam Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Trade Remedies Authority recommended revoking 9 of 19 steel safeguards, despite calls from the sector and the APPG on steel, and for all tariffs, that he wanted all tariffs extended. But this UK Government will only keep about 15 of them. The UK steel sector is not on a level playing field with competitors because of higher energy costs and the lack of a proper industrial strategy from this and successive Tory governments. Isn't this another broken Brexit promise to a domestic industry and its workers?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank her for that further question. Can I just remind her that we've invested £500 million in recent years to help with the cost of energy? Can I also remind her that the welcome from the sector of the Secretary of State's decision on the 30th of June, Gareth Stace, Director-General of the UK Steel, said, "Today the steel sector applauds the Prime Minister, the Trade Secretary, for standing up for steel and taking back control."
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Opportunities for UK exporters are significant. We're seeing exports rebounding this year. They're expected to grow a further 8% next year. And, of course, further opportunities are being created all around the world as we rolled over the existing EU deals and plus the EU itself, and have started to negotiate other agreements. And, of course, the first from-scratch agreement in principle agreed was with Australia, and I hope the honourable gentleman would applaud and support this direction of travel.
That's all very well, Mr. Speaker, but food production businesses in my constituency face a loss of trade. They face challenges with customs. They face a damage to their supply chains. They require to operate in today's land, not some promised land that their business might never survive to be able to see. What is the Minister going to ensure to do that their difficulties are minimised and that support for them is maximised? They need butter today, not promise of jam tomorrow.
Minister.
Well, they'd be very much helped if the Scottish Government and the SNP, of course, of which he used to be a member, were to support the trade deals that we do, to open markets around the world. And, of course, he ought to know, as his former colleagues, I know they're splitters even amongst themselves, but they should know that actually Scotland trades more with the rest of the world than it does with the EU. But he will also note that EU volumes are back to the highest level, I think, in May since October 2019. And so we're back to pre-pandemic levels with the EU. The teething problems are being dealt with. Other problems are being minimised, and government support is there. And it's about time that the Scottish National Party, who like to chunder from a sedentary position, got behind their exporters, stopped talking them down.
Alan Smith.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, latest monthly figures for UK goods exports to the EU show that in May 2021, exports were £14 billion, up 8% on the previous month. This is the highest monthly figure, as mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Beverley, since October 2019, and is £2 billion higher than the monthly average for 2020 and just £0.2 billion lower than the monthly average for 2019. Latest quarterly figures for UK services exports to the EU show exports for the first quarter up 2% on the previous quarter of last year, but still 2% below the 2020 quarterly average and still some 20% below the 2019 quarterly average.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there are lies, damned lies and statistics, and I do hesitate to criticise and rein in the jackanory we're hearing from the government benches. Let's look at some facts from the Office of National Statistics. Comparing Q1 of this year with 2019, UK-EU trade is down 27%. Now, some of that's accounted by COVID, much of it's accountable by Brexit. Make UK report that 96% of their members are having problems with the new trading regime. These are facts. What's the Minister's secret? How does he maintain his Panglossian optimism for the future while ignoring such pain and hurt in the here and now?
Yeah.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for that question. I was quite deliberate in the use of those statistics. We do need to take care with monthly statistics, but nonetheless, the first quarter data is already 2 months out of date. He is right that there was a dip in January, but that, Mr. Speaker, was due to the closure of the border at that time, due to the prevalence of the Alpha variant in this country. Since then, there has been a very significant recovery, and the latest data for May shows £14 billion of exports, up 8% on the previous month, and only just lower than the monthly average from before the pandemic. So I would suggest he can quote the ONS, but perhaps he might want to look at the latest data, refresh his briefing, and perhaps ask accordingly to the latest available data, Mr. Speaker.
Shadow Minister, Gareth Thomas.
3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, Lord Frost rejected the EU's offer of a veterinary agreement, saying, and I quote, "We're very ambitious about CPTPP membership. That's the problem." Since we cannot ask Lord Frost himself, can the Minister perhaps tell us why the UK accession to the CPTPP is incompatible with reaching an agreement with Europe on food standards, and from which of our current food standards does the government wish to diverge?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think he's confusing a number of different things, but can I start off by saying that an agreement on SPS rules, the UK proposed an SPS equivalence agreement in negotiations last year, proposed by Lord Frost, but the EU refused. The EU does have an agreement, for example, with New Zealand and others, which still respect regulatory autonomy. We're very happy to discuss with Brussels an agreement on SPS rules, so long as it respects UK regulatory autonomy. And we do not sign up, Mr. Speaker, to dynamic regulatory autonomy. And that is the read across, Mr. Speaker, to other trade agreements. It allows us to have an independent trade policy while still maintaining the high-quality trade deal that we have with the European Union.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He can defend his government's Brexit bourach all he likes, but EU-UK trade fell by 27% in Q1, with Scotland punished even further. And he can't blame COVID, as the fall is over 3 times worse than the global comparison. For every £245 that Brexit cost in lost trade, official statistics show that even if they were to agree multiple FTAs, it will bring in only around £18 in return. The UK is virtually alone in facing this kamikaze blow to its exports. Scotland voted against this trade catastrophe, so when will the UK government renegotiate this disaster, or do they intend to continue to be anti-trade?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I take that with a bucket of salt from the SNP about being anti-trade. As we've heard so often in this House, the SNP has failed to support any trade agreement negotiated either by Brussels or by us in Westminster. So I don't think there's a single party in this House which is more anti-trade than the Scottish National Party. I would just urge him to have a look at the latest data. Trade with the EU is recovering. It may not be yet fully recovered, but it is recovering, and the latest data in May shows a very significant £8 billion, 8% improvement on the previous quarter. I refer him to last Friday's data.
Drew Hendry.
Mr. Speaker, you can see why we don't support any trade deals from this government, because they always sell Scotland out. Let's hear what industry is saying. Fishing representative bodies are continuing to say that his Prime Minister has betrayed them, that they've been sold out. Individual losses of tens of thousands of pounds are commonplace due to export delays. A perfect storm of red tape, driver shortages and other Brexit issues are destroying businesses across the board, but especially in food and drink. Almost a third of UK hauliers, according to the Road Haulage Association, say they're having to avoid working with the food and drink industry due to increased checks and admins. Costs are up everywhere on materials, admin and transport, 20% in distilleries. So what compensation is planned for those affected when the Prime Minister said F business? Was that an instruction?
Minister?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there was a lot in that further supplementary. But can I just remind him that most of the trade deals that he and his party have not supported are actually the EU's trade deals. And his party's policy is to rejoin the EU. They were against the EU-Japan deal in the European Parliament, abstained here. They were against the Canada deal. They were against the Singapore deal. They abstained on South Africa, abstained on Korea as well. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fisheries, I'll refer him back to what the ONS said, not this past Friday, Mr. Speaker, but what the ONS said in relation to February's data. He's so out of date. This is what they said in April. The disruptions to food exports in January 2021 appear to have been largely overcome and may have only had short-term impacts on trade. That's what they said in April, Mr. Speaker, yet he's still not up to date. When it comes to hauliers, we are discussing all the time with the Department for Transport what extra action needs to be taken. And finally, Mr. Speaker, is asking for compensation. Perhaps he can come to this House and account for the £180 million of money given by this government to the Scottish Government for dealing with the consequences and the impact of Brexit at the end of the transition period, because we are not at all sure where that money has gone.
Let's go to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reality on the ground is quite different to what the Minister may be claiming. I recently met with many manufacturers and businesses in Warwick and Leamington, such as Bravissimo, Vizzo and Young British Designers, and they're desperate. Their concerns are underlined by surveys done by the Federation of Small Businesses, the Institute of Directors and Make UK, showing the serious and lasting damage being done to UK firms trying to maintain their trade with Europe in the face of inadequacies of the government's Brexit deal. Can I ask the Minister of State whether he thinks Lord Frost has the bandwidth to fix those problems on top of the Northern Ireland Protocol, or do we need someone else in government to get a grip?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has got full bandwidth on all of these aspects. Can I say to him that we are satisfied with the Trade and Cooperation Agreement? It is an agreement that is working well. In terms of adding support to exporters, that is the role of this department and other departments. We've got helplines in place. We have the Brexit Business Task Force. We have the DIT Internationalisation Fund. DEFRA has a £23 million seafood disruption fund. We have trade hubs, which we have recently opened in Edinburgh, Darlington, and to open soon in Cardiff and Belfast. We have a refreshed export strategy coming later this year. The government is fully engaged on assisting exporters to get their goods and services into the European Union.
We now have a substantive question. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 8 and 9 together and wish the honourable gentleman for Harrow West a happy birthday. I hope that he has had all the answers that he was looking for today. We now have trade deals with 68 countries around the world, plus the EU, covering trade worth £744 billion last year. Last week, I signed a trade deal with the EEA EFTA countries, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. It is the first it's one of a new generation of trade deals that we are signing that Britain has struck as an independent trading nation, and it shows Britain is a pioneering partner of choice when it comes to trade. They have gone further with us than with any other FTA partner, benefiting every corner of our country. From fish feed to cheese, sausages to strawberries, tariffs have been cut, backing jobs across Britain.
Right, let's go to Carl McCartney. Carl. Maybe not. So we'll go to Sir David Amos. Sir David.
Whilst I wholeheartedly congratulate the government on the agreements negotiated so far, as the chairman of the all-party parliamentary group for the Maldives, I urge my honourable friend, following our meeting, to negotiate something which is slightly different, an economic partnership agreement with the Maldives government, which would not only benefit our country, but the core industry of sustainable tuna fishing in the Maldives in the light of COP26.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasure to meet my honourable friend recently to discuss trade policy regarding the Maldives, and he will know that we have agreed trade deals covering 31 African, Caribbean and Pacific countries already, showing our belief in trade for development, and I can confirm to my honourable friend that I am keen to find a route to short-circuit the process of agreeing more trade deals like these with Commonwealth friends around the world.
We now go to Angus Brendan McNeill, Chair of the Select Committee. Angus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I concur with the previous speaker on the Maldives. Mr. Speaker, some seafood companies in Scotland have seen their costs of selling to the continent treble from 32 pence a kilo to about £1 a kilo. Also, UK exports to Ireland have fallen by 47.6%. All this illustrates the current damage Brexit is doing. And we know from government figures that for every £490 lost to GDP, trade deals aren't bringing in very much, unfortunately. An Australian trade deal only makes up £2 of that, a New Zealand trade deal £1. If it happens, an American deal £20, CPTPP will bring in £3 to £8, depending on the way the cards fall there. Can I ask, has the DIT identified any other trade deal that might make up 0.1%, merely 0.1% of GDP, or £10 for every £490 of Brexit loss? Is there a figure for India yet? It's a number of weeks since I've asked the Minister this, but is there a GDP figure for a trade gain with India if it happens?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question has been asked and it has been answered already. The honourable gentleman, I would have thought, would welcome the fact that in the EEA-EFTA trade deal, we have secured great benefits for Scottish businesses exporting to Norway. According to figures that I've seen, Orkney Scottish Island cheddar could see its duty reduced by 2/3, and there'll be an important new opportunity for fish feed exporters to export tariff-free to Norway too, which will see previously high tariffs on fish feed being slashed to naught, providing a potential boost to the aquaculture industry in Scotland.
Excellent. We now come to a substantive question to Minister Hands. Substantive question.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 12 and 13 together. HM Government formally began negotiations on the UK's accession to CPTPP on the 22nd of June. Negotiating teams will be working hard over the coming months to ensure a good deal for businesses, producers and consumers across the UK. The UK's accession would make CPTPP a truly global free trading area and strengthen the UK's relationship with 11 dynamic economies across 4 continents.
Let's go to Paul Bristol. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taiwan is one of the top 20 trading nations in the world, a vibrant democracy, and is a member of the WTO and an APEC member economy. Could the Minister confirm that the UK welcomes Taiwan's intention to join CPTPP alongside our own application, and update the House on efforts to deepen our own bilateral trade ties with Taiwan?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Taiwan is a subject close to my heart, and we know it's an important and growing trading partner for the UK and is a highly valued member of the WTO as well. Future membership of CPTPP is a matter for the members at that time, but I note that Taiwan is looking to align itself to CPTPP's high standards, and Taiwan is continuing its very long-standing commitment to rules-based trade and the global trading system. We expect TPP to grow in size, and future members will be a matter for future consideration. I'm looking forward to our next round of JETCO talks with Taiwan, hopefully as soon as travel becomes possible again.
Let's go to Martin Vickers. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very much supportive of the government's efforts to become members of CPTPP, which, as the Minister mentions, offer great prospects. Indeed, my own constituency is a major centre for renewable energy and has links with, for example, Taiwan. Does the Minister anticipate that the renewable energy sector will gain great advantage from CPTPP membership and boost those industries in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, yes. CPTPP will, of course, liberalise trade in goods and services with fast-growing markets in the Pacific. And fast-growing markets have fast-growing needs for clean energy. In recent times, I've been in Vietnam, Korea and Taiwan, pushing UK expertise and exports, for example, in the offshore wind sector, reminding the House that the UK has the world's largest offshore wind capacity. I'm sure there will be opportunities for this and other renewable sectors in Yorkshire and the Humber, including in Cleethorpes.
We now come to Shadow Minister Bill Esterson.
Mr Speaker, the Government is relying on increased trade with Malaysia for 3/4 of the forecast benefits from joining the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP. It may explain why ministers have turned a blind eye to the growing use of slave labour in Malaysian factories. If the Minister of State disputes what I just said, perhaps he can tell us what proportion of the 760 million medical gloves bought by the government from Malaysia during the pandemic were manufactured using slave labour.
Well, Mr Speaker, we take our obligations to any allegations of the use of slave labour extremely seriously, and I'm happy to look into if he does have specific allegations in relation to Malaysia. I might add that the Malaysian supply of latex gloves last year was extremely important for this country, but I'd happy to look into anything if he's got specific evidence of the use of slave labour. What I would say, of course, is that Malaysia has not yet ratified CPTPP. We hope that they do, and I would remind him that CPTPP does have a comprehensive chapter on labour and workers' rights.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister really wasn't in a position to answer that question, and the reason is because his department failed to act on warnings last year from the High Commissioner in Kuala Lumpur, telling them their slavery audit function for glove manufacturing was not up to the task. It simply can't be allowed to continue. So if I write to the Minister with the government's current list of glove suppliers, I've got a list of 19 companies so far, will he agree to conduct a proper audit of their factories? And will he also, bearing in mind what he just said about accession to CPTPP and Malaysia having yet to ratify it, will he also reconsider signing any trade agreement with Malaysia as long as their reliance on slave labour persists?
Well, Mr Speaker, I repeat my offer to have a look at the specifics. Of course, the UK government takes all such accusations or allegations or reports extremely seriously. When it comes to Malaysia joining CPTPP, of course, they have signed. It's up to them to ratify. The UK is not currently a member of CPTPP, so it's not up to us who joins it at the moment. But I would remind him that CPTPP itself does include a comprehensive labour chapter that ensures that parties protect and enforce labour rights, improve working conditions and strengthen cooperation on labour issues, all of which I think would be very, very helpful in the sort of cases he is talking about.
Randall.
16, sir.
We now go to Secretary Truss.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 16, 17 and 18 together. At the May Trade Ministers meeting, we committed to a global trading system with open markets that are not undermined by unfair trade. We agreed to work together to reform the global trading system to be free and fair for all.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the work that she's doing to improve global trading? And does she agree with me that the international community needs to get tough on China and improve the reputation of global trading?
My honourable friend is right that we need to tackle unfair market practices such as subsidies by state-owned enterprises in industries like steel and aerospace. On Tuesday, I met my US counterpart, Catherine Tai, and we agreed to work together on this issue.
At the G7 Trade Ministers' communique, the issues around free and fair trade were balanced on transparency and supply chains being free of slave labour. Can the Secretary of State provide us an update with the conversation she's had with G7 leaders? And in particular, could she possibly let me know whether she will be congratulating the US Senate for passing a law last night which will ban all imports from Xinjiang because, of course, they're full of Uyghur slave labour?
Secretary Truss.
I agree with my honourable friend that forced labour is an abhorrent practice. We've already taken action in the UK to ensure there's no forced labour in our supply chains. And G7 trade ministers have committed to tackling this issue. We're working on best practice to prevent, identify and eliminate forced labour in global supply chains ahead of the G7 October Trade Ministerial.
To Henry Smith. Henry.
Can I welcome the work of my right honourable friend in what she is doing with her G7 counterparts to reform global trading and encourage a rules-based multilateral trading system? Does my right honourable friend agree that a free and fair trading system will help countries, including us in the UK, to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic as part of a strong economic recovery?
Secretary Truss.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There's been a worrying rise in protectionism in recent years, and I'm proud that the UK is leading the way in liberalising trade, striking new free trade deals to bring more jobs and growth as we seek to build back better after COVID. At the same time, we're defending UK industry against unfair practices.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State, Emily Thornbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the Secretary of State has had a productive visit to the United States. She will have seen the example set by the Biden administration when it comes to taking concrete action against the use of slave labour and the abuse of workers' rights in countries ranging from Malaysia to Mexico. By contrast, can I ask the Secretary of State to name a country, one will do, with whom the UK has a trade deal where she has taken any action of any kind to enforce the rights of workers?
Secretary Truss.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're extremely committed to making sure that we stand up for high standards across the globe and that our workers here in the United Kingdom are protected and we don't diminish our workers' rights, but also we work together with other countries to do that. And I would point to the CPTPP, which has a very strong labour chapter, for example, insisting on minimum wages, and also the recognition of trade union rights. And I look forward to the Honourable Lady's support for our accession to that agreement.
Emily Thornbury.
Mr. Speaker, the shocking reality is that more than a third of our non-EU deals have been with countries where workers' rights are systematically denied or violated. And in not a single case has the Secretary of State done anything about it. And that is not good enough. When slave labour is on the rise around the world, and it is women, children, migrants and minorities who are too often the victims. So, will the Secretary of State take a lesson from the Biden administration, stop turning a blind eye to the abuse of workers' rights by our own trade partners, and start taking action against them instead?
Secretary of State.
I'm very proud of the role that the United Kingdom has played in setting very high labour standards and looking for those in the trade agreements we're working on. And that is part of our discussions, of course, with the CPTPP countries. I've also been talking to leading figures in the US about how we can ensure strong labour rights in future US agreements as well.
Let's go to Geraint Davis. Geraint.
Mr. Speaker, China now produces 28% of carbon emissions, more than the US and the EU combined, with over half the world's coal-fired power stations and a third more planned. So to stop carbon-intensive Chinese products like steel displacing greener alternatives, will she ensure that at the G7 and now at the COP26, and indeed with Catherine Tai, that we pursue a carbon border tax being developed at the EU so that trade can help save the planet, not destroy it?
Secretary of State.
The honourable gentleman makes an important point about carbon leakage, and what we need to make sure is that when we work to achieve our net zero target, we're not simply exporting the carbon production elsewhere. That's why I'm working with G7 partners on the issue of carbon leakage. But I think it's important that the solution is multilateral and embedded in the world trading system rather than unilateral from each individual country. So I'm working with like-minded partners across the globe to make sure we are taking account of carbon emissions.
Kate Osborne.
Question 22, please, Mr Speaker.
There we are. Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 22 and 23 together. While the detail of free trade agreements is necessarily sensitive, we have committed in our public mandates to protect our world-leading labour standards. For example, in our agreement in principle with Australia, a commitment was made to a chapter on labour that will lock in high domestic protections for our workers.
Mr Speaker, Colombia remains the deadliest place in the world to be a trade unionist, with 22 union activists murdered in the past year alone, according to the latest Global Rights Index. So can the Minister tell us whether he now regrets the agreement of a trade deal with Colombia, which is so utterly toothless when it comes to the protection and enforcement of workers' rights?
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, she will know that this was originally a deal negotiated by the EU, and we provided continuity to businesses in this country and in Colombia to make sure that on our exit from the European Union, the businesses can continue to trade. And the truth is that some of the most vulnerable people will be affected by some of the knee-jerk policies suggested by the party opposite. In all of our trade deals, we will uphold Britain's high standards for businesses, workers and consumers, and we will continue to meet our obligations under the International Labour Organization.
Let's go to Sir Mark Hendricks. Mark.
Mr Speaker, the Minister has made perfectly clear the government's efforts to engage with Australia on the question of workers' rights in the run-up to the trade agreement. Countries like Australia and New Zealand already have decent workers' rights. However, more than a half, that is 14 out of 24 of the countries where the government is currently negotiating trade deals, have very poor track records on labour rights, including Brazil, Malaysia and India. Mr Speaker, what pressure or influence will this government bring to bear on those countries when negotiating a deal where their labour standards and rights are extremely poor, so that trade can benefit both UK workers and the workers of our trading partners too?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, the question seems to have been asked and answered already. The CPTPP has a comprehensive labour and workers' rights chapter, and I'd have thought that the people of Preston would welcome the fact that CPTPP offers Britain access to two-thirds of the world's middle classes by 2030.
We have a substantive question to Secretary Truss.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 24 and 25 together. We have a strong bilateral trade relationship with Israel worth £5 billion a year. And on my recent visit to Israel, I discussed our ambitions for a new free trade agreement to create further opportunities for British business.
We now go to Michael Fabricant. Michael.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, my right honourable friend will know from her visit to Israel that it has the highest number of high-tech startups in the world. Moreover, the latest Intel chips in all our computers were designed in Israel by Intel. So what I'd like to know is, does my right honourable friend have any plans to enhance the trading relationship in high-tech products with the State of Israel?
Secretary Truss.
Well, my honourable friend is completely right. The UK and Israel are both leaders in technology. From agri-tech to gaming to medtech, there are huge opportunities for us to work together. And what we'll be seeking in the new trade deal with Israel is looking at an advanced digital data and technology chapter that looks to industries of the future to give both countries more opportunities.
We now go to Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to signing an advanced free trade agreement with our close ally Israel, and I hope she enjoyed her first ever visit to the country this month. Israel is a growing export market for UK companies, so what steps is my right honourable friend taking to champion UK-made products being sold in Israel, and what more can be done to boost UK exports of things such as cars, machinery and clothing?
Secretary of State.
Well, our current UK-Israel partnership is already worth £5 billion a year, but we want to turbocharge that. And we're providing practical assistance for UK firms through our trade advisor network, as well as strong support from UK Export Finance to help finance those exports into Israel.
We now come to Shadow Secretary of State Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We all welcome the prospect of an enhanced trade deal with Israel, and I congratulate the Secretary of State on her efforts to secure it. Among the many improvements that we hope the new deal delivers, will she guarantee to remove the clause mistakenly included in the 2019 UK-Israel agreement, which prohibits manufacturers in UK free ports from sharing in the benefits of that very deal? And can she tell us when we can expect revised deals with the 20 other countries, including Switzerland and Singapore, where the same free ports blunder still applies?
Secretary Truss.
Well, the clauses that she is referring to are absolutely standard in free trade agreements, and every agreement is a result of a negotiation with the relevant country. And of course, we secure the best possible outcome in terms of tariff reductions and also rules of origin. But I'll be absolutely clear that firms locating in our free ports are absolutely free to take advantage of whichever is better for their company, a given free trade agreement, or the additional reductions from being in that free port.
27, please, sir.
That's better this time. Mr Speaker, I was delighted to devise the Enhanced Trade Partnership concept last year, and after much work across government, the Prime Minister agreed the ETP with his counterpart on the 4th of May. Trade with India has averaged around £20 billion over recent years, and with a population bigger than the EU and the US combined, the scope for growth is great. So I'm looking forward to discussing our future trade deal with my new counterpart very soon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the work that the Minister is doing to secure a trade agreement with the world's fastest growing economy? And does he agree with me that a trade deal with India will open the door for British goods, whisky from Scotland, fine wines from the Welsh vineyards of South Wales, and handcrafted gin from Warrington, the best in the world?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm in absolute agreement with my honourable friend, and I must make a visit to Warrington to sample some of this superb gin. India is projected to be the world's second largest economy by 2037, so the opportunities for British businesses, from financial services to pharmaceuticals, from food and drink to film and music, are huge. This People's Government is determined to make sure that every corner of our country benefits from international trade, securing growth and creating jobs.
Morgan.
Question number 28, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the United Kingdom has long promoted her values globally. Although our approach to agreements will vary between partners, our strong economic relationship not only allows us to have open discussions on a range of issues, including rights and responsibilities, but they secure jobs across our country, including in Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Successive UK governments have believed in the principle that new trade treaties should contain essential human rights clauses. This makes the whole of the treaty conditional on the commitments relating to human rights. Can the Minister of State confirm whether that principle remains under his government, or whether it has disappeared, along with the commitment to a 0.7% international aid target?
Well, Mr Speaker, we promote international objectives, including rights, through a mixture of approaches. But on the point that the honourable gentleman made towards the end of his question, there has been much talk about global Britain this week, and trade is the route to prosperity for Britain and her friends around the world. And whilst others may be content with only offering handouts, we are determined to give our friends a hand up. And so, having taken back control of our trade policy, I can confirm that we will be looking to go further than the EU, and will be setting out our plans and launching a consultation on this very soon.
Michael.
Number 29, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There will be more UK export opportunities for our food and drink industry with the removal of all Australia tariffs. We have considered the impact of additional market access for beef and lamb on UK farmers, which has been balanced by a lengthy 15-year staging period. An independently scrutinised impact assessment will be published prior to implementation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Patrick Krause, the Chief Executive of the Scottish Crofting Foundation, recently made the point that the real risk for Scottish crofters from the Australia deal means that, or comes from the fact that other countries with whom we do trade deals will want the same good terms that we've given to Australia. As he said of crofting, crofting is good for food and also has very impressive environmental and climate change mitigation credentials. And crofting is about people. Crofting has maintained communities in remote rural places. How much of that does the Minister think will be said of the products that will be imported to replace crofted lamb?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his engagement and his interest, and indeed I've engaged extensively with Scottish farmers, with crofters, with Martin Kennedy from the Scottish NFU. I've done various round tables with constituency MPs as well. I would say in terms of the impact of Australian beef and lamb imports, we think it's very unlikely that there will be a surge in imports into this country. It's currently strongly incentivised for Australia to sell into Asia. For example, the lamb quota is not currently fully used. Beef production prices in Asia are twice what they are in the UK. Australia exports 75% of its beef, 70% of its lamb to Asia. That's why I would expect that pattern to still be continuing. But that is also, Mr. Speaker, why we built safeguards and a staging period of 15 years into the deal.
Rachel Maskell.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 31 and 32 together. We are seeking... Sorry? My apologies, Mr. Speaker. 30 and 31 together. We are seeking environmental provisions with all partners with whom we are currently negotiating to ensure future trade is sustainable and upholds the UK's high environmental standards. The precise deals of any free trade agreement are a matter for formal negotiations.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite what the Minister says and calling for more control over trade, he has completely failed to advance the polluter pays principle through the border tax, the carbon border tax, failed at the G7 to advance the agenda, failed to put it into any of the trade agreements that he's drawn, and failed to put it into any of the negotiation frameworks which he is currently discussing. So can he tell me if he's going to fail at the next stage when it comes to COP26? Is he already engaged in pre-negotiation talks with all of the partners? And how is it going to fare on the COP26 agenda when the summit meets in November?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we take a strong interest in carbon leakage and how trade deals with carbon. And we are studying carefully, for example, EU proposals on CBAMs. And in general, at the WTO, we are looking to advance our environmental agenda. And she will know that different measures taken by the UK government, for example, the UK global tariff, which reduced and eliminated tariffs on 104 environmental goods. And of course, we are seeking good environmental chapters in all of our future free trade agreements.
Carthy, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for just sneaking me in. Today we heard the devastating news that the Amazon is now a carbon source rather than a carbon sink. With deforestation at a 12-year high, it's emitting more CO2 than it absorbs. Is the Minister following the progress of the land-grabbing legislation, which has been dubbed the destruction package, that is going through the Brazilian Parliament at the moment? What discussions has he had with his counterparts, and what impact would that have on trade negotiations with Brazil? Can I urge him to rule it out if this package goes through?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are not currently negotiating a trade agreement with Brazil. We follow the position in Brazil very closely, and we engage strongly on a bilateral basis on all of these issues with the Brazilian government. We've got very good diplomatic representation, not just in Brasilia, but across different parts of Brazil, to make sure that the UK position and the importance of deforestation for the UK, particularly in this COP26 year, is upheld.
O'Hara.
Speaker, topical number 1.
Secretary Truss.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is our largest single country trading partner and an important ally. We've already made progress in the Airbus-Boeing dispute, getting tariffs removed on Great British products like machinery and whisky. I'm now working closely with my US counterparts to tackle global issues on steel, aerospace and technology to make sure trade is fair as well as free.
Speaker, 6 months into Brexit, and for the seafood producers of my Argyll and Bute constituency, the sea of opportunity they were promised has turned out to be a swamp of bureaucracy. Alongside a mountain of paperwork and red tape, they all report falling prices, loss of markets, labour shortages and major transport and logistical problems. Mr Speaker, 6 months into Brexit, they are facing an existential crisis. How has her department allowed this to happen?
Truss.
Mr. Speaker, we have seen trade with the EU bounce back after some initial issues, and in particular, the Department of Environment has offered support for seafood producers to ensure that they have what they need to be able to deal with those issues.
Can I welcome the historic free trade agreement my right honourable friend has secured with Australia and congratulate her for it. As somebody who has done some exporting to Australia before coming here, I think this presents significant opportunities for UK businesses and consumers. And I was really pleased to see increased opportunities for younger people to travel and work there, which I think is a very valuable experience and an interesting element for a trade deal.
Secretary Truss.
Apologies, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is correct. The Australia deal is a fundamentally liberalising agreement that removes tariffs and supports millions of jobs, and it will strengthen the bonds of friendship. And I speak as the parliamentary president of the Conservative Friends of Australia, for example, by championing youth mobility, which he's already referred to. The deal also paves the way to joining CPTPP and the growing middle-class markets of the Pacific Rim. Mr Speaker, we are realising the vision of a global Britain that looks to one of the most dynamic trading areas in the world.
Virendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister think it is appropriate that HSBC continues to meet trade ministers privately and advise on UK trade policy with China, while it supports the crackdown on the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong and continues to freeze prominent activists' bank accounts?
Well, Mr Speaker, HSBC is an extremely important company and employer in this country. If ministers are meeting HSBC, I don't have a problem with ministers meeting HSBC. Let us put that on the record. He will also be aware of the very strong action we've taken in relation to China, the measures announced by the Foreign Secretary in this House in January in relation to supply chains in Xinjiang and actions in Hong Kong, which I think had broad agreement across this House. Of course, we will continue to make vigorous representations in relation to China and are monitoring this situation very closely.
Mr Speaker, the UK is already one of the world's biggest exporters of services, with remotely delivered service exports worth £207 billion in 2019 alone. So I'm delighted to see that negotiations have been launched for a new digital economy agreement with Singapore. Can my right honourable friend confirm that this new advanced high-tech digital trade agreement could remove barriers to digital trade and enable UK exports to expand into high-tech markets?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Services are 80% of the UK economy. We are the world's second largest exporter of services. A huge number of those are digitally enabled. The digital economy agreement between the UK and Singapore will be a model for global digital trade rules, and I met just yesterday with Singapore Minister Alvin Tan to discuss it, and Singapore is a global leader in this area. We are looking forward to signing an excellent agreement with Singapore.
Let's go to Helen Hayes. Helen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We cannot claim to have reached genuine net zero as a country or even have a plan to do so until we take into account the impact of our imports on global carbon emissions. The Secretary of State and the Trade Minister have acknowledged the importance of this, but neither has answered this very simple question. Will this government commit to ensuring that proposals for a carbon border tax are on the agenda for COP26 in November so that meaningful progress can be made in accounting for and reducing carbon emissions from trade? Yes or no?
Well, Mr Speaker, we are following developments on the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism closely. The UK, of course, has got ambitious carbon pricing through our emissions trading scheme, a carbon price support mechanism, and we expect the EU CBAM to take account of this in its implementation. The COP President-designate Alok Sharma has said that he does not anticipate carbon border adjustment mechanisms becoming an issue within the COP26 negotiations.
Sean Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my farmers in South East Cornwall already find it difficult to deal with the amount of paperwork they have. Some will have seen the entertaining but very informative show by Jeremy Clarkson as he worked his farm. How is the department proactively going to help our farmers achieve global sales?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend for her championing of her constituency and Cornwall's farmers. We're opening markets, as we've discussed. We're activating farmers with our Open Doors campaign, and we're grateful for the support of the NFU and ADHB. We're having a mentoring scheme, which I was delighted to launch in the South West, and we are leading trade missions such as Spring into Japan to make sure that we are on a greater scale than ever before. We're engaging more farmers' produce with global markets, leading to jobs and prosperity in her constituency and beyond.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the National Food Strategy, which was published today, it notes that despite the manifesto pledge in 2019, the government has still not said what standards it proposes to protect or what mechanism it will use to defend those standards in trade negotiations. Can I ask the Minister if he was prepared to do that now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have been absolutely categoric in our commitment on food standards, food safety standards. There will be no compromise on UK standards in relation to any trade agreement. That has been the case. Our commitment is absolute. If she were to take a look at all of the trade agreements we've done, the 67 countries that we've done, the Australia trade deal, the agreement of principle, the Japan deal, she would see no diminution in our food safety or animal welfare standards so far.
To Ian Levy. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Onshore subsea, based at the Port of Blyth, has a proud history of subsea trenching for the oil and gas industries, as well as the telecoms and offshore power industries, dating back over 25 years. They are a fine example of incredible innovation offered by UK businesses excelling on a world stage. Will my right honourable friend come with me to the Port of Blyth to visit this fantastic world-leading business and discuss with them how we can best enable businesses like them to compete across the globe?
I would be delighted.
Excellent. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend and her team have completed 67 trade deals around the world, and she and I have spoken many times about the aspects and impacts of the deals that she's done on North Wales, particularly in relation to agriculture, which is such a significant part of my constituency. What assurances can the Minister give to the people of Delyn that maintaining the highest level of food and agriculture standards in our global trading is at the forefront of all of our negotiations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can absolutely give that commitment to the people of Delyn. The government has been very clear that any trade deals must work for UK consumers and businesses, upholding our high regulatory standards. The government, as I mentioned earlier, has manifesto commitments for no compromise on standards in animal welfare, food safety and the environment.
Let's go to Christian Wakeford. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be joining from the 7th Global Forum on Combating Anti-Semitism here in Israel. With that in mind, and as a newly independent sovereign trading nation, we have a number of trading opportunities ahead of us, including with countries like Israel, who we already have a $5 billion continuity trade relationship with. Can my right honourable friend confirm what progress has been made on an advanced high-tech free trade agreement with Israel, and what help can she offer in the likes of the Northern Health Science Alliance in conjunction with Israel?
Well, the Secretary of State for International Trade had a successful visit to Israel herself in the last week of June. And during this visit, she had productive discussions with her Israeli counterpart, focused on ambitions for upgrading our current trade relationship. As he suggests, I am very keen personally to strengthen our £5 billion trade relationship even further, and I look forward to taking these discussions forward to create further opportunities for British businesses in tech and beyond.
Yeah. Let's go to Mary Kelly-Foy. Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the recent investor-state dispute settlement challenge from Canadian fossil fuel company TC Energy to President Biden's cancellation of the Keystone tar sands pipeline, seeking an unprecedented $15 billion, what responses had the Secretary of State received on the issue of ISDS in the recent consultation on UK-Canada trading arrangements? And will she commit to dropping ISDS in the UK-Canada trade deal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll be responding to the call for input for going further with a trade deal with Canada in due course, and we're looking forward to that negotiation starting in the autumn. I would remind her that there is no ISDS provisions in the UK-Australia deal, but I'd also remind her, Mr. Speaker, that the UK has never lost an ISDS deal before, and we do have ISDS provisions in quite a number of our existing agreements, and the UK has never lost any such case.
Let's go to Henry Smith. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that it is thanks to UK export finance reacting so quickly to the economic challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the full backing of the Treasury, that UK export finance has been able to help some 549 companies and all of their suppliers sell to 77 countries around the world last year?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his excellent question. I'm tremendously proud of UK Export Finance and its staff, the innovative way they've responded to the pandemic, the record level, more than £12 billion given to UK businesses, supporting more than 100,000 jobs up and down the country. And behind those 549 companies, of course, stand 10,000 or more supply chain companies. UKEF, at no cost to the taxpayer, makes an enormous difference to the prosperity and success of this country.
Let's go to Dr. James Davis. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that we've left the EU, we have fantastic opportunities ahead of us as an independent, sovereign trading nation. Does my right honourable friend agree that the deals we have already been secured herald a new era for British businesses exporting around the globe, and can assist Airbus, near my constituency, ensure that more airlines are flying on Welsh wings?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my department continues to defend the interests of British industries in all parts of the United Kingdom. The Secretary of State is currently in the United States, building on the historic arrangement that we secured on the Airbus-Boeing dispute, ensuring that the British aerospace sector can take off again after COVID-19. Confidence in our fantastic aerospace manufacturing capability has never been at such heights. United Airlines' order for 70 A321neo aircraft last month will feature wonderful Welsh-made wings, and I look forward to further success in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And does my right honourable friend agree that the government's ambitious strategy for growing exports needs to include more agricultural councillors in our embassies, a UK export council to help coordinate that strategy, and also a better promotion and marketing of our brand Britain abroad, so we can ensure that farming and food companies in Edinburgh and right across the country can embrace the undoubted benefits and opportunities that UK free trade deals can deliver?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend cleverly tempts me in listing the recommendations of the Trade and Agriculture Commission, which constructively seeks to improve our support for UK farmers, and I can tell him that we look forward to responding to that as soon as possible.
I'm glad you weren't tempted. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Order. I now call Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, who is participating virtually, to ask his urgent question. Geoffrey.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for granting this urgent question, and I thank the Minister also for being present to answer it. I understand that the Government cannot comment on security matters, but the purpose of this urgent question is to give Parliament an opportunity to make its views known about the strategic importance of the Chinese takeover of Wafer Fab, a semiconductor manufacturer based in Newport. The Chinese firm Wingtech Technology has a controlling stake in the acquiring company Nexperia, who supply Chinese companies to create smartphones, including Huawei. The Prime Minister stated at the Liaison Committee last week on the 7th of July, and I quote, "This government is spending a huge quantity of taxpayers' money to make sure that we get Huawei out of our telecommunications networks." Would it not therefore be completely inconsistent of government policy to allow the takeover of a firm creating microchips of such importance to our national security? The Prime Minister also stated that we need to be more self-reliant, and he said that he was told that it costs £9 billion to build a semiconductor factory. Why would we allow such a sophisticated national infrastructure to be sold? Finally, while I agree with the Prime Minister that we do not want, and I quote, an anti-China spirit to lead to our trying to pitchfork away every investment from China into this country, in this particular case, the security issue should be paramount. China considers this matter as vital for their national security, as do other countries, including our allies, the United States. So why is our government not taking the same view? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We've gone slightly out of order. It was meant to just ask the urgent question and then come back. So if the Minister can roll the two together, and then I'll go over to the Shadow Minister. Amanda Solly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, of course. The Government recognises Newport Wafer Fab's value as a company and its contribution to consortia based at the South Wales Compound Semiconductor Cluster. The Government is committed to the semiconductor cluster and the vital role it plays in the UK's economy. The Welsh Government has previously provided financial support to the company as economic development is devolved and is responsibility of the Welsh Government. Under the Enterprise Act 2002, the Government has powers to intervene in mergers and takeovers which raise national security concerns. As we have recently strengthened those powers in the National Security and Investment Act 2021, which is expected to come into force at the end of this year. But it is right that commercial transactions are primarily a matter of the parties involved. The Government has been in close contact with Newport Wafer Fab, but it does not consider it appropriate to intervene in this case at the current time. We will continue to monitor the situation closely, and as a part of this, the Prime Minister has asked the National Security Advisor to review this case. Separately, work is underway to review the wider semiconductor landscape in the United Kingdom. As I am sure the House will appreciate, I will not able to comment on the detail of commercial transactions or of any national security assessment on a particular case.
We now come to Shadow Minister Chilm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me congratulate the Honourable Member for Cotswolds for securing this urgent question. Newport Wafer Fab is a symbol of British innovation and world-class employment, not just its 450 employees, but the wider regional semiconductor cluster. And it is also a testament to the long-term role of public investment in strategic economic planning by the Welsh Government. So the priority must be to secure a viable long-term future for what is the UK's largest semiconductor manufacturer. With European automotives protesting over chip shortages and promising to ramp up domestic production, it is clear that Newport Wafer Fab is a strategic economic asset. Now, Labour welcomes investment in the business, as we welcome almost all inward investment in thriving British industries. But given the importance of semiconductors to our country's critical infrastructure, there is a clear case to examine this on national security grounds, and it is a pity the Minister did not make it. Global competition to secure microchip developments is accelerating. Our national security interests require a strong position in this contested market. So how will the Minister now ensure that this vital national economic and technology asset is protected? Will she use the powers under the National Security and Investment Act to urgently scrutinise this takeover? If the sale is blocked on national security grounds, will the government work creatively and urgently to secure the financing the business needs? All options must be kept on the table, including a role for potential public equity investment. Mr. Speaker, as Labour argued during the passage of the NSI Act, the government has consistently outsourced British national security and economic interests because ministers have prioritised market zeal over British security, such as in the 2012 when they let the Centre for Integrated Photonics, a prized British research and development centre, be taken over by Huawei. That is why Labour has called for strengthening of the national security and public interest test regime. This is a critical test of whether the government is willing to use these new powers or not, which goes to the heart of what kind of industrial strategy we have and what kind of country we want to be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As laid out in the integrated review, China is a systemic competitor. The scale and reach of China's economy, size and of its population, technological advancement and increasing ambition to project its influence on the global stage, for example through the Belt and Road Initiative, will have profound implications worldwide. And it really is important that open trade economies like the UK will need to engage with China and remain open to the Chinese trade and investment. But they must protect themselves against practices that have adverse effects on prosperity and security. Cooperation with China is vital in tackling transnational challenges, particularly climate change and biodiversity loss. The UK wants a mature, positive relationship with China based on mutual respect and trust. There is a considerable scope for constructive engagement and cooperation, but as we strive for that positive relationship, we will not sacrifice either our values or our security. It has always been the case that where we have concerns, we will raise them, and where we need to intervene, we will. And the government has a range of legislative and regulative powers to protect infrastructure and critical services, including the new National Security and Investment Act of 2021, and the NSI Act is a national agnostic. Acquisitions should be considered on a case-by-case basis, which will help ensure the Act is not discriminatory and that we will hold our WT obligations.
Select Committee, Tom Trugger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I pay tribute to the honourable member for Cotswold for the timing of his urgent question, clearly rather better than mine. May I ask the Minister, who is very kindly in her place, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, that was may I ask the Minister, who is very kindly in her place, this Act that was brought forward earlier this year, the National Security and Investment Act, set forth various conditions about securing various elements of British industry, and of course it was all set out to be done by central government, not by devolved administrations. Clearly this is one of those moments because there is a global chip shortage. Semiconductors around the world are delaying the production of white goods, delaying the production of cars, and indeed delaying the production of military equipment. Now, I am told that the Newport wafer fab is a key partner for the development of, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to use the technical terms because I'm not qualified to translate them, RF MMIC high-frequency GaN designs for defence 5G radar systems. And this is a £5.4 million project, and it's led by CSA Catapult and Cardiff University, with Newport wafer fab providing process development expertise and a route to scale up within a Newport wafer fab 10 proposed expansion. Now, if that doesn't put it into the national security bracket, I don't know what does. And the idea that this is a matter for the Assembly in Wales, or the government in Wales, I'm afraid is simply not so. Now, the Prime Minister seems to have preempted this, as he's asked the National Security Advisor, as he told the Liaison Committee the other day, to have a look into this. Will the Minister now commit, on behalf of her department, to bring forward the report that the National Security Advisor makes, to present it to Parliament, and to allow us to hear the evaluation of Her Majesty's government and to debate it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to acknowledge the work that the Honourable Member does, and it is greatly appreciated. And as the Honourable Member will know, the Act focuses on acquisitions of control over qualifying and entitled assets. And that means that once the Act is commenced, we will be able to scrutinise and, if necessary, intervene in takeover companies, but also purchase of individual assets, such as intellectual property. But however, the government is absolutely clear that we need to be the case where concerns are raised, that we will intervene on them. However, you will appreciate, as I'm sure the House understands, that I cannot go into any details and I cannot comment on anything, either commercial transactions or indeed national security assessments.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 77 days have passed since the National Security and Investment Bill received royal assent. Now, in the months prior, myself and colleagues right across the chamber sought to work constructively with the government to ensure that that legislation was as robust as it could possibly be. Now, notwithstanding the fact the government obviously rejected most of our suggestions, we did, as all of us in this House did, back it because it was in our collective interest to do so. Yet it appears to have been rendered almost useless at its first hurdle. And had it not been, I would respectfully suggest, for the intervention of the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, it is doubtful as to whether the Prime Minister would have sought national security advice in relation to this matter. So can I ask the Minister on that very point, why did it take an intervention from a senior government backbencher for the government to take this matter seriously? And is the National Security and Investment Act, as it now stands, simply not up to task or not worth the paper it is written on?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the government has looked closely at this transaction, and it doesn't consider it appropriate to intervene at the current time. However, as the Prime Minister made clear at the Liaison Committee last week, he has asked the National Security Advisor to review this.
We now go to Angela Richardson. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic has shown us the importance of supply chains and the ability to produce the materials we need here in the UK. We also know that semiconductors are a vital component of many of the day-to-day items that we use and take for granted. A disruption to the supply chain of semiconductors will have far-reaching consequences. Would my honourable friend set out what steps the government is taking to strengthen its powers in relation to the threat of hostile investment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, the government amended the Enterprise Act so that we could intervene in mergers and takeovers that threaten our ability to combat a public health emergency such as coronavirus. As the House will know, we have recently overhauled our investment screening system through the new National Security and Investment Act so that we can intervene in takeovers of companies or purchases of assets pose a risk to national security. The NSI Act will allow the government to scrutinise and intervene in acquisitions that may pose national security risks. It also provides businesses and investors with predictable, legally defined timelines and processes for decisions on acquisitions. The Act requires particularly sensitive acquisitions to be approved by government before they are completed, but the vast majority of acquisitions will be unaffected by these powers.
Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for the Cotswolds for the question this morning and for speaking to me last night about it. Newport Wafer Fab is in my constituency of Newport West, and I have in recent days had a number of meetings about the issue and spoken to many people across Newport West who are watching events very closely indeed. Newport Wafer Fab is part of the unique semiconductor cluster, which is the only one in the world in Newport West. I'm so proud, and it employs over 450 people, and these are highly skilled and well paid, and they need job security. I fully understand the need for scrutiny of any deal involving potentially hostile foreign takeovers, and national security is of course paramount. My constituents and I want to see an open, transparent and fair deal. So can I ask the Minister to meet with me at the earliest opportunity so we can ensure that whatever happens next, those jobs, the impact on the people of Newport West and the strategic nature of this plant will be kept in mind every step of the way?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Lady makes an important point, and the government, of course, has looked closely at the transaction and doesn't consider it inappropriate. But as I previously mentioned, the Prime Minister has made it clear that he will get the National Security Advisor to review this. And of course, in terms of a meeting, I am happy to do that, or at least facilitate a meeting with the appropriate minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend talks about the mutual respect between ourselves and the Chinese people, which I believe is correct, but the Chinese government does not respect rules-based order, particularly in the areas of enterprise and commerce. This semiconductor plant is, of course, critically important to our UK economy, particularly at a time of rising demand for semiconductors, and also the 450 jobs are very important. Does my honourable friend agree that the protection of these jobs, the protection of this plant, and the protection of UK owned intellectual property is critically important to her and this government?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the Honourable Member, of course, I am totally committed to skills, and as is the government. And in fact, the government has invested over £800 million in compound semiconductor research. And in 2018, through UKRI, we established a compound semiconductor applications catapult with £50 million of funding to collaborate with both large companies and startups to develop and commercialise new applications utilising this technology. And to date, the catapult has initiated over £100 million in projects. And the UK has over 100 companies actively working with compound semiconductors. Around 5,000 UK companies, 90% of which are SMEs, are designing and making electronics components, devices, systems and products. And the Catapult is a national body dedicated to compound development across the United Kingdom. And the UK Government, via UKRI and Welsh Government, have additionally provided significant funds to help establish South Wales university structures such as the Institute for Compound Semiconductors.
Let's go to Barry Sherman. Barry.
Mr. Speaker, it is a very important question. I've fought for the takeover of Syngenta in my constituency a few years ago. You know, one of the top world leaders in plant protection and fertilizer, all that complicated research stuff, taken over quickly by the Chinese, not by the Chinese Communist government. ChemChina, who took it over, nothing on the stock exchange. It is owned by the Chinese government. Most people in this country don't realise just how widespread this and insidious this Chinese takeover of so many strategic assets in our country is. Can I ask the Minister to tell her bosses, let's have an audit of how far this takeover of British companies has now gone. Do most people, Mr. Speaker, know the whole of electricity transmission in London and the South, 10 million customers owned by the Chinese government again? How far can this go before we wake up to what really is going on? It's insidious, it's dangerous, and it's a real threat to our national security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the government does have a wide range of legislation and regulatory powers to protect that infrastructure and critical services, including the new National Security and Investment Act of 2021. The NSI Act will allow the government to scrutinise and intervene in acquisitions that may pose national security risks. It also provides businesses and investors with predictable, legally defined timelines and processes for decisions on acquisitions. And the Act requires particularly sensitive acquisitions to be approved by the government before they are completed. But the vast majority of acquisitions will be unaffected by these powers.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to issues of national security, there can be no compromise. And the reality is that I'm one of those that believe in the free market, believe in companies being bought and sold where appropriate, but national security has to trump that. I think in these circumstances, this is such a vital aspect of both our industry and our national security that the government must intervene. I understand my honourable friend can't comment on the issues of national security to the House today. But will she undertake to return to the House when decisions are finally made and inform the House of the final decision so that we can scrutinise it for both value for money and also on national security grounds?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As laid out in the integrated review, China is a systematic competitor, and scale and reach of China's economy, size of its population, technological advancement and increasing ambition to protect its influence on the global stage, for example through the Belt and Road Initiative, will have profound implications worldwide. Open trade economies like the United Kingdom will need to engage with China and remain open to the Chinese trade and investment, but they must protect themselves against practices that have an adverse effect on prosperity and security. Cooperation with China will also be vital in tackling transnational challenges, particularly climate change and biodiversity loss, as I have previously mentioned. And the UK wants a mature, positive relationship with China based on mutual respect and trust. There's a considerable scope for constructive engagement and cooperation. But as we strive for that positive relationship, we will not sacrifice either our values or our security. And it has always been the case that where we have concerns, we raise them, and where we need to intervene, we will. The government has a range of legislative and regulatory powers to protect infrastructure and critical service, including the new National Security and Investment Act 2021. The NSI Act is nationally agnostic. And finally, acquisitions should be considered on a case-by-case basis, which helps ensure the Act is not discriminatory, and we will uphold our WTO obligations.
Let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, at a time when the Chinese regime is stepping up its human rights abuses of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, Britain should be increasing its sanctions. Instead, we are giving the CCP a bigger stake in our economy. What plans does the Minister have to ensure that state pension funds are not being invested in companies linked to the surveillance of abuse of Uyghurs? And what actions will she take to further censor them in her role?
Thank the Honourable Lady for her question. And the evidence of the scale and the severity of human rights violations being perpetrated in Xinjiang against Uyghur Muslims is far-reaching and really paints a truly harrowing picture. China must be held to account for their human rights violations. As the Foreign Secretary set out in his statement to the House of Commons on the 22nd of March, the evidence points to a highly disturbing programme of repression in Xinjiang, and the world cannot simply look the other way. And on March the 22nd, 2021, alongside the EU, US and Canada, the Foreign Secretary announced the imposition of global human rights sanctions against the perpetrators of gross human rights violations taking place and other minorities in China. And on the 12th of January, the Foreign Secretary announced a series of measures to help ensure the UK businesses and the public sector are not complicit in human rights violations.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Is my honourable friend aware of what the Chinese have promised as part of this deal? Because I recognise that there is a need to make semiconductor producers more efficient. But if she looks at Taiwan, she will see there a company that has had billions poured into it in order to make it more efficient. And I just wonder whether she is aware that whether the Chinese have promised this for Wales.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And yes, the Government has looked closely at this transaction and doesn't consider it appropriate to intervene at the current time. However, just to reiterate, the Prime Minister has made it clear at the Liaison Committee last week that he has asked National Security Advisor to review this. And of course, the Government is reviewing its policy in the industrial sectors following both the publication of Building Back Better and the introduction of the National Security and Investment Act. And significant support has been available through research and developing funding. And just to finally say, BEIS is keen to support development of the supply chain and specific markets for UK growth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I had the great pleasure of living more than a decade in Newport, and I listened very carefully to the Honourable Lady who speaks from Newport West, and I wouldn't want to say anything that would deter investment in that great city. But also I'm very concerned about the issue of national security. The excellent Minister has said that the Government has looked at this very carefully. Have they done an impact assessment, and if so, have they published it?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Government has looked closely, as I have previously mentioned, at the transaction and doesn't consider it appropriate to intervene at the current time. And of course, the Prime Minister has made clear in terms of the Liaison Committee last week that he will do a National Security Advisor. As to the impact assessment, I'm afraid I don't know that and we'll have to get to the Honourable Gentleman.
I think there's that the government will provide them when they promised to. Ian Duncan-Smith.
Speaker, thank you for allowing me. I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for the Cotswolds, for his question. Can I just say to my honourable friend that I think the government is in an unholy mess over this. It is no good the government telling us that there is a very clear definition between what is strategic and is not strategic. I wonder, in the course of this failure to make a decision, did they look at what China thinks of semiconductors? China is the biggest exporter in the world and is busy buying up semiconductor technology everywhere it can find it. They have identified semiconductor technology as one of the key areas that they need to dominate globally, and they are busy stealing technology, getting other people's intellectual property rights and buying up companies. And the idea that a semiconductor is not strategic when the technology in there will be used in almost everything we do, everything we produce that is electronic. My simple case is, are we now in the position of a kind of project kowtow where we simply say we just have to do business with the Chinese no matter what? This is outrageous, and I simply say to my honourable friend, she must take back to her right honourable friends, this is not going to pass. We should have used this act and we should have blocked this deal.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And just to reiterate that the Government has looked closely at this transaction and doesn't consider it appropriate to intervene at the current time. And the Prime Minister has made it clear at the Liaison Committee last week that he has asked the National Security Advisor to review this. And the Government is committed to the semiconductor sector, and there is work that is being underway to review the wider semiconductor landscape in the United Kingdom.
Final question from Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, and again I concur with the comments of the right honourable gentleman who spoke just before me, and his question is along the ways that I want to ask as well. In relation to national security and also to the jobs as well, can I ask, is this benefit, the question I would ask, is this beneficial for the UK? Chinese government has and is responsible for human rights abuses on a level that's unbeknown in the rest of the world, whether it's Christians or Falun Gong or Uyghur Muslims. And despite our world opinion, and despite our representations in this matter, however, they do listen to economic arguments. So how can we use this opportunity to challenge them, to ensure that they can act? Because we don't want the hollow words that we always get from them. We want action. So before any deal goes through, before any sale happens, let's make sure that human rights abuses are reduced, and they're totally committed to it. Thank you.
As previously mentioned, the Government is completely committed to human rights and is mindful of everything that we need to do in that. And in terms of looking at this particular transaction, we have looked very closely. And just to give my reassurance that the National Security Investment Act will allow Government to scrutinise and intervene on any acquisitions that may pose a national security risk. And just again to reiterate, the Government wants a positive, mature, positive relationship with China based on mutual respect and trust, and there is considerable scope for constructive engagement, but we strive for a positive relationship. We must not sacrifice either our values or our security.
I now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to the next business. Order. Order. We now come to business questions. I call the Shadow Leader of the House, Tangle Debonair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Leader of the House to give us the forthcoming business.
Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the business for the week commencing the 19th of July will include Monday, the 19th of July, the second reading of the Nationality and Borders Bill, Day 1. Tuesday, the 20th of July, the conclusion of the second reading of the Nationality and Borders Bill, Day 2. Wednesday, the 21st of July, second reading of the Building Safety Bill. Thursday, the 22nd of July, a debate on a motion relating to the fifth report of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, entitled A Public Inquiry into the Government's Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic, followed by matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee and the Liaison Committee. At the conclusion of business on Thursday, the 22nd of July, the House will rise for the summer recess and return on Monday, the 6th of September. The provisional business for the week commencing the 6th of September will include Monday, the 6th of September, the remaining stages of the National Insurance Contributions Bill.
Shadow Leader, Tangle Debonair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for the business. Mr Speaker, visiting the COVID wall of red hearts of remembrance across the Thames is a raw reminder of the pain and loss of this past year. And of course, we all want to go back to the before times. Sadly, we can't undo what has happened, but we want to look forward to better times. And to do that, we need our government to learn lessons fast. I'm afraid to say the House business, as ever, tells its own tale of a government which seems to have learned nothing, a government that decided to scrap all protections at once, as if this is over, when they know it isn't. If it's over, why is there nothing on the business statement about an announcement of a real-time, urgent public COVID inquiry? If it's over, why are regional leaders, including Tory ones, deciding that it's essential to continue the compulsory wearing of masks on public transport? If it's over, why are we seeing a rise in infection rates? Mr Speaker, on Monday, clinically vulnerable people won't experience freedom but fear. Mr Speaker, why have we still not got the Prime Minister's plan for social care? Why are they imposing another top-down reorganisation with the Health and Care Bill on already exhausted NHS and care staff, rather than giving them the pay rise they so deserve? And where is the disability strategy? Promised in the Queen's speech in 2019, planned for 2020, delayed because of COVID, which I understand, to early spring 2021. Spring, Mr Speaker, it's summer now. Is this strategy so poor that the government intends to announce it with a whimper rather than a bang and without any debate? Where is the plan for supporting schools and pupils to catch up on a lost year and to give them clarity about exam requirements for next year? I'm afraid to say, Mr Speaker, that the evidence seems to be suggesting that this government is driven more by online trolls than socially conscientious British values. Yet the Prime Minister said yesterday, I do not want to engage in a political culture war of any kind. I want to get on with delivering for the people of this country. Well, Mr Speaker, I've already listed just some of the ways that this government is failing to get on with delivering for the British people. And on the culture war, well, we've got the bill on free speech in universities, a classic example of a pointless skirmish in a pointless culture war. Why is the Prime Minister unable to read the mood of this country? Last week, a Tory MP said he boycotted the football because of the players taking the knee. Not because he doesn't like football, Mr Speaker, but because he doesn't like footballers opposing racism. And another Tory MP criticised Marcus Rashford for campaigning to feed hungry children, a problem which the government had created and exacerbated. Does this government not want footballers to be good role models? Marcus Rashford has helped get the England team to the Euro finals whilst feeding hungry children. And Tory MPs can't manage to do their job properly. I know who the British people see as the more worthy role models. Maybe some of them should visit Withington in Manchester, where ugly racist vandalism on the mural of Marcus Rashford was rapidly restored this week with love and admiration from people far and wide coming to wipe out hate. That's who we are. Racists and their apologists are not living out British values. All the Prime Minister had yesterday was that there will be a ban on racists at football matches. OK, that's good, but will it be for one match, two matches, or for life, as the campaigners want? Mr Speaker, the Leader of the House has committed to closing the current loophole in legislation so that constituents of known sexual harassers can decide whether or not they want them to continue as their MP. So I'm naturally disappointed not to see any mention of this on the timetable for next week. Does the Leader wish to table the Labour motion for debate next week? And while we're on staff safety, can I please encourage all honourable and right honourable members to continue to wear masks next week in the chamber and with social distancing, especially given rising rates and especially given that young people in particular are not double vaccinated. And finally, Mr. Speaker, guidance has only been issued today, on what businesses are supposed to do from Monday on the COVID risk. No wonder businesses such as those in the Bristol Food Union are telling me that all this chaos with the rules is putting the hospitality sector under massive strain. With just 2 working days to go, where's the business secretary? And today we find out that ministers are going to have a get-out clause and not have to isolate when they've been pinged. Well, how very convenient for them, when up and down the country, people trying to do the right thing, which is leading to staff shortages from the NHS to cafes, from public sector to businesses struggling to get going again. Once again, it's one rule for them and another for the rest of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a number of points that the Honourable Lady has made, so let me try and take them in turn. But first of all, let me deal with the very, very serious issue of racism in football, because it is disturbing, I think, to the whole country, and it's something that unites the whole House, that the racist tweets and abuse that was seen of a number of our footballers after the match last week was simply wrong. And people who have behaved in that way should be banned from attending football matches, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said yesterday. And it is a determination of this government to ensure that the legislative framework is correct, which is why my right honourable friend, the Culture Secretary, has been in discussions with a number of footballers. And the online safety bill, which is going to have legislative scrutiny, pre-legislative scrutiny soon, will be focusing on this. It will give Ofcom the powers to fine firms, social media firms, up to 10% of their global turnover if they fail to ensure that their spaces, their social media outlets are free from this type of improper, wicked, racist abuse. And I think it is really important that the House tries to show united stance on this, because I think the reality is that the whole House is united. And I think the admiration that the House feels for the English football team is very widespread. I'm no expert in football, and nor, I know, is the Honourable Lady. But the team did its best, and they jolly nearly won. And this country does have a history of heroic defeats, which then lead on to great victories. Dunkirk led to victory in the end. Corunna led to victory in the end. And I think we can therefore look to great things from this team. But whilst we're discussing football, can I say how proud I am as a Somerset man of Tyrone Mings, who is only the second player from God's own county to play football for England. And that is something that I think my whole county rejoices in about our fellow countyman, and wish him every success, regardless of any comments he may make about my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary. Coming then on to Freedom Day, the 19th of July, 87% of the population have had 1 vaccine, and 2/3 have had 2 vaccines. Having 2 vaccines reduces the chance of getting an infection, if it is the Oxford vaccine, by 80%. This is a fundamental change in the risk from the risk that existed prior to the vaccine being rolled out. And we know that infection amongst the young, who are the most likely not to have the vaccine, is much, much, much lower risk than amongst the elderly, who by and large have had the vaccine. And therefore it is right that we should allow people to make choices. The Honourable Lady complains that guidance hasn't been issued early enough. That's not the point. People will make choices for themselves because the risk has been lowered. It is, of course, very easy when the government says everybody should stop and everyone should go home and nobody's allowed to see anybody. Saying no, as the socialists always want to do, is easy. And it's always very clear to say no and tell people they're not allowed to do anything at all. or to tell them how their life should be run, when to have breakfast, when to get out of bed, when to have lunch, what to eat for lunch. The socialists want to run every detail of our lives. That is what underpins their philosophy. The Conservatives believe in individual responsibility, and the risk is much, much lower because of the success of the vaccine, and this is fundamental. So in this chamber, next week, well, looking around now, I think it would be pretty safe not to be wearing masks. This chamber is not very full. If, on the other hand, we were to have a budget day special, which I am not announcing as business, by the way, Mr. Speaker, then I think people might feel that the closeness, the proximity, the hugger-mugger nature of the House would make a mask sensible. But that is something that we can decide for ourselves. After all, we as legislators are asked to make decisions for the country at large. Surely we have the mental capacity to work out whether or not it is suitable to wear a mask. And on this broad issue, let me reassure the Honourable Lady, there is no different set of rules for ministers than for other people. There have been tests which are being considered about how the pinging operates, but there are no different rules for ministers, and nor should there be. As regards the education policies, £3 billion is being provided for catch-up. This is really important. It is crucial that children who have lost so much schooling should have the opportunity to get back some of the lost time, and that's why there is an important programme to deal with that. It is fundamental that we help rebuild the economy, having protected it with £407 billion of taxpayers' money over the last year, and education will be a key part of that. The Honourable Lady also referred to decisions by the Commission. She is aware of the motion that was approved by the Commission. There are discussions continuing. It is very important that the IEP is fully informed as to what is going on, and there's been correspondence between Mr. Speaker and the Chairman of the IEP, and I will bring forward a motion as soon as it is reasonable to do so. Because I think it is agreed what the position should be by the Commission. But I will be acting for the Commission, not, I emphasise, as leader of the House. And finally, free speech in universities. Mr. Speaker, we on this side believe in freedom. We on this side believe that defending freedom is crucial, that as we rebuild from the pandemic, yes, we need money to help students, but the whole point of university is that ideas should be challenged. There should be this great clash of intellects as people discuss what is right and what is wrong. They put arguments from one side to the other, as we do in this House. And we see in our universities that a political correctness has been waving over them to try and stop this type of debate. We need to ensure that there is genuine freedom of debate, freedom of speech, one of the linchpins of our Constitution in our finest, world-beating educational institutions. It may be sad that we need to do it. It may be a shame that the universities have not been defending free speech themselves, but it is an even greater shame that the opposition actually wishes to limit our freedom of speech, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
John Morris.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the announcement of personal choice and independent health management being restored next week. And I also would like to pay tribute to the young people who have, I feel, been very negatively impacted throughout this pandemic. And I think that jobs and opportunity are so important for their future. And does my right honourable friend agree with me that opportunity for young people must be at the heart of our COVID recovery strategy, and that apprenticeships and our Kickstart program are key to unlocking this growth for their future?
Mr. Speaker, I do indeed agree with my honourable friend. We have put young people at the heart of our economic recovery plan. They are absolutely at the centre of the circle. It is the right thing to do, and I have the greatest sympathy for young people who have made great sacrifices over the last year. The Kickstart scheme has created over 230,000 jobs across the country, and over the past month around 2,000 young people have started a Kickstart job each week. This is just one part of the plan to build back better and help young people into good jobs after the pandemic. We are also providing a higher incentive payment of £3,000 for employers in England for each apprentice they hire, of all ages, and we're increasing the number of traineeships backed by £126 million of taxpayers' money. But I do want to add, Mr. Speaker, how successful apprentices can be. And I'm much looking forward to meeting a former apprentice tomorrow, a gentleman called Steve Pixton, who is the Vice President for Support and Services at Airbus Helicopters. He started at McAlpine Helicopters as a helicopter airframe and engine apprentice in 1985, which only goes to show, Mr. Speaker, that becoming an apprentice can really help your career lift off.
To SNP spokesperson, Pete Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I suppose it's a case of what could have been. If only that shot from Stephen O'Donnell had gone in when England were holding out for a draw, how different that could have been. And what should have been a look back at a successful tournament has descended into dealing with the multiple issues around the appalling racist abuse received by these fine young England players. So will the Leader of the House agree to an urgent debate next week so that this could be properly addressed and to hold everybody to account, whether it's the anonymous thug on Twitter or the Prime Minister himself in the Daily Telegraph? And Monday also brings the sense of freedom day, I think we could call it now, as England opens up to allow COVID in to do its worst. And it also marks the end of our virtual proceedings. Now, Monday could see the start of England heading towards 100,000 cases per day, with the prospect of a Johnson variant 2 emerging anytime from anywhere. Are we seriously going to do away with all these wonderful facilities where we have no clue where we will be when we come back in September? This has been a true parliamentary innovation that's been led by the Leader of the House. Surely we want to retain some of these wonderful features, particularly when we don't know where this is going to go. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we in the SNP are still celebrating our stunning success in seeing off evil on Tuesday evening. But now that we've beaten this anti-Scottish measure, there's still so much work to do, Leader of the House. Can we now deal with the anti-Scottish provisions in the Internal Market Act, the ones that put constraints on our parliamentary democracy and allows the British Government to determine priorities in Scottish devolved areas? Getting rid of evil is a good start. Can we now work together to deal with all the other anti-Scottish stuff and give our nations what they seem to want?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and it is always nice when he can be here rather than sending one of his many very able deputies in his place. I would just reiterate what I said to the honourable lady, the shadow leader. I think the whole House is united against racism, not just in football, but in the country at large. Racism is a scar upon society. And although it has much declined in recent years, the fact that it still exists remains a scar. And that is why I think the powers that will be put in the online safety bill are going to be important. That in the most serious cases, Ofcom will have the authority to limit or prevent a company from operating in the United Kingdom. And it's always seemed to me obvious that the online companies, the social media companies, that can see what you've searched for or what you've said and ping you an advert directly linked to that, have the technological sophistication to work out when people are putting racist abuse on, and it is really important that they follow their responsibilities. I do disagree with the honourable gentleman about opening up. He raises the infections level, but that isn't the point. It is hospitalisation and death rates, and that link, that chain, has been broken. That there is, of course, a now much lower death rate and a much lower entry into hospital. There is still an effect of infections, but it is not the direct link that there was prior to the vaccination programme. And therefore, to allow freedoms to return is the right thing to do. And it is the fundamental philosophical difference between the Conservatives and the parties of the left. Because all parties of the left are always determined that the collective should tell people how to live their lives. Whereas we on the right think the mass decisions made by 60 million individuals across this country lead to better outcomes for this country than ordering people about. As I said in the debate on evil, I actually was very strongly against it in 2011 before it had been introduced, and only supported it, only voted for it when it came in 2015 on the basis that as it was only a standing order it could be abolished. So I was very pleased to be the Leader of the House who did abolish it. But I'm delighted at the conversion of the honourable gentleman. I think we are all coming to this conclusion, Mr. Speaker. He does really like being here. And therefore, he has shown a great commitment to a union parliament, and that is an enormous public service to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Fiona Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak now, the Prime Minister is delivering a crucial speech on levelling up, and that for me has been a key motivator since I became an MP in this place. You know, wherever you're from, Bishop Auckland, Bath or Birkenhead, you should have the same opportunities to get on in life. So on that note, in Bishop Auckland, a key project that I'm currently working on is a project to bring geothermal energy to Bishop Auckland, making the town cleaner and greener, but also creating good, sustainable jobs and incredible research opportunities to help our locals. So on that note, can I ask my right honourable friend if he will encourage the Business Secretary to meet with me in Bishop Auckland to see the proposed site and to talk about this incredible opportunity to truly level up?
Mr. Speaker, I'm slightly disappointed that my honourable friend is extending invitations to Bishop Auckland to other ministers, but not including me, the opportunity to visit her fantastic constituency. And I noticed that she mentioned Bath in her list, along with Bishop Auckland, and that, of course, also has geothermal energy, with the most famous spa water that was much enjoyed by the ancient Romans when the city was called Aqua Sulis, the waters of Sulis, who was the god they worshipped. But geothermal projects can seek capital funding from the Heat Networks Investment Project, 2018 to 2022. And in terms of future support, the government is currently considering geothermal energy as a low-carbon technology to be within scope of our new £270 million Green Heat Network Fund, 2022 to 25. The eligibility criteria for the fund were the subject of our consultation, which closed on the 29th of January this year, and the response will be published in due course. So there are things going on. It's really important that we level up across the whole country, that we have a triangulation across that map of the United Kingdom to ensure that every part of the country benefits from the levelling up process.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Ian Burns.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business and for our cordial meeting yesterday, and I look forward to the flow of time for backbench business debates that will undoubtedly flow when we return from the summer recess. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, can I express my concern at the proposals to cut by a third the number of staff working in the BBC regional political unit based at Millbank. The unit is the eyes and ears of the BBC English regions in Westminster, coordinating political news gathering for the BBC's early evening regional TV news programmes, as well as the regional breakfast, lunchtime and late evening TV bulletins, Sunday political programmes and all the local radio output. It's an important resource for our national and local democracy and should not be facing such a threat from BBC management. These cuts will have a detrimental impact on backbench MPs across the House who gain airtime on their regional BBC, TV and radio outlets and regional coverage due to their activities in their House being covered by that unit. So could the Leader and his Cabinet colleagues ask the BBC to rethink this proposal which is detrimental to our democracy?
Mr. Speaker, it would be wrong of me to tell the BBC how to run its commercial operations, but I will say this, that in Somerset we're lucky enough to have Points West, and I remember being told by Points West that their programme, their early evening programme, is better watched proportionately for the region than EastEnders, which is, I understand, a popular soap opera that some people enjoy watching. And that it seems to me that if you've got a really popular, well-watched programme, it's quite wise and quite commercially sensible to invest resources in it. But as I say, it's not for me to give the BBC advice on how to run themselves.
Let's go to the one and only Ian Liddell-Granger.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. And can I join my right honourable friend in congratulating Somerset's son from the finest county in Britain on making it to the English football team and doing quite so well. But can I just say, my honourable friend has been very helpful chasing ministers about an answer about the local government consultation in Somerset. Unfortunately, I will say this, the government still refuses to tell us how many people in their consultation supported one sunset and how many backed the council plan. I really can't understand why. It's not secret. We know that 5,000 people filled in the questionnaire, which is somewhat pathetic against the 111,000 that took part in the referendum. But surely honesty is the best policy. And I am reminded, Mr. Speaker, of the English writer Samuel Johnson, where he said, where secrecy begins, roguery is not far behind. Can we have a debate?
Leader.
The great Dr. Johnson said so many fantastic things. The pages of the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations are full of his bon mots, and if I were to bring into the chamber, though I'm not allowed a prop, my very well-thumbed copy of the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations, Mr. Speaker, you would see that the pages around Dr. Johnson are particularly well-thumbed. I will always try and facilitate answers being given to members, but I would suggest that if my honourable friend wants a detailed, specific answer, written questions are a very good way of getting them, because ministers are obliged to give at least as much information in a written answer as would be given under a Freedom of Information request, and they're expected to do it faster.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the Leader of the House is planning his holidays, so if next week's free-for-all doesn't force him into self-isolation, can I suggest that he makes time this summer to visit the reopened Nottingham Castle? If he comes by train, he'll understand why his government must get on with a rolling programme of rail electrification, starting with the Midland Main Line as it promised 6 years ago. And when, after he walks past the beautifully restored heritage shop fronts on Carrington Street, he confronts the half-demolished eyesore that was the Into Broadmarsh Centre, he'll know why his government needs to approve our Levelling Up Fund bid to support its regeneration. But most importantly, he'll understand why, as Labour's Deputy Chief Whip, I'm so very proud to represent a city of rebels.
Mr. Speaker, I was actually in the chamber when the Honourable Lady made her maiden speech and said how proud she was of her constituency, and it's been a constant theme of her contributions in this House. I'm very grateful. I notice she has invited me to her constituency, unlike my honourable friend who invited somebody else to visit Nottingham Castle. Had she invited me to Trent Bridge, I might have been even more tempted, but the offer is nonetheless a very tempting one.
Let's go to Sir David Amos. David.
My right honourable friend is always welcome to Southend-on-Sea, hopefully soon to become a city. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the links between human, animal and environmental health? As we look forward to the easing of lockdown restrictions next week, we cannot overlook the fact that 60% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. Given that it is likely that the coronavirus pandemic is linked to the trade of wild animals, it is more important than ever to improve our relationship with animals to prevent future global health, climate and biodiversity crisis.
Mr. Speaker, as always, my honourable friend not only gets in a plug for Southend's request to become a city, but raises an important point. We are, of course, concerned about the origins of coronavirus and links to the trade in wildlife. Mankind and the animal kingdom have had a long and close relationship since the very beginning of our creation, and it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we remain responsible stewards of the earth. I remember as a child hoping to be given a parrot, and Mr. Speaker, I believe that you keep a parrot, but my father warned me that there was a danger of psittacosis, and then I fear it would have been polygon.
And of course the parrot's called Boris. Let's go to Sarah Owen. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 2,000 people in Luton North, including students at Chorley Girls' School, have contacted me over the last few weeks about the worsening situation in Palestine, where international law has clearly been broken. We've had Westminster Hall debates and UQs, which have all been so oversubscribed by MPs that I've been unlucky every time in the ballot. Will the leader be able to offer government time so MPs like myself can put on record the massive strength of feeling and call for action on the human rights abuses facing the Palestinian people?
Mr. Speaker, I know that this is a matter that is of concern to a large number of members of Parliament and indeed to our constituents who correspond with us regularly about it. The government has long been committed to a two-state solution and encourages conversation, diplomacy and moderation in the activities of everybody involved. I am aware of the demand for debates, but I would point the Honourable Lady in the direction of the Backbench Business Committee, which I know is aware of the demand and interest in this subject.
Peter Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we debated and voted on the important issue of compulsory vaccination for care home staff. On the 22nd of June, the draft SI was published, along with the words, "A full impact assessment of the cost and benefits of this instrument is available from the Department of Health and Social Care, 39 Victoria Street." Which was very useful because, as the leader will know, that helps members decide on the merits or otherwise of the government's policy. But no such impact assessment was published. And during the debate, the Minister said, and it's recorded on page 271 of Hansard, the impact assessment is being worked on. Now, it seemed to me that either was an impact assessment, which the department said there was on the 22nd of June, or there wasn't, which the Minister said in the debate. But a third option came along, that in fact there was a full impact assessment, and it was deliberately withheld from this House. So in either case, it seems to be, how can we say, a very disappointing episode for scrutiny. Now, this is a genuine request, Mr. Speaker. Could we have a statement from the Health Minister next week to clear up the situation? A genuine request, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the House that it was a matter of considerable concern to me that an explanatory memorandum said that there was an impact assessment that was being published alongside it, when no such impact assessment was published. I did therefore make inquiries and am assured that the impact assessment was, as the Minister said, and as far as I am aware still is, not complete. Therefore, I reiterate the apology to the House given by my honourable friend the Minister towards the end of the debate that inaccurate information was given to the House. This is the sort of mistake that should not happen and is taken very seriously by the government. I would only add one caveat, and that is a general caveat about impact assessments. They tend to try and predict with certainty the fundamentally unpredictable.
Just to add on that, if there wasn't a statement, I'm sure if somebody's put in a UQ, it might be favour of the loot pot. We're a hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A contributor this morning on Radio 4 said it's only ever posh people who say that the less fortunate people in our communities don't want to be told by posh people what to do. In fact, they do. Or they want to at least get some responsible guidance, and the complete abdication of responsible guidance from this government I find shameful, and I indeed, Mr. Speaker, will continue to wear a face covering in this chamber. I do not need an excuse to talk about Bath's two excellent universities. I offer my congratulations to the University of Bath, which has recently been named one of the top 100 universities in the world to study math. Last Friday marked the 80th anniversary of the cracking of the Enigma code. Alan Turing's great achievement continues to inspire the next generation of mathematicians, including those studying in Bath. Will the Leader of the House add his support to the Protect Pure Math campaign to rename the Science and Technology Committee to the Science, Technology, Engineering and Math Committee, so that the value of pure math is better reflected in Parliament?
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's amazing how illiberal the Liberals nowadays are. They used to believe in freedom and Mill and all of that, closely associated with the Liberal Party of old, but the modern version is very dour and controlling. But I am happy to be in absolute agreement with the Honourable Lady, my neighbour, on the importance of mathematics. And as she knows, Bath University is in her constituency and Bath Spa University is in mine. So we are fortunate to share in our area two very good universities, and that mathematics is going to be at the forefront of how this country competes in future generations. And I see that the Protect Pure Maths project places a great emphasis on the achievements of legacy of Alan Turing, as the Honourable Lady mentioned, and therefore it is good news that he is on the £50 note, which I'm sure all of us wish to see more of in our daily lives for all sorts of good reasons. But unfortunately it's not within my authority to decide the naming of the committee. It is a matter for the House. But so I would encourage the Honourable Lady to have a word with my right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells, and see if he, as chairman of the committee, is open to such suggestion. And I'm sure if he were, the House would facilitate that move.
Let's go to Sir Greg Knight. Greg.
Thank you. Is the Leader of the House aware that 2 million people rely on cash for every transaction they make, and that access to cash is a necessity for countless individuals and small businesses across the UK, particularly for many who are elderly, vulnerable, or who live in rural areas? Does he accept that people should only need to travel short distances to pay in or take out cash, and that cashback without a purchase must be made widely available? On the 1st of July, the government published a consultation on plans to protect access to cash. Does he agree with me that this initiative is not only welcome, it is vital?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend's question follows perfectly from our previous discussion of £50 notes. And the government indeed recognises that access to cash remains important to millions across the UK and is committed to legislating to protect access to cash and ensuring the UK's cash infrastructure is sustainable in the longer term. Already, as part of the Financial Services Act 2020, legislative changes were made to support the widespread offering of cashback without a purchase by shops and other businesses. On the 1st of July, the government published a consultation which sets out proposals for new laws to make sure people only need to travel a reasonable distance to pay in or take out cash. So I think Her Majesty's Government and my right honourable friend are very much at one on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make the House aware that I'm going to quote some offensive remarks and that Mr. Speaker has been given advance sight of this question. On social media, I've been told that I shouldn't be involved in politics because I'm not a Brit, I'm a Paki. That is of course wrong on both accounts. I'm neither a Brit nor a Paki, I'm a proud Scot.
Hear, hear.
On social media, I've also been told to fuck off home. That of course doesn't make sense. I was born in Edinburgh, Scotland is my home. I'm not unique, however, in any sense, and we saw this with the racial horrific abuse that Black England players received on social media. Every day people are racially abused online because of a false narrative built upon prejudice and assumptions, one that ministers in this government have encouraged, I'm afraid to say. Yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted that there's a systematic issue of racism, particularly on social media. The House may be united against racism, but we need to see real action. What does the government intend to do about this? I therefore ask, there was an urgent question yesterday. Will the Leader of the House make time for an urgent debate next week in this chamber so that MPs of colour can also raise their contributions?
Mr. Speaker, may I begin by saying how appalling it is that the Honourable Lady has been treated in that way. And anyone who has sent her a message of that kind should, to use the Prime Minister's words, crawl back under the rock from which they came. They are not people who should behave in this way. And there is one fundamental thing that we should all know, that in this country there is a fundamental equality in every respect of every single British citizen, whether it is somebody who has received a British passport a minute ago or who has been descended from people who were Picts, that there is a fundamental equality, and this is so important. Every British citizen is equally honourable, justified, placed before the law in the same position as every other one, and that must be fundamental to our understanding, and I think it is something that the whole House agrees on. I'm sorry that the Honourable Lady wishes to make this party political, because I really think it isn't. I think it is something that the whole House is outraged by the way that she has been treated. And there is action being taken. As the Prime Minister set out yesterday, he had discussions with the social media companies to remind them of their responsibilities and of what will happen under the online safety bill if they do not live up to their responsibilities. Social media is regrettably a sewer, and some of the most disgusting bits of life get washed through it. But it is a sewer that is in need of cleansing.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The volunteers at the Blackpool station of the Royal National Lifeboat Institution have been particularly busy during the pandemic, and their bravery has saved a number of lives. The charity is an incredibly important part of many coastal communities, but does of course rely upon the generosity of the British people to survive. Will my right honourable friend join me in thanking the incredible volunteers who put their own lives at risk to help others? And does he think it would be in order to have a debate in this place to recognise them and to discuss how their work can best be supported?
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. And I join him in thanking all of the RNLI volunteers across the country who show great dedication and bravery in the work they do in keeping our communities safe at sea. In April last year, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, put forward another £750 million of taxpayers' money in support of charities such as these to support them through the pandemic. And it is one of the most wonderful things about our country. I went to speak once in Sutton Coldfield, which must be one of the most landlocked constituencies in the country, and met a lady in her 90s who had been collecting money for the RNLI for almost her entire life, and over that long life had raised the best part of £1 million. So I think the charitable work people do is so remarkable. But I do note that there was a Westminster Hall debate entitled RNLI and Independent Lifeboats COVID-19 in October last year. So if my honourable friend thinks the time is for another adjournment debate, perhaps you will lobby Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to Rebecca Longbailey. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House may know that between 1952 and 1991, an estimated 22,000 men were involved in 45 nuclear weapons tests overseas. Many have reported rare cancers, sterility, miscarriages for their wives, birth defects in their children. And sadly, the UK is one of the only nuclear powers on earth who are so far denied recognition of any sort to its nuclear test veterans. Will the Leader of the House request that the Prime Minister meets with nuclear test veterans, as the Leader of the Opposition has done, and subsequently arrange for the Defence Secretary to make a statement to this House outlining the steps he will take to ensure these veterans and their families finally receive the recognition and support they deserve?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the nation owes a great debt to those who keep us safe, and we have been kept safe by our nuclear deterrent now for many decades. It is a fundamental part of our defence strategy, and those who between 1952 and 1991, the 22,000 men involved, are people who deserve the thanks of a grateful nation. I will, of course, pass on what she has had to say to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence, about any proposals or anything that can be done for the people who were involved in these tests.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will know, because I've raised the matter with him in the House on a number of occasions, that residents living in Steinbeck Grange in Warrington believe they were missold leasehold properties by David Wilson Homes more than 10 years ago. I welcome the work that the Competition and Markets Authority is undertaking to investigate these complaints, but there's a very understandable need from my constituents and others around the country for the government to take action to legislate to tackle historic problems. So can we have a debate in government time into what actions the government can take to support my constituents? And in particular, looking at the use of incentivised solicitor arrangements where discounts are offered for home buyers to use friendly law firms who then disappear, leaving no opportunity for home buyers to challenge their lawyers if they didn't disclose the facts at the time of purchase.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the last point that my honourable friend raises sounds almost like fraud, that if somebody is proposing a solicitor who is not a real solicitor's company and there's no comeback on the firm, that sounds an extreme level of malpractice. But I can assure my honourable friend that Her Majesty's Government is committed to promoting fairness and transparency for homeowners and ensuring that consumers are protected from abuse and poor service. The Leasehold Reform Ground Rent Bill is currently making its way through the House of Lords and will end ground rents for new qualifying long residential leasehold properties in England and Wales, which is a major change to property law. It is encouraging that the Competitions and Markets Authority is taking enforcement action to tackle certain instances of mis-selling, but I would encourage my honourable friend to keep campaigning on this and raising particularly that very troubling issue of banishing solicitors.
Let's go to Ian Lavery. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tireless campaigners, the South East Northumberland Rail Users Group, have said that the recent proposals for changes to the East Coast Main Line timetables will make our national, regional and local journeys more difficult, and also that the consultation supposes that the only place we want to travel is London. I can guarantee the Leader of the House that this isn't the case. Morpeth Station will lose 21 daily services, whilst Pegsworth will add none to its total of 3 stops. The consultation is fragmented, disjointed and inaccessible. Will the Leader of the House agree to a debate in government time on the detrimental impact of these proposals and how cutting links between northern towns and cities simply to shave 15 minutes of the travel time from Edinburgh to London helps level up our region?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the only place people want to travel to is Somerset. The idea that everyone wants to travel to London is, I think, a mistaken one. So I'm in agreement with the honourable gentleman. I think he raises a really important point. These timetabling changes are very difficult. And he is also, I think, right that it is important that there are good connections within regions, not just to London. So I will take up the points he's made with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport.
Let's go to Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting Culver's House Primary School in Hackbridge in my Carshalton and Wallington constituency after they wrote to me to raise concerns about the levels of plastic pollution around the world. They told me more about why this issue is so important to them. So could we have a debate about plastic pollution so we can discuss and hear more about the UK's efforts to crack down on it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend on his assiduous work in his constituency, which I had the pleasure of visiting not that long ago. And the government has done many things with some inconvenience to consumers. So we've accepted a price to be paid in terms of banning plastic straws and stirrers and cotton buds, and also increasing the tax on plastic bags to 10p per bag, which has cut the 5p tax has cut usage by 95%, and there will be a new tax coming in from April 2022 for products which do not have at least 30% recycled content. So great steps are being made for unnecessary plastic. But I think he's right to be suggesting this subject should be debated, because one shouldn't forget how important it has been to have plastic for PPE during the course of the pandemic. So it's ensuring that plastic is used for good and essential purposes and not ones where other materials are available. But I'm afraid it won't be a debate in government time. I think this is another request for the Backbench Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, this House debated for an hour-long discussion on the horrendous abuse suffered at the hands of, in the main, anonymous, faceless trolls against 3 young black England players. Whilst I accept the intent and perhaps the good intent of the government to bring forward the online harms legislation later this year, would my right honourable friend agree with me that the main issue pertaining to online abuse is anonymity? And unfortunately, the bill in its current draft form doesn't deal with those who want to hide behind the cloak of anonymity for purely abusive reasons. And would he agree that if this government really wants to get serious about tackling online abuse, then the bill must take into account anonymity?
Leader.
I think the Honourable Lady raises an important but complex point. I think it is right to say that anonymity allows people to behave on social media in a way that they would not behave if they were named. And it's fascinating how many people, when something embarrassing has gone up, insist that their social media account was hacked to try and pretend that it wasn't them. So as soon as people get found out, they immediately try and get away from responsibility for it. So I think anonymity is a problem. But there are occasions when anonymity could be important. It could be important for a whistleblower, somebody exposing corruption or other wrongdoing. And so I think it's right that there should be pre-legislative scrutiny so that we can try and get this balance right to allow for anonymity where it is actually going to be beneficial. But yes, if people want to say things on social media, they should have the courage of their convictions and put their name to it. I think all of us, as members of this House, know when we get anonymous letters, they're usually the rudest ones. They're usually the ones that people are ashamed, really, of what they're saying, which is why they don't dare put their name to it.
We now go by video link to Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since taking control of North East Lincolnshire Council 2 years ago, the Conservative administration have made great strides delivering what was the first town deal, attracting new investments, particularly in the renewable energy sector. A vital part of the area's levelling up agenda is improving education and training of our young people, both in practical skills and in academic performance, and also to overcome losing scores of pupils who travel a few miles down the road to the county council area that has retained its grammar schools. With this in mind, the council would like to establish a school based on academic selection. Could the leader arrange for the Secretary of State to make a statement explaining the government's policy and how it can assist the council deliver it on its ambitions?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I first of all congratulate my honourable friend. He is absolutely tireless, and he's very modest in giving all the credit to the local council, because everyone in this House knows that everything that goes right in Cleethorpes is thanks to the campaigning effort, energy, vim and vigour of my honourable friend. And it is the case, he is right, that existing grammar schools continue, but that the law prevents the establishment of new selective schools. Where the local authority has identified a need for a new school, it must run a competition to establish a new free school. The local authority publishes a specification for a new school and invites bids from sponsors to run the school. But I think my honourable friend makes a very valuable point, and I will, of course, take it up with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, though I would encourage him to apply for an adjournment debate to raise this specific issue on behalf of his council on the floor of the House.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I raise the issue with the Leader of the House, and perhaps he could ask Ministry of Justice ministers to make a written statement about what's happening in the probate office. My constituent Mrs Dixon started probate in May 2020. 14 months on, she's still to receive a satisfactory response from the probate service. This isn't because of disputes within the family or because of issues with wills. It's because her paperwork has been lost by the probate service and then has been transferred between different offices across the United Kingdom, and then staff within the service weren't able to confirm who was leading on her probate. This clearly isn't acceptable, and in what can only be described as a truly distressing time under normal circumstances, never mind in a pandemic. I'd be grateful to the leader if he could make some inquiries and ensure that this isn't a wider problem within the probate service, who are under enormous pressure because of the scale of the number of loved ones lost over the last 18 months.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my deep sympathies go to Mrs Dixon. It must be terribly difficult when you're dealing with a death in the family then to find that probate isn't working efficiently and that she is being passed from pillar to post. On the assumption that the Honourable Gentleman has already been in touch with the Lord Chancellor and his department, I will take this up with that department immediately after business questions to try to ensure that at least he gets an answer in relation to Mrs Dixon, though not necessarily, I can't promise a statement on the wider issues concerning the probate office.
We now go by video link to James Murray. Oh, we don't. tells me here that you are virtual, and here you are, Mr. Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here in person. We in Ealing North could not be prouder of our local hero, Bukayo Saka. He grew up in Greenford, he went to Edward Beetham Primary in Greenford High School, and at the age of 19, he has now shown courage and bravery that is inspiring to us all. In the last few days, local people have rushed to thank him and honour him, and to stand united against those who have subjected him and his teammates to online racist abuse. Will the Leader of the House ask the Prime Minister and Home Secretary to come to the House of Commons so they can finally apologise for not backing the England team when they took the knee to oppose racism?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman, I congratulate him first of all on managing to achieve what Padre Pio used to do, which was bilocation. It is an indication of great sanctity, so that he should be both virtual and physical at the same time is a miracle in this very house. But to come to his issue, I mean, he takes the same pride in Mr Saka from his constituency as I do in Mr Mings being a Somerset man. And I think across the country we take pride in the British football team, even those of us like me who normally don't know one bit of the circle of the football or the shape of the football from the other. I mean, it has united the whole country in an interest in football, even for those who hadn't previously had it. The Prime Minister was here yesterday, made absolutely clear not only his support for the team, but also his condemnation of racism in football, which is likewise something that unites the House.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even after lockdown release, the events industry will take some time to properly get back on its feet. It was fantastic to see the Great Yorkshire Show taking place in Harrogate this week, but it is operating at 50% capacity. There are other important events and event organisations such as the Harrogate International Festival that have been severely impacted. Now, I'm aware we have talked about this sector before, but events and circumstances are evolving. So could we have, please, a further debate on the long-term support for the event industry, because it adds so much to the quality of life in the United Kingdom and it may need extra help in the future.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much sympathise with my honourable friend. Business events are vital to the UK economy, directly contributing over £31 billion each year prior to the pandemic. They also support a vast supply chain and stimulate valuable trade opportunities. The Events Research Programme plays an important role in our work fully to reopen the sector, with another business event pilot set to take place at the Harrogate Convention Centre next week. The Government knows how badly the sector has been hit by the pandemic and will continue encouraging and engaging with people to monitor the situation and try and support a recovery plan. I accept that this will be a longer-term effort, but I think beginning to get back to normal from Monday will begin to be helpful.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can we take it from the Leader's comments in response to the Shadow Leader that if this chamber is indeed a crowded place next Wednesday at Prime Minister's questions, he will be following his own government's advice and wearing a mask?
Lord President.
Wait and see.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will no doubt be aware of the campaigners Natasha Ratu and the team at Karmandavana, Sarah Brown and the team at IKWRO, the women's rights organisation, Natasha Feroze and the team at the Middle Eastern Women and Society organisation, MISO, who have been working with me and my team on a PMB last year and then amendments to the HSE bill this session, to end so-called virginity testing and hymenoplasty. And I particularly have to pay tribute to Naomi Wiseman and Dr Charlotte Proudman, who have been helping me on that. However, along with many members, I didn't get a chance to speak in yesterday's HSE second reading debate. So would my right honourable friend find time for a debate on to include so-called virginity testing and hymenoplasty, along with other issues of violence against women and girls at the earliest opportunity?
Lord President.
Deputy Speaker, I would point my honourable friend to the end of this session's adjournment debate next Thursday, which will be an opportunity to speak and to raise any issues that he wishes to. May I commend him on the work he is doing, on the efforts he is following to ensure that a private member's bill is brought forward. I'm sorry he didn't have the opportunity to speak in the debate yesterday. I am aware of the pressures on time, that's why I'm quite pleased that there will be 2 days of debate for the Borders debate second reading next week, because supply and demand do not always match in this House.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can we have a debate in government time on the issues surrounding quad bike use with a view to exploring the banning of quad bikes for on-road use? And will the Leader of the House join with me in wishing both Castleford Tigers and St Helens the very best of luck this weekend at the Rugby League Challenge Cup final at Wembley, where I'm sure we'll see the very best of our sporting values at play, both on and off the field.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, indeed, I would love to wish both sides every good fortune at the Challenge Cup final and ensure that there will be, I'm sure there will be, impeccable behaviour. And I hope that the Honourable Lady is going to be in the box watching and cheering on one of the sides. As regards quad bike use on roads, I do notice in North East Somerset that it is sometimes convenient for farmers to go on roads on their quad bikes, so I would be reluctant to advocate a complete ban, but it's obviously important that all road users are safe.
We now go by video link to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Millions of people across the United Kingdom depend on the BBC for impartial news being pumped into their living rooms. Indeed, people across the world depend on the BBC and trust it to be truly impartial. I have regularly received complaints about the lack of impartiality about BBC News and the bias that seems to be held in particular ways. But there is clear concern about the potential appointment of the ex-Huffington Post editor, Jess Brammer, as news editor for the BBC. So could the Leader of the House arrange for a debate in government time on the requirement for the BBC News to be impartial and to reflect the news rather than the opinions of those that preside over it?
Lord President.
Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this issue. And I think the message to the BBC is that Caesar's wife must be above suspicion. It is of crucial importance that the BBC is not only impartial, but is seen to be impartial. And the BBC must ask itself, it's going to make an appointment from the Huffington Post, would it make an appointment from the Guido Fawkes website, a similar news outlet, except a rather more accurate one, on the right rather than on the left? And I think the BBC would be astonished by my suggestion. Would they make an appointment from Conservative Home or from the Daily Telegraph? It seems unlikely. And therefore I think it is problematic when the BBC looks at left-wing outlets and thinks that that is impartiality. But I also think it's more serious than that, because the BBC has a number of dedicated, really good quality journalists who are genuinely important. The Laura Koonsbergs, Martha Carneys, James Landales of this world, who one has no idea of their political opinions at all, and rightly so. And that is the model of the BBC, that is the best of the BBC. And people like that are undermined if Caesar's wife is seen to be suspect.
We now go by video link to Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The nighttime economy is very important for Liverpool, and the Baltic Triangle is hugely important to Liverpool's cultural offering and nightlife. The Agent of Change principle was embedded into the National Planning Policy Framework in 2018, and it was designed to protect music and cultural spaces from noise complaints and potential closure in the event of new residential properties being developed beside venues. However, it is only advisory and not working in practice, so well-loved and important music vacancy 24 Kitchen Street now faces closure due to neighbouring property development. So will the Leader of the House make time for a debate in government time on how to strengthen the protection of pre-existing venues and businesses within the planning system? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely understand the importance of the nighttime economy more broadly, and note the Honourable Lady's reference to the Baltic Triangle in her own city. My concern may be equal but different. That is to say, people move into villages and then complain about the church bells and the church clock chiming. And I think, frankly, this is idiotic. If you move in somewhere, you must put up with what is there already. And you should not be able to stop things that have been going on in some cases for hundreds of years. Some people move to the countryside and complain about cocks crowing. And you think, well, why on earth are you moving to the countryside? Why don't you stay in town or put earplugs in or something? So I'm very sympathetic to what the Honourable Lady is saying. I cannot promise her a debate in government time, but I will ensure that her very good point is raised in the right quarter.
And finally, Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday evening, my constituency suffered from extreme flooding, with Portobello Road effectively becoming a river and more than 2,500 reports of flooding being logged. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that our drainage and sewage systems need to be able to cope with thunderstorms and the water companies need to be doing everything to achieve that end?
Lord President.
Yes, indeed I do, Madam Deputy Speaker. Flooding causes devastation for communities, homes and businesses. Local flood risk management, including surface water, falls to local flood authorities, county and unitary authorities, who must identify and manage these risks as part of their local flood risk management strategy. I do understand that Thames Water is building a huge super sewer around London, which I hope will be better able to cope with flooding or sudden storms when they come, rather than having the marvellous sewer built by Bazalgette in the 19th century overwhelmed. But my honourable friend raises a point that is of great concern to members across the House, and in a country such as ours, with the rainfall that we have, we need to be able to cope with storms.
Thank you. I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order. Presentation of Bill. Tim Lawton.
Reciprocal Access Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 18th of March 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 18th of March 2022. Presentation of Bill. Bamble.
Children Access to Treatment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 19th of November 2021.
Friday the 19th of November. We now come to the backbench debate on the Northern Ireland Protocol. Before I call the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex, I have to make a short statement about the sub judice resolution, which repeats the position taken on these matters yesterday. Mr. Speaker has been advised that there are active legal proceedings on the legality of the Northern Ireland Protocol and active legal proceedings and open inquests in relation to historic Troubles-related deaths. I'm exercising the discretion given to the Chair in respect of the resolution on matters sub judice to allow full reference to the challenge to the Northern Ireland Protocol as it concerns issues of national importance. Further, I'm exercising that discretion to allow limited reference to active legal proceedings and open inquests in relation to historic Troubles-related deaths. However, references to these cases should be limited to the context and the events which led to the cases, but should not include details of the cases themselves, nor the names of those involved in them. All honourable members should, however, be mindful of matters which may be the subject of future legal proceedings and should exercise caution in making reference to individual cases. I call Sir Bernard Jenkin to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for that statement. I beg to move the motion standing in my name, and I would like to record my thanks to the Backbench Business Committee for granting time for this debate, and I'm also very grateful that so many honourable and right honourable members have put in to take part in this debate. I believe it is a debate of significance and at a time of significance. The purpose of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, is for the House to agree on how the Government should approach the issues which have arisen in Northern Ireland since the UK left the European Union. May I just remind the House that the Northern Ireland Protocol was part of the 2019 EU withdrawal agreement, not part of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement which was only ratified this year. And it is the Protocol which is creating strains on power sharing under the Good Friday Agreement, pressures on political stability, and an upsurge in tension between the two communities in Northern Ireland. Yeah. But let me just say what this debate is not about. There is absolutely no value in point scoring about past divisions and disputes that we have had in this House. That will just further undermine public confidence. This debate is about looking forward, about what we must now agree to do to set things right. The proposals I will come to are in the interests of the EU as much as they are in the interests of the UK. So the motion before the House sets out, and I quote, the primary aims of the Northern Ireland Protocol of the EU Withdrawal Agreement, which are to uphold the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its dimensions and to respect the integrity of the EU and UK internal markets, and new infrastructure and controls at the border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic must be avoided to maintain the peace in Northern Ireland and to encourage stability and trade. Unquote. The motion then points out an indisputable fact, that the volume of trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland far exceeds trade between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Unquote. So why is this significant? In 2019, the Northern Ireland Executive found that over 90% of medicines, fruit and vegetables, books, clothes, household goods and baby equipment sold in Northern Ireland was arriving from other parts of the United Kingdom. In 2018, Northern Ireland's sales to Great Britain were 2.5 times greater than those to the Republic. Madam Deputy Speaker, the protocol itself is clear. It is not intended to create what the protocol refers to as, and I quote, diversion of trade. On the contrary, Article 16 of the protocol states, and I will quote it, if the application of this protocol leads to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties that are liable to persist or to diversion of trade, the Union or the United Kingdom may unilaterally take appropriate safeguard measures. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the member for giving way, and he's making a very important point. And yet, is it not significant that since the protocol came into operation, there has been a dramatic increase in imports from the Irish Republic into Northern Ireland and a fall in trade between GB and Northern Ireland, and indeed the Irish ministers have boasted that one of the reasons for having the delay in further border checks is to encourage further diversification of trade towards the Irish Republic.
Well, I couldn't be more grateful for that intervention, and I will amplify the points that he's making because he is absolutely right. Have no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been and is continuing to be diversion of trade due to the protocol. Article 16 exists in order that either party could take unilateral action to prevent that. The Irish Central Statistics Office reports that the Republic of Ireland exports to Northern Ireland in the first 4 months of this year increased by 25% and by 40% relative to the first 4 months of 2019 and 2020. The Northern Ireland exports to the Republic increased by 59% and 61% on the same comparison. Some are heralding this as the birth of an all-Ireland economy. That is wholly contrary to the letter and spirit of the protocol. The motion in my name continues by noting, and I quote, that significant provisions of the protocol remain subject to grace periods and have not yet been applied to trade from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, as there is no evidence that this has presented any significant risk to the EU internal market. These grace periods, applying to chilled meats, medicines and for the requirement of export health certificates, are intended to lapse in the coming months. The UK government may choose to extend them, as we already have done, with or without the EU's permission. And the government would be justified in doing so because they're not doing any harm. But that's not a long-term solution. The Irish Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Simon Coveney, says that the grace periods exist, and I quote, to give supermarkets in particular the time to readjust their supply chains to adapt to what he refers to as these new realities. I'm afraid this confirms in the minds of many that the protocol is being used to create diversion of trade. Diversion of trade as a goal can form no basis for the rebuilding of trust and public confidence of both communities in Northern Ireland. Article 6 of the protocol requires the EU and the UK to, and I quote, use their best endeavours to facilitate trade between Northern Ireland and other parts of the United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, I regret to say, thus far, there is little evidence to suggest that the Republic of Ireland or the EU are attaching any importance to this vital commitment. And that is what is destroying trust. The motion then states that this House regards flexibility in the application of the protocol as being in the mutual interests of the EU and the UK, given the unique constitutional and political circumstances of Northern Ireland, and regrets EU threats of legal action. And the motion then concludes that the House notes that the EU and the UK have made a mutual commitment to adopt measures with a view to avoiding controls at ports and airports of Northern Ireland to the extent possible, is conscious of the need to avoid separating the Unionist community from the rest of the UK, consistent with the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and also recognises that Article 13.8 of the Protocol provides for potentially superior arrangements to those currently in place. So that's the real point of this motion. The point is that the protocol is only one solution to the challenge of avoiding a hard border in Ireland while also respecting the integrity of the EU and UK internal markets. There always was more than one way to skin a cat, and the EU agreed to that in Article 13.8. Unfortunately, the EU seems to be implacably opposed to any discussion about how a subsequent agreement under Article 13.8 of the Protocol could supersede the Protocol in whole or in part. Paragraph 35 of the Political Declaration to the Withdrawal Agreement also envisaged such facilitative arrangements and technologies will also be considered in alternative arrangements for ensuring the absence of a hard border on the island of Ireland. Sadly, the protocol was not superseded by the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. But now is the time for the EU to accept that their application of the protocol is not achieving its legitimate aims. Either the protocol must be changed by agreement, or the UK must exercise its sovereign right to jettison the whole thing as a fundamental threat to peace and stability in Northern Ireland and to the integrity of the United Kingdom. The EU could start by agreeing to an expanded category of goods which are not at risk of onward travel to the Republic of Ireland. We already have an authorised trader scheme for supermarkets, and this could also be expanded, creating far less paperwork than now and a permanent exemption from unnecessary SPS checks. The EU could also agree to allow non-EU compliant UK products to be imported into Northern Ireland if they are not at risk of moving into the rest of the EU internal market. The question is whether the EU is capable of being flexible and pragmatic, or whether they will continue to insist on imposing their rules, whatever the cost to peace and stability in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, the noble Lord Trimble was one of the two leaders who won the Nobel Peace Prize for negotiating the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. He has proposed a new solution, replacing the protocol with a system of mutual enforcement. This would mean that the UK and the EU would each ensure and guarantee that goods travelling across the shared border would be compliant with each other's standards. Like checks would occur, but away from the border, and both sides would share relevant data on exports. This would remove the need for direct EU jurisdiction over Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland would be under UK law and fully restored as part of the UK internal market. It would ensure the absence of any new infrastructure on the border itself. It would guarantee the integrity of the EU internal market. Most important, it would accord equal respect to the concerns of both communities in Northern Ireland in a way which the present protocol utterly fails to do. This proposal has not yet been tabled by the UK government. My understanding is that the sentiments of this motion are broadly supported by the government. Ideally, the EU would accept its obligations under paragraph 35 of the 2019 Political Declaration and agree in principle that the protocol will be superseded by these pragmatic and practical proposals. We must hope that the EU lives up to its own ideals. Article 8 of the Treaty on European Union obliges the EU, and I quote, to develop a special relationship with neighbouring countries aiming to establish an area of prosperity and good neighbourliness based on cooperation. If the EU refuses in principle even to open these discussions, then the UK will have no option but to resort to Article 16 and unilateral action. Madam Deputy Speaker, the world is watching how the EU is dealing with the United Kingdom. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful, honourable friend. I wonder, in the course of this, sometimes there's a view taken in the EU or even in Ireland that somehow the rest of the UK, Great Britain, hasn't really any regard at all for the status of Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom. Can I just read back to him two facts from a recent poll which show this is completely wrong? They were asked, is it unfair, this is the whole of the UK, is it unfair to Northern Ireland that it is treated differently to the rest of the UK? Over 50% of United Kingdom residents said yes, it was unfair. And the second thing, which is really important, is that how important or unimportant is it that Northern Ireland remains a part of the United Kingdom? And again, well over half, 53% said important, and interesting, a margin of 41% over those in the United Kingdom who said it was unimportant. We want Northern Ireland to remain a part of the United Kingdom.
Yeah. I think my right honourable friend puts a most important marker down. That any idea that the United Kingdom as a whole is not interested in the interests of Northern Ireland, in their interests, and that they should remain part of the United Kingdom. That is not an established fact. Any idea that can be dismissed, he has just dealt with very capably. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm concluding my remarks. The world is watching how the EU is dealing with the United Kingdom. The UK will offer agreement on what the problems are and how they must be resolved. Together, the EU and the UK can look for common ground about how to do so. Otherwise, the rest of the world will see that the grounds for invoking Article 16 have indeed already been met, and action will have to be taken.
The question is, as on the order paper, I have to impose an immediate time limit on backbench speeches, but it's quite generous as compared with recent times of 6 minutes. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate my right honourable and honourable friends on securing this debate today and for giving members the opportunity to express their views. For people in Northern Ireland, the political and economic stakes could not be higher, as the protocol presents the greatest ever threat to the economic integrity of the United Kingdom. The rigorous implementation of the protocol that some anti-Brexit parties in Northern Ireland have called for would be bad for consumers and bad for business. It would be socially disruptive, economically ruinous and politically disastrous for Northern Ireland. As Lord Frost has repeatedly pointed out, the Northern Ireland Protocol in its present form is unsustainable and it needs to go. Over the last 50 years, if we have learnt anything in Northern Ireland, it is that if our political arrangements are to last, then they require support from right across the community. And there is not a single elected representative in any unionist party that supports the Northern Ireland Protocol. The Government has promised that it will publish its plans for the future of the Protocol before Parliament rises for the summer recess, and that cannot come a moment too soon. Much has been said about how we got here, but today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to set out where we need to go from here. My party will not prejudge what the Government has to say, but I want to make it clear what any new approach needs to achieve. And that is why today I'm setting out 7 tests that I believe are important for any new arrangements. Our tests are grounded not in a unionist wish list, but in promises that have already been made in one form or another to the people of Northern Ireland. I do not believe that it is too much to ask that the Government stands over these promises. Firstly, new arrangements must fulfil the guarantee of the 6th article of the Act of Union 1800. That Act of Union is no ordinary statute. It is the constitutional statute which created the United Kingdom for the people that I represent. The 6th article essentially requires that everyone in the United Kingdom is entitled to the same privileges and to be on the same footing as to goods in either country and in respect of trade within the United Kingdom. Under the protocol, this is clearly no longer the case. And the House will be aware, and you made reference, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the legal challenge on this point, and that the High Court has held that the protocol does not put the people of Northern Ireland on an equal footing with those in the rest of the United Kingdom. And in defending their position, the Government lawyers made clear that the protocol impliedly repeals Article 6 of the Act of Union. That is a matter of grave concern to us, and it is a matter that needs to be put right. Secondly, any new arrangements must avoid any diversion of trade, and I welcome what has been said already. It is simply not acceptable that consumers and businesses in Northern Ireland are told that they must purchase certain goods from the EU and not from Great Britain. In this regard, it is notable that Article 16 of the Protocol already permits the UK to take unilateral safeguarding measures to ensure that there is no diversion of trade. The Government must do that. Thirdly, it is essential that any new arrangements that are negotiated do not constitute a border in the Irish Sea between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In line with the Act of Union, there should be no internal trade border in the UK. Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market must be fully restored. Fourthly, new arrangements must give the people of Northern Ireland a say in the making of the laws which govern them. This guarantee is implicit in Article 3 of Protocol 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights, where it states quite clearly that in situations where people are subject to laws, they should have the ability to freely express their opinion on those laws. Northern Ireland does not have that in relation to EU regulations being imposed upon it. Fifthly, new arrangements must result in no checks on goods going from Northern Ireland to Great Britain or from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister gave that commitment on the 8th of December 2019, and it should be honoured. Sixthly, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. I'm sure on that last point that he has put to the House about goods moving from Northern Ireland to GB unmolested and unhindered, he would be as shocked as I was when Retail NI, Manufacturing NI, the Ulster Farmers Union and haulage representatives at this morning's Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee confirmed that from January 2022 they will have to put in place documentary evidence of what they are moving from one part of the United Kingdom to the other part of the United Kingdom, which does no damage and places no impediment to the European single market. He must be appalled at that requirement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my honourable friend, the member for North Antrim, makes the point very powerfully indeed. Sixthly, new arrangements should ensure that no new regulatory barriers develop between Great Britain and Northern Ireland unless agreed by the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly. This commitment was made in paragraph 50 of the joint report from the negotiators of the European Union and the United Kingdom Government in December 2017. Our government sadly failed to honour that paragraph 50 when it concluded the Northern Ireland Protocol. We expect that commitment made by the government to be honoured.
Just on those last 2 points, I'm just trying to check a little bit on the no new regulatory barriers and the checks point between GB and NI. Can you just set out, so I think it would be helpful for the House, there were already some checks along the lines of animal health related ones, given that the island of Ireland was a single animal health zone. So is he saying that the checks that already existed pre-Brexit, those are not encompassed by his things? What he's really looking at are the new checks that have come along as a result of us leaving the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the honourable member is absolutely right, and I can say that, of course, we accept that checks that were in place before Brexit should continue, and goods that are proceeding on from Great Britain through Northern Ireland to the EU may, of course, have different arrangements. It is goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland that are subject to new checks under the protocol, which we object to. And seventhly, Madam Deputy Speaker, new arrangements must preserve the letter and the spirit of Northern Ireland's constitutional guarantee set out most recently in the Belfast Agreement, by requiring in advance the consent of a majority of the people of Northern Ireland for any diminution in its status as part of the United Kingdom. Our consent was not sought for the diminution in our status and the repealing of a key element of the Act of Union that changed our status with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Madam Deputy Speaker, to reduce the constitutional status to having a say in the final step of leaving the United Kingdom would mean that, in effect, it is no meaningful guarantee at all. If the constitutional guarantee for Northern Ireland is to have any meaning, it doesn't just apply to the question of whether we are part of a united Ireland or remain in the United Kingdom. The agreement is clear, the Belfast Agreement. It is any change to the status of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom, and our consent was not sought and most certainly has not been given. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no practical or pragmatic reason why arrangements cannot be put in place which can satisfy these tests and prove no meaningful threat to the integrity of the EU single market. But we require that Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market is restored, and we expect that the Government will take steps to do so in line with the previous commitments they have given from the Prime Minister down. My party will be assessing any new arrangements against these 7 tests, and I hope for the sake of the integrity of the United Kingdom and the people of Northern Ireland, we will not be disappointed.
Thank you. We now go by video link to the Chairman of the Select Committee, Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, the member for North Essex and Harwich, for instigating this debate. It's nice to see a mainstream debate on the affairs of Northern Ireland taking place on the floor of the House. Let's just remind ourselves of 2 things, I suppose, really, at the start. That the noble Lord Frost confirmed to our committee just a few weeks ago that he negotiated the protocol, he understood the protocol, and he signed off the protocol. Now, there may be some surprises with regards to how people have interpreted 1 or 2 parts of it, but it's not legitimate for the government to effectively say this was new, it was an impost, it crept up upon this. This was a negotiated document between the 2 parties. Without the protocol, there would still have to be checks, because we are talking about the defence, for want of a better phrase, of an internal market and a single market. And those alternative arrangements, as some called them some little while ago, would, according to HMRC, likely to be as, if not more complicated, and actually possibly more costly. So for those who may be thinking, well, get rid of the protocol and everything goes back to being normal, then it won't. We're all in a new normal now. And I think it is important because there are a lot of concerns from amongst the loyalist community predominantly, that this is in some way a stepping stone to a united Ireland, or in some way moves forward to a border poll. Everybody from the Taoiseach to the Prime Minister at last week's liaison committee in response to a question from me, from Brussels and from anywhere else, has to recognise that the integrity of Northern Ireland as an intrinsic and key part of the United Kingdom remains. The protocol doesn't change that constitutional balance one way or the other. Now, I take the point that the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for the Lagan Valley, just made. I have yet to be persuaded, Madam Deputy Speaker, that anybody in their heart of hearts ever actually defines their sense of belonging or loyalty by invisible trading arrangements. Citizenship, a sense of belonging, a sense of nationhood are far more powerful and emotive than that. And we should remind ourselves there will be none in this House, I know, but there are some who refuse to accept the referendum result on the Good Friday Agreement itself, and who have gone around saying, well, unless we get our way on this protocol, unless it's scrapped, and let's just pause there for a moment, there is no majority view in support of the scrapping of the protocol. Nobody, by the same token, is saying it's perfect, that there is scope for change and for improvement. But let us not inadvertently fall into a trap of using this debate on the protocol as a Trojan horse to undermine the Good Friday Agreement, because everybody knows that without that bedrock, then there can be no progress in Northern Ireland, and none that we have seen over the last several decades. Business wants to be engaged, and let me say to the Minister, and I look forward to her summing up, the investment conference. Let's have that. Let's maximise those opportunities. Invest NI are dealing with 30 requests at the moment. And the Business Engagement Forum needs to be formalised with a set agenda and regular meetings. Trust is so important here. My honourable friend from North Essex talked about the need for the EU to change. I agree in many respects. We need to see flexibility on goods at risk. We need to see flexibility on the precautionary principle, the differential of how we use laws. It's either illegal unless it's made legal, or legal unless it's made illegal. The benefit of the extensions, the grace periods, have, I think, illustrated that the single market doesn't collapse as a result of that. Common sense is required. But I'm not here to act as an apologist for the EU, Madam Deputy Speaker, but from all of my conversations that I've had with them, all of my conversations, is that it is of trust. They still remain uncertain as to whether Her Majesty's government is intent upon implementing a reformed protocol using the offices of the Joint Committee. Without that trust, without that certainty, there can be no progress. We need to switch our mindset from negotiate or renegotiate to reform and implement. Let's remind ourselves that the Vice President has no mandate to renegotiate. That would have to be given by the Member States. And any hope for that would only come if we see that trust rebuilt. So I'd urge the government to have this joint investment conference, build on the trust, formalise business engagement. We heard today from two witnesses, let me quote both of them, Aidan Connolly from the Retail Consortium. The most frustrating thing for business in Northern Ireland is we can see the solutions, we just don't see the political will to do them. And from the Ulster Farmers Union, Victor Cheshunt, solutions are sitting there. Well, let's not just let them sit there, let's grab them, let's make them work, and let the twin benefits of access to the UK internal market and the European Union's single market be that blue touch paper that will reignite and light a post-COVID Northern Ireland economy where the benefits to business and to citizens can be fully felt.
Thank you. And to confirm the answer to the question which is being silently asked, no, there is no mechanism whereby members can intervene upon someone who is speaking virtually. But I just ask for patience from honourable members. Hopefully we will only have 3 more days of this arrangement. We all hope. We now go by video link to Tony Lloyd.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a genuine pleasure to follow the chair of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, the honourable member for North Dorset, whose very sensible and pragmatic approach to the issue of the protocol is one that I have to commend to his honourable and right honourable friends on the government benches. You know, it is remarkable that it is the Prime Minister and the noble Lord Frost who negotiated the protocol. And when I read now that they use, the noble Lord Frost uses words like he hadn't understood the chilling effect of the agreement, then we've got to ask, did he understand really what he was signing up to? Or is this now part of a political rhetoric, which is again, part of that unfortunate cycle of distrust and increasing mistrust that we see between not simply the United Kingdom and the European Union, but the United Kingdom and the United States, alas, actually, even for the population in Northern Ireland, for whom I understand only 6% now have any trust in our United Kingdom government. That's a staggering statistic. So what I would say at the outset of this, I share the Select Committee Chair's view that we've got to rebuild that trust in our relationships. You know, one of the bizarre things, of course, is that for an awful lot of industry and commerce in Northern Ireland, the reality is that the world is going on very well. Those of us who cast our mind back, I think it was the 9th of January, I was reminded the Belfast newsletter carried an article that quoted the Road Haulage Association as saying that we were within 5 days of our supply chains to Northern Ireland breaking down. We're now in day 208 from there. Those supply chains have not broken down, and most business is getting on with getting around some of the undoubted issues that arose through the protocol. The Northern Ireland manufacturing tell me that overwhelmingly their members are in favour of keeping the protocol, not necessarily entirely as is, but keeping the protocol as the basis for work. They don't want to see another big change. The Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce reported recently in their quarterly economic survey that 2/3 of its members believe that Northern Ireland's unique status post-EU exit presents opportunities for the region. These aren't the cries that we've heard already today about business and commerce being savaged by the protocol. But let me then say I accept that there are very specific circumstances that are difficult. These are technical issues, and technical issues require technical answers. Some of that can be by us adopting and agreeing to adopt the veterinary standards that are compatible with the EU. That would be a very sensible way forward. It would mean that even chilled meats could travel from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. If we make sure that we do have that alignment, it's not necessarily against our interest, not simply with respect to Northern Ireland, but to allow GB produce from our farms to be sold into the rest of the European Union. It's a common sense solution that we've got to look for. And these are technical issues, but the technical issues that can be resolved only if we do build back that relationship of trust between Brussels and London. And as, again, I quote the chair of the Select Committee, a recognition that we also need to extend that climate of trust to all the 27 capitals of European Union countries if we're to go forward. But that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the real tragedy. The erosion of trust has been built, I think, on political advantage in terms of domestic politics by our Prime Minister. He's got to turn away from that because that is so dangerous. The threat to the Good Friday Agreement doesn't come through the protocol. It comes through the drip erosion of trust in governance in the United Kingdom by the people of Northern Ireland. The 6% who do trust this government are actually now a remarkably small minority. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, rebuilding that trust now is something that we've got to do. Dial down the rhetoric, Prime Minister. And yes, dial down the rhetoric in Brussels as well. But recognise that the erosion of trust is damaging for the United Kingdom, not simply in UK-EU relations, not simply even in the context of Northern Ireland. It's massively damaging in our relationship with, for example, President Biden. We know that it's widely reported that strong words were spoken advising the UK government to dial again down the climate of antagonism, the climate of distrust that's there. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we've got to recognise today, let's get those technical solutions sorted out. Let's get issues around the common veterinary standard sorted, and that would be popular in both GB and Northern Ireland. We can move forward, but let's dial down, as I say, this climate of mistrust. Let's begin to rebuild a capacity to have those negotiations, not on the basis of public rhetoric, public diplomacy, but the hard work that we expect our diplomats to do in quiet rooms. And in that way, we can all move forward.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Owen Paterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend, Member for Harwich and North Essex, for landing this debate at a very timely time. And this is a really important debate, which I hope the government is listening to carefully. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Rochdale. I don't entirely agree with his analysis, but I do admire his intentions. I go to Northern Ireland still on a regular basis, having been the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State before that. And I'm detecting real concern and a sense of bewilderment in Northern Ireland. Businesses are having trouble getting materials. Basic products are not available in the shops, not just food, but simple gardening equipment and other elements of everyday life. And my concern is this sense of bewilderment is turning to anger. And I think that is justified because the people of Northern Ireland are now in a very different constitutional place than before the protocol. And it's not just a Northern Ireland issue. I am the chairman of the Centre for Brexit Policy, referred to register members' interests, and all-party think tank. And we commissioned, 2nd to the 4th of July, Savannah Comrades to do some national polling. And it's very interesting. 53% of UK adults say it's important that Northern Ireland remains part of the UK. 50% of UK adults say that the protocol is unfair to Northern Ireland and it's treated differently to the rest of the UK. 57% say that the protocol is a threat to peace and stability in Northern Ireland. And 42% agree that by tying Northern Ireland to the EU single market rules, the protocol acts as a way of not implementing Brexit, which is a comment I think the member for Rochdale should listen to carefully. And all this goes back to the issue of the border, which was always hugely exaggerated by those who wanted the UK to stay in the EU. The total of all Northern Ireland sales last recorded, 68% were local, 17% went to GB, and 6% only to the Republic of Ireland. Going the other way, the Republic of Ireland's sales to Northern Ireland were only 2.6 billion in 2017. That's 0.16%, or 1/625th of the total EU exports. It's simply inconceivable that this trade could utterly pollute the integrity of the single market. And you look at the sort of people conducting this trade, big international companies like Diageo, Lactalis, highly competent professional people who already deal with the border, where there is a currency border, there is an excise duty border, there's a VAT border. So this border was always massively exaggerated, and there were always other solutions, and certainly much better ones than we've got now in the protocol. And you look what's happening. The Permanent Secretary of Diary, reporting to the Stormont Agriculture Committee, said Northern Ireland has a population of under 0.5% of the EU's, yet its documentary checks represent 1/5 of all the equivalent documentation right across the EU. So a sort of monster's been created around what is really a very limited problem. And everyone should listen very carefully to the noble Lord Trimble, who won a Nobel Prize, who put his whole career on the line in order to work through the peace agreement, which was signed as the Belfast Agreement with John Hume. And he's pointed out also that Northern Ireland has 2.5 times more custom checks than Rotterdam. He's very clear, made it clear in the Times very recently when President Biden was here, that the Good Friday Agreement is threatened by the protocol because the Constitution has been changed. The vital principle of consent, which was the basis on which he got the Belfast Agreement through, has been breached. It is quite clear that laws are now being imposed on citizens in Northern Ireland where they have no say. Lord Frost of Allerton, who I think has manfully tried to make the protocol work, he reported to the House of Lords a couple of days ago that 800 new pieces of legislation have been dumped on Northern Ireland from the EU. And it didn't have to be like this. Back in October 2018, I took Lord Trimble and my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Wiltshire Green, to see Michel Barnier and Sabine Veilland. And we explained that we would respect the single market. If we sell goods to the US market, we respect their regulations. If we sell into the EU single market as a third country, we would always respect their regulations. And that is the way forward. They listened carefully then, and sadly, this was not pursued by the then government. And Lord Trimble has helped write a very important paper, which the Centre for Brexit Policy put out earlier, on mutual enforcement. And that in simple terms says that under UK law and justiciable in the UK courts, all exports into the EU will meet EU standards and vice versa. That would mean all this fuss about regulation would only apply to the tiny number of exports. And we're not going to see some Indonesian tyre manufacturer trying to smuggle containers of tyres through to West German car plants from Larne and out through Dublin. That's simply not going to happen. So a lot of this could all be sorted by the concept of mutual enforcement. I take my hat off to Lord Frost, who I think has really, really tried to make this work. And the EU has been obtuse and pig-headed to agree and rebuffed every attempt. So I think when something really doesn't work, and it's clearly not working, and it is causing damage in Northern Ireland, and it is clearly a breach of the Acts of Union, as the Rutherford for Lagan Valley pointed out. We should recognise that. We shouldn't fight it. We shouldn't overrule the result of the EU referendum and adopt a whole lot of EU law just to sort out this tiny problem on the Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland border. Mutual enforcement is the way ahead. Everybody in this debate should respect the views of a Nobel Peace Prize winner, and that is his solution, and that is what I would like to see the government adopt. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member, for getting this matter onto the floor of the House. And I can also welcome the comments by the Member for Chillingford and Woodford Green for the encouragement that he has given by the survey results that he has put on the record today to all of the people of the United Kingdom, that we are all as one in this. And on that I would say, and I would encourage my Conservative colleagues across the House, that Brexit cannot be properly done or properly completed until we resolve this issue of the Northern Ireland Protocol, because it is an outstanding matter that does need to be resolved. Day and daily I'm horrified whenever parcels arrive from GB into Northern Ireland to my constituents with a label on it that says Northern Ireland, foreign parcel. Coming from a post office in GB to my constituency, to my constituents, telling them and reminding them day and daily they are receiving foreign goods in their own country when they're not. When this is about ordinary commerce within the single market of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland is effectively, the United Kingdom has effectively been partitioned by this protocol, and that is why we welcome this debate and why we welcome the fact that it must be fixed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must put on the record my declaration and refer to my registered interests. I am currently engaged as part of the commercial case in the High Court against the protocol on behalf of commercial entities in Northern Ireland. But, you know, for all of the litigation that has been ongoing, that really will not solve this issue. What we actually need is political determination, because the courts of the land are not there to really drive this matter forward. It's this House. This House is sovereign for all of the United Kingdom, and the sooner this House and the government determines that it is going to change this protocol, then the better for us all. We're effectively, Madam Deputy Speaker, at that fork in the road. And the protocol, of course, contains the own recipe to fix it. Under Article 16, it can be unilaterally removed where there is seismic social community and commercial activity which is detrimental to a part of the United Kingdom. Article 38 also allows for it to be changed unilaterally by the government, because this House is sovereign. So let us urge the government to use its majority and to use the sovereignty of this House to fix this matter and to get Brexit done as we all want to see it done. And let's use this House to put in place those mutual enforcement agreements which we know will be better for all of Northern Ireland. Now, the Northern Ireland Economy Minister recently wrote to the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, and he said that he had significant concerns for the protocol because of the economic divergence that it is clearly creating for British firms in GB trading with British companies in Northern Ireland. He went on to say that this was creating commercial discrimination. Commercial discrimination because of a protocol that was supposed to help us, that was supposed to give us the best of both worlds. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not acceptable. It has got to be changed. At the heart of this protocol lies confusion. When a president of one of the European neighbours doesn't even know and acknowledge that Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom, Monsieur Macron, why else would there not be confusion? Because of the essence of the protocol is not constructive ambiguity. The essence of the protocol has been a confusion about Northern Ireland's place. Is it in the EU customs union? Is it out of the EU territory? Is it in the UK territory? What is its actual status? And that has confused the mix. And we've got to make sure that we move away from that confusion. We do not have in Northern Ireland the best of both worlds. We are essentially in a commercial no man's land. Let me put some issues to the House on that basis. One of the last-minute revisions made to the Northern Ireland Protocol on the 10th of December last year, one which was shoehorned in under the radar aspects of the EU single-use plastic directives. This means that on top of the already burdensome and costly adoptions businesses are having to make and continue to sell products in Northern Ireland, regulations will widen even further in January, which will mean that plastics labelling requirements will be imposed on products and on producers on a range of items, from wet wipes to drinking cups to tobacco products to a whole host of products that contain plastic. Yet there is no transposing regulations put in place yet. So we don't know what companies are going to have to do. So we now have even more added confusion, nonsensical red tape for trade of wet wipes from GB to Northern Ireland. That would be and will pose incredible problems on Northern Ireland. We also have other commercial realities which were identified this morning in the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, where manufacturing, haulage, retail and farming all came together and gave us a very sorry picture that over 77% of their base are still having daily and experiencing daily problems with the operation of the protocol, where there's a wide increase in wage inflation, where there's unacceptable spectre coming down the tracks in January 2022 that will see GB having to, or Northern Ireland having to put in place even more red tape whenever it comes to putting its goods into GB. You know, the overwhelming consensus is that this is not acceptable. And words have been very good, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we now require action by the government.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this debate. There has been a lot said around Northern Ireland Protocol over recent months. And particular attention has been given to the concerns expressed by unionists and loyalists, and indeed a focus on street protests and the risk of wider tensions and even violence. But it is worth stressing that this does not reflect Northern Ireland as a whole, and indeed it doesn't reflect the majority viewpoint in Northern Ireland politically. It is fair to say that no one in Northern Ireland particularly likes or wants the protocol, but the majority of people, businesses and elected representatives understand why it is there and why it is necessary to protect the Good Friday Agreement, and they are not calling for it to be scrapped. Instead, they do recognise that there are genuine problems, but they want to make it work with reform and change, and indeed to take advantage of some of the relative opportunities for Northern Ireland from having a footprint in both the UK and EU markets. The protocol reflects the choices made by the UK government and Parliament, and also the DUP in relation to Brexit. It was not imposed upon the UK. It was a free choice in order to facilitate a choice around Brexit. Those advocating for the protocol to be scrapped do need to answer the question as to what is their plausible, realistic alternative. We're seeing a lot of wishful thinking on supposed alternatives, including from a number of speakers so far today. Alternative arrangements, mutual enforcement, Ireland leaving the single market are all nonsensical avenues, all of which have been raised, discussed and dismissed over the past number of years. It's like a trip down memory lane, hearing them all being recycled again. We have to get real and focus on what are the genuine parameters for getting this sorted. This is also not a constitutional or identity issue, and those who are framing it as such are making a fundamental error in doing so, and also backing themselves into a fundamental corner from which they will have difficulty extracting themselves. Rather, it should be seen as a genuine economic issue and challenge. The nature of the union has evolved over the past 200 years. It is never a fixed entity. The fact that we've actually seen Ireland, the union with Ireland become a union with Northern Ireland, and then the Good Friday Agreement are key testaments to that change itself. But Northern Ireland remains as much part of the United Kingdom as it did on its creation 100 years ago this year. We've also seen a lot of talk around the issue of consent. We'll have to say there was very little consideration for the issue of consent whenever Northern Ireland was dragged out of the European Union against the wishes of the majority of people there. But if we're talking about consent today, we have to recognise that once again, the government and Parliament have consented for the protocol. The issue of dual consent inside Northern Ireland doesn't apply in this case because this is an issue that pertains to what is an accepted matter in terms of the devolved settlement, in that this is a matter of international affairs. All that said, there is much that we can do to make what is otherwise a solid line down the Irish Sea into a dotted line. This does involve finding as many flexibilities and mitigations as possible, consistent with the respective legal requirements of both the UK and the EU. These must be done by agreement. Unilateral action leaves us in a very difficult position, in particular our businesses who have to trade on a firm legal footing. Fundamentally, it must be understood that there's a trade-off between the degree of alignment between the UK and EU and the level of checks and frictions across the Irish Sea. The solutions don't simply lie with pushing the boundaries in relation to the protocol. In many respects, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement is a minimal trade deal, especially in relation to non-tariff barriers. The UK has the option to make supplemental agreements with the European Union, including a veterinary agreement. And this isn't just an imperative to address the issue across the Irish Sea, but also to help all UK agri-food exporters to the EU who are currently suffering from major drops in terms of sales. Many independent sovereign states have concluded veterinary agreements with the EU, and so can and should the UK. And every MP who is today professing concern for Northern Ireland, but also at the same time insisting on Brexit purity, does need to reflect very strongly on this. A Swiss-style deal would be optimal, but there are other options. I would certainly call for as much responsibility and creativity in this regard from both the UK and EU. But in reaching an outcome, there's one key ingredient, and this is trust. And this is a particular challenge for the UK government. It's facing a trust paradox. Flexibility and pragmatism requires the EU to trust the UK as and when we seek to bend the rules to accommodate the particular challenges facing Northern Ireland. But so far, we've seen the government fail to honour existing agreements, make unilateral moves, and even see legal action undertaken against it. Even next week, we're expecting another statement from Lord Frost in relation to what is unilateral actions. Indeed, we've seen Lord Frost and others seek to rewrite history and to deny the reality of what they negotiated and signed up to regarding the protocol. And we've seen mixed signals between, on the one hand, acknowledging the need to fix and work the protocol, and on the other hand, that Article 16 could be invoked and the protocol suspended or even ditched. Those are not viable and will bring huge consequences for the UK. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The United Kingdom left the EU lawfully and democratically under our own constitutional arrangements by sovereign acts of Parliament, including a referendum, all based on our fundamental internal domestic law of sovereignty under our own unwritten constitution. The EU has always known this. We left the EU and the European Communities Act 1972 in the light of previous centuries of democratic self-government and contribution to European peace because of long-standing concerns about European integration, undemocratic majority voting for lawmaking behind closed doors without even a transcript, EU regulations incompatible with our desire for competitive global trading, and awareness that there has never been a level playing field. Our sovereign parliament acts are acts of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. These cover trade and cooperation, withdrawal itself, and the Northern Ireland Protocol, which was made during parliamentary paralysis in 2019 before the last general election. And there is also, of course, the Good Friday Agreement, which is important. It is in the mutual neighbourly interests of the United Kingdom and the EU to recognise that we have left the EU and that we are no longer in its legislative and judicial sphere. Crucially, in addition to Article 16, Section 38(2)(b) of the 2021 Act of Parliament of the United Kingdom, passed by a large majority, what's known as the notwithstanding section, expressly enacted and after the protocol was made, that we are able to pass our own primary legislation to override the withdrawal agreement and the protocol, should Parliament so decide, notwithstanding these instruments. This is within our sovereign constitutional framework of national interest and the constitutional and territorial integrity of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland, and to maintain peace and stability. Indeed, in international law, Mr. Louderpecht and other great authorities have made it abundantly clear that, as far as they are concerned, international law and the Vienna Convention include provision for terminating treaties and for recognising fundamental errors in their composition and implementation. Section 38, therefore, is consistent with clear universal recognition of our fundamental internal constitutional domestic law of sovereignty and fully respects international law. It is in our mutual interest, therefore, with mutual enforcement, to protect the constitutional integrity of the UK and to maintain trade stability and order and to protect the peace process, as is clearly stated in the legal instruments and given the unique political circumstances, as is stated, of the constitutional and political situation in Northern Ireland. The government will be well aware of all this and, I believe, will not be deflected from insisting on our sovereignty where the EU persists in its current attitudes. Therefore, I urge the government to continue negotiations in the short term, bearing in mind what I and others have said in this debate and mindful of the necessity in our national interest to take such action as is our right if the EU does not alter its current approach, as Madame von der Leyen has previously indicated repeatedly, and the leaders of some of the member states, in a way that is inconsistent with the way in which the protocol should be interpreted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carla Lockhart.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today, and I'm grateful to those members who tabled this motion. The rigorous implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol would be economically disastrous for Northern Ireland and an affront to Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. Concerns about the protocol are not limited to unionists in Northern Ireland, but are shared by businesses and consumers from right across the community. For the sake of Northern Ireland, the protocol cannot stand and must be superseded or replaced. With the government stating it will announce its plans for the protocol before the summer recess, I hope this will be the last time that many, indeed all, of these arguments need to be rehearsed. Unfortunately, too often discussions of the Ireland/Northern Ireland Protocol and Brexit has been characterised by fundamental misapprehensions which have in part led to the present difficulties. It has been said so often that Brexit or any hardening of the border with the Republic of Ireland is a breach of the Belfast Agreement that people could be forgiven for believing it. Some have made these claims out of ignorance, but it is hard to believe that others could be given such a fool's pardon. No matter how many times such sentiments are expressed by those in Ireland, the EU, the United States, or even this House, it does not make them true. To those who make such claims, I ask one simple question. What specific provision in the agreement does Brexit or a border hardened in any way offend against? In the High Court in Belfast in 2019, Lord Justice McCloskey made it clear that Brexit was not contrary to the Belfast Agreement, nor did the agreement require a customs union or a continued regulatory alignment. It is not Brexit, but the protocol which offends against Northern Ireland's constitutional guarantee in the Belfast Agreement. Yet there is barely a mention by those who were prepared to weaponise the Belfast Agreement against an imaginary breach when a real one is evident. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that the prospect of a border on the island of Ireland is being cynically used by the EU. I have no greater wish to see a hard border in the island of Ireland than anyone else, but the fact is that there is no realistic prospect of such a border. Politically, no one wants it. It would be difficult practically to do, and even from an EU perspective, it isn't necessary to protect the integrity of the single market. For three reasons, it is clear that even the EU do not believe that the Irish sea border is not required to protect its single market. Firstly, the grace periods have operated without any obvious damage being done to the single market. This demonstrates that the application of single market laws for goods are not necessary and that their application is a political choice, not a law of nature. Secondly, the protocol that was agreed by the European Commission makes provision in Article 16 for unilateral steps to be taken by the EU where, for example, there has been a diversion of trade. Given the low threshold for such intervention, it must have been within the contemplation of the EU that certain safeguarding steps would be required, which presumably would not have resulted in a hardening of the Irish border. And thirdly, the EU agreed a consent mechanism for the Northern Ireland Assembly, though completely unacceptable from a unionist perspective, that could see Articles 5 to 10 cease to have effect. Again, it must have been assumed that a lack of consent for these provisions would not result in the restoration of a border on the island of Ireland. The reality is that there are solutions which allow the EU to protect its single market in a sensible and pragmatic way that is consistent with the economic integrity of Northern Ireland and does not require a border on the island of Ireland. If the EU is not prepared to take such a course, then it is incumbent on our government to prioritise the interests of this country over the unrealistic demands of the European Union. Madam Deputy Speaker, today this House has had the opportunity to debate the protocol, but the real test of this government and its commitment to the Union will come in the next week. Only then will we know if the words of this government are met by their actions.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and speak in this debate. I congratulate my honourable friend on achieving this debate, long overdue, but through his persistence we have achieved it. It's also a pleasure to follow the honourable lady. I want to just say something to pick up before I get on with my own thoughts about what she said. She's quite right. If anyone reads the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, they'll see the border isn't actually specifically mentioned in it, first and foremost. So we've had all these wonderful, great and good wandering around demanding that this stands, when in fact it never was mentioned. The second thing, there's always been a border. And as my honourable friend, the member, I forgot which constituency it is now anyway, but he made the point earlier on that there is a border for VAT, excise and, of course, on currency. So, sorry? Indeed. And so the whole point that she was making is absolutely right, and it stands, and it's the bit that's gone missing. The more you say something, the bigger the lie, the more people believe you. But it has been a lie from start to finish, which has meant there's been no rational discussion of exactly what's going to happen under the protocol and thereafter. And I want to make the point here that I think that the protocol itself specifically, therefore, has failed to support that Belfast Good Friday Agreement. It doesn't do so, and it's creating division. And it doesn't really keep an open border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Lord Trimble, who has been quoted a number of times, but I have to say it's only in this country that a Peace Prize winner isn't really given great distinction. When we took Lord Trimble to Brussels, myself and others, the interesting thing about this was that he was treated with the utmost respect, and when he spoke, Mr. Barnier and everybody else fell silent, and they agreed with him. And what he said was the arrangements that needed to be in place were what I will come to later on, essentially mutual enforcement. But he said that not only does the protocol shatter Northern Ireland's constitutional relationship with the UK, which was referred to earlier, but it also subverts the very agreement that they keep on saying that they want to preserve, that is the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. It's breaking that, and it's creating one part of that one part of the community set against the other directly because of the way it's implemented and the very nature of it. And I make the point really that this protocol simply cannot stand. I disagree with my honourable friend, the chairman of the Select Committee. I do not think it's just a group of different people picking away at it and trying to object to it on ideological grounds. The reality is, practically, it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, it has to be radically changed or replaced, and I'm for replacing it. And the other bit that's come out of this is the EU has become very partisan now. It claims that there was a claim made that somehow the British government has to be completely independent from this, but the British government is the government of Northern Ireland as well. And the reality is the European Union has become very partial. They have sided on one side of this argument and have driven this as a weapon aimed at the Brexit negotiations from start to finish. And I must just say, I went with a team of people to see Monsieur Barnier, and we presented, as was said earlier, mutual enforcement to him at the table. This is before the British government had got in a mess over its arrangements in 2018 and came up with that poor resolution. They listened, and we corresponded with them for at least another 2 to 3 weeks about where this could go. And it was interesting, they were open-minded to it until the UK government decided they were going to go for equivalence and all the rest of it, and it didn't work. But they were very keen on it, and they knew it would work. And this is the point I make. There is another solution that will work. And it's worth reminding those who keep saying, well, you all voted for this. Well, we voted for it because we knew it wasn't permanent. It's been made clear in every single article. Article 184 of the withdrawal agreement, Article 13 of the protocol, and also, importantly, paragraph 35 of the political declaration, which envisages an agreement superseding the protocol with alternative arrangements. So the idea somehow this is set in stone and we only have to work to make it better is an absurdity in itself. And I also say that it is something to watch the Irish Foreign Minister almost boasting, in a way, that diversion of trade is taking place, which will only settle the kind of natural order of things through the supply chains, these new realities. This is a breach of Article 16, and it's very clear that he has admitted that, and that is exactly what is going on and should never have been agreed to in the first place. But I want to turn my attention towards the conclusion of this, as to what the alternative is. We now have a situation where there are now 2.5 times more checks at the border in Northern Ireland than there are in Rotterdam, that the Northern Ireland represents 0.5% of the total population across the EU, but is now 20% of the EU's custom checks, and it has more checks than France in total. This is quite ludicrous and an utter disaster. And the solution, therefore, is to move to mutual enforcement where both sides take responsibility for their own requirement to uphold the other side's regulations. You don't need a border, but you need, therefore, if prosecutions need to take place, then they would be UK prosecuting those who transgress and the EU prosecuting those who transgress. I give way.
Would you accept that the most important part of the mutual enforcement is that there will be no longer any need for EU law to automatically apply to Northern Ireland, and therefore the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom would not be compromised?
I'm going to refer to him as my honourable friend for this, because he absolutely is right. That is the key point about mutual enforcement. And we've been working with a group of the brightest and smartest lawyers, experts in European law, experts in trade law, and experts, of course, in financial regulations. And it's quite fascinating. They believe that if we make it an offence to export items in breach of EU law across the north-south border, that becomes our responsibility and the EU's responsibility, and that's exactly the point that he makes. And the EU does the same as exactly for us, and it does not breach our sovereignty since the exporters are opting to comply with the importers' laws anyway from the moment their goods cross the invisible border. I simply say, in conclusion, therefore, to my honourable friend, that right honourable friend, that the government has now got to make the point that this is the way forward. They've got to present this to the EU. The EU has got to recognise the damage they're doing in the island in Northern Ireland and also here in the UK. And I urge her to press forward now with these arrangements and to agree that this is the solution to an outstanding problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Belle Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first say that I welcome the opening portion of the motion put forward today by the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex, specifically where he states that he supports the stated aims of the Northern Ireland Protocol of the EU Withdrawal Agreement, upholding the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its dimensions and respecting the integrity of the EU and UK internal markets. We should all support those aims. In this Parliament, we have a historical and moral responsibility in relation to the whole of Ireland, yet we debate government policy on this matter too little. It's a reminder that both the Good Friday Agreement and the Protocol are solemn and binding international treaties. From a moral point of view, this country should uphold the treaties it signs, supporting our commercial and other self-interests also dictate that we should follow the spirit and letter of these treaties. But I'm afraid to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government has not fully upheld either treaty. Please don't take my word for it. This is what the EU negotiators believe. It's what the US government believes. Why else would they issue this country with a formal diplomatic reprimand or a démarche? Otherwise, most importantly, it is what parties in the Northern Ireland Assembly believe. They think this government is trying to rip up the Northern Ireland Protocol, which is a part of the Brexit Treaty. They believe too that the government is behaving recklessly in terms of the effect of undermining the Good Friday Agreement. They also think that if loyalists commit violence on the streets of Belfast and in other areas, they believe that they're encouraged by the British government in their joint aim of tearing up the protocol. What other inference are they supposed to draw when ministers go to Belfast, meet members of the Loyalist Communities Councils and say afterwards that the protocol they signed is not sustainable in its current form? The Honourable Member's motion also talks of upholding the Good Friday Agreement in all of its dimensions, with which I wholeheartedly agree. But I think we may mean very different things by this. The Good Friday Agreement is 23 years old, but large parts of it remain unimplemented. Where's the Bill of Rights that was promised? Where too is the recourse to the European Convention on Human Rights in the courts of Northern Ireland that was also promised? Or the Convention's full incorporation into British law, or the Language Act? I could go on. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that opponents of the protocol want to rip out one phrase of the Good Friday Agreement regarding not changing the constitutional position without consent. But this cuts both ways. It was the determination of the benches opposite to have a disastrous Brexit which changed the constitutional position, and it was against the will of the people in Ireland who voted clearly to remain in the EU. Consent was not given. It is this government that have upset the status quo, this government who signed the treaty, and this government who now want to change elements they don't like. I'm afraid that's not how treaties work. If they continue to try and have their cake and eat it on the protocol, they will come up against opposition from these benches, from the EU Commission, from President Biden, and from the people of Ireland. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister personally negotiated this protocol. He has a personal responsibility to make it work for communities, and the peace process must always come first. Yet this government's actions repeatedly destabilise it. This is a reckless path, and they should cease and desist.
Thank you. Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like, if I may, to begin by commending my right honourable friend, who, if I may say so, so ably introduced this debate, and agreeing with him that we should thank the Backbench Business Committee for finding valuable time for this very important debate, especially as our Prime Minister is now due to meet senior members of the Irish Government on these matters only next week. As my right honourable friend has already pointed out, the Northern Ireland Protocol does contain a safeguarding clause in Article 16 in the event that the protocol is not working as intended. Either party can activate Article 16, in which case they then have to proceed under the provisions of Annex 7. I think it should be remembered, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it was the European Commission, not the UK government, that invoked Article 16 on the evening of the 29th of January 2021. Now, if the rumours are to be believed, Dublin was not even consulted about this action. Dublin found out from London, not from Brussels. The supreme irony is that in doing so, the European Commission, who took the decision, effectively sought to create a hard border on the island of Ireland for medicines and crucially for vaccines, despite having sworn blind for 3 years during what I describe as the battle for Brexit in this House, that was absolutely the last thing that they ever wanted to do. So I'm sure that the chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, who has helpfully reassured us this afternoon that he is not an apologist for the European Union, will be the first to acknowledge that. So invoking Article 16 in this way, which I think it's fair to say was widely derided as a mistake, and which the European Commission then withdrew by the cold light of morning, nevertheless showed that they were really doing this for internal reasons because of the, amongst other things, the slow rollout of the vaccines, unfortunately, on the continent. But nevertheless, the fact that they did it, when they clearly shouldn't have done, means, I think, that our Prime Minister is absolutely entitled, as he has said many times, to keep Article 16, as it were, on the table if the European Commission refuses to be reasonable in renegotiating the Northern Ireland Protocol or even replacing it. One thing, though, which all protagonists in this debate seem to agree about is their willingness and, in fact, strong desire to uphold the 1998 Good Friday Agreement. The Good Friday Agreement has indeed been crucial in bringing peace and stability to Northern Ireland for over 2 decades. It is fundamentally based on the principle of consent, as indeed the leader of the DUP and his colleagues have reminded us. But it is now as plain as a pikestaff that the Northern Ireland Protocol no longer enjoys the consent of the Unionist community in Northern Ireland. If the House won't take that from me, they could take it from the new leader of the DUP, on whom I wish all the best with his onerous responsibilities at this time. And if they won't take it from him, Madam Deputy Speaker, they could take it from the Nobel Prize winner Lord Trimble, who has pointed out, importantly in this context, I think also to audiences in the United States who follow these matters closely, that the Northern Ireland Protocol no longer enjoys the consent of the Unionist community in Northern Ireland. Very wisely, in my view, he has recommended a system of mutual enforcement as a far better alternative. Yes, certainly.
I'm grateful for him to giving way. Does he also not recognise, which is very important, that he's not just, as you say, as he said, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, but he is the architect of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, the only one of 2, the other being dead, now, and therefore the greatest authority on what is going on. So I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Is it not a reality, therefore, that those who had nothing to do with it now say they are experts when the real expert says it is exactly what it is damaging?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. Lord Trimble helped to create the Good Friday Agreement at great risk not just to his political career, but arguably to his own life. And I think not least because of that, he is respected literally around the world. And if people won't listen to me, or even, though I find it difficult to believe, to my right honourable friend, I'm sure they should listen to David Trimble. Madam Deputy Speaker, in February of 2021, the European Research Group, which I have the privilege to chair, produced a detailed report on the Northern Ireland Protocol itself, entitled Reuniting the Kingdom, How and Why to Replace the Northern Ireland Protocol, and a copy has been lodged in the library of the House of Commons. If I quote very briefly from the executive summary of that document, it says the following. The European Commission's bungled invocation of Article 16 regarding vaccines in late January 2021 has rightfully been widely criticised. Nevertheless, it has created a unique political opportunity for the United Kingdom government to seek to negotiate a replacement of the protocol with alternative arrangements based on the concept of mutual enforcement. If the EU remains unwilling to contemplate this, the UK government should retain the option of invoking Article 16 itself and/or considering instigating domestic legislation to replace the protocol via utilising Section 38, the Sovereignty Clause of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2020. So we want to renegotiate this, and we hope that the European Commission and Member States will be reasonable. After all, they swore blind they'd never remove the backstop, but after 3 months of negotiation, they did. So there is a clear precedent for this. We would rather do this in a spirit of mutual negotiation, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm reminded of the words of the late Baroness Thatcher, who famously said, Northern Ireland is as British as Finchley. Baroness Thatcher may no longer be with us, Madam Deputy Speaker, but her spirit lives on. We must retain Northern Ireland as a fundamental part of the United Kingdom. And if, when push comes to shove, that means that the Northern Ireland Protocol has to go, so that the vital principle of consent within the Good Friday Agreement can be maintained for the peace and well-being of the people of Northern Ireland, then so be it.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Claire Hanna.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. After all of these months, it's hard to know what's left to say on the protocol. It was nobody's first choice. It was the last thing left on the table after a series of choices made by the UK government based on votes made by the Conservative Party and the DUP. Having a very hard Brexit and frictionless trade are regrettably not both possible, and they never have been, and it is dishonest to pretend otherwise. People and businesses in Northern Ireland do not wish to leave the single market with all that would entail. This was discussed for years, and the protocol, voluntarily signed by the UK government, was the outcome. All that remains to do is calmly, as adults and leaders and good neighbours, work through the challenges Brexit has generated, streamlining processes where possible and finding workarounds where not. I'm pleased at least to see commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement on the face of this motion, because there are those who never supported, who are only too keen to try and throw the agreement baby out with the protocol bathwater. Members have referred to the Honourable David Trimble. My party colleague and former leader, John Hume, also got the Nobel Peace Prize and the Gandhi Peace Prize and the Martin Luther King Peace Award, and he knew a thing or two about interdependent relationships and about statecraft, and I would urge all members to widen their sources on this issue. Brexit has, as the SDLP cautioned for years, sharpened lines around identity and sovereignty and borders that we worked hard to soften. It has created perceived winners and losers in a place that lives or dies on compromise. The SDLP is very alive to the sense of many, particularly unionists, that this is a parody of a steam issue, but we also see how those fears have been exacerbated and exploited, and the protocol being used as a receptacle for decades of grievance and frustration about everything from power sharing to minority languages. It is also important to reiterate, with all of the discussion about consent, that the Brexit that many who have spoken on this motion seek has never been consented to by people here, and that our constitutional status is a matter for people here by referendum, and it is a dangerous conspiracy theory to pretend that that is being changed over their heads. We all have our views on Brexit and its outworkings, and goodness knows we have discussed it plenty. So I wanted to reflect on the views expressed by some of those for whom this isn't just a hobby horse, but who are actually dealing with the consequences. People in the business community and people working on peace building and picking up the pieces of this fallout. This morning at the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, we heard from representatives of agriculture and logistics and retail and manufacturing. None of them loved the protocol either, but all of them wanted to work because they know that there aren't alternatives, and all of them spoke about changes that the UK and the EU government could make to their own choices and behaviour to ease the burden. Crucially, they all made clear that the best solution available is an EU-UK veterinary and SPS agreement if the aim of those who brought this motion really is to protect the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and to protect the UK internal market and to protect against a hard border, then really that is the only and obvious solution. Business representatives could not have been clearer about that, and no Northern Ireland Executive Party opposes it. This would be a rational choice for a sovereign UK to make for itself in its own political and economic interests. Last week, our committee heard from women working in peace building and community work in rural communities and urban, people of all political outlooks and none, and their words were a rebuke to all of us in politics. Elaine Crory of the Women's Resource and Development Agency spoke of a perception among women that she works with that These issues are not in the hands of people who are thinking of the effects on me, on my community and my family. They are in the hands of people driven by a particular perspective who do not care about the effects it might have on me. Eileen Weir of the Shankill Women's Centre spoke openly about the challenges Brexit and the protocol are bringing both to identity and community relations and to domestic budgets, but she wanted to hear more about the positives too. She spoke about the need to encourage industry to come into Northern Ireland, to give our young people a future. We need hope in these communities, she said. If we are able to attract industry and fix the outstanding issues with single market trade, and there are ways of fixing it. But we are only hearing the negatives, Madam Deputy Speaker, because many, including the UK government and the DUP, are only looking for the negatives and doing nothing to harness the first economic unique selling point we have had in the history of Northern Ireland by being at the crossroads of the EU and UK single markets. Elaine also said, when you hold a microphone and point it directly at the people who oppose it, but you hold it only in that direction, then you get the impression that everybody opposes it when they do not. Rachel Powell warned of outright manipulation of working class communities across Northern Ireland and said that the unrest we saw in April was not organic, and further spoke about the attacks and risks on those who tried to counteract those narratives. Kate Clifford of the Rural Community Network spoke about the challenge of upholding a culture of lawfulness when senior politicians like the Secretary of State stand up and say they are willing to break international law. She said, the difficulty for us is when the language of Parliament and the language of government is one of brinkmanship and posturing, and that is testosterone driven, and that plays out in our communities. She said, my plea to all who are doing the negotiation is that though it makes great headlines to talk about the great British banger and all of that, the reality is that there are lives at stake here on the ground, and it is not fun. It is not fun at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is deeply worrying to all of us here in Northern Ireland who value cohesion and economic and political stability. The best way to address this is an SPS arrangement. The second best way is not to manufacture crisis, but to accept responsibility and the choices, be honest with people, to engage with businesses and the EU, and to make this situation work.
Thank you. David Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I also congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, for securing this important debate, which highlights the problems that are sadly afflicting the people of Northern Ireland as a consequence of the protocol. As my honourable friend has pointed out, the purposes of the protocol ostensibly are benign. The problem is the effect that the application of the protocol is having upon the constitutional arrangements of the United Kingdom and the day-to-day lives of the people of Northern Ireland. It shouldn't be necessary to state this, but it's fundamentally important to remember that Northern Ireland is, of course, an integral part of the United Kingdom. And it became so as a consequence of the Act of Union of 1800, Article 6 of which provides, effectively, that citizens of both Great Britain and Northern Ireland shall be entitled to the same privileges in respect of trade. I'm conscious of the proceedings that are currently going on in Belfast, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think it's fair to say that it does seem that equal treatment in terms of trade with the rest of the UK, as a consequence of the 1800 Act, became a constitutional right of Northern Ireland citizens, and so it should be. There's little doubt that the European Union are insisting upon an over-assiduous interpretation of the protocol, which is resulting in disruption of trade and everyday life in Northern Ireland. And furthermore, and arguably even more worryingly, the protocol is imperiling the Belfast Agreement, which has for over 20 years been the guarantee of peace in Northern Ireland. It must be perfectly apparent to the European Union that the officious, over punctilious application of the protocol is having these effects, because we're not talking about major movements of goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. We're talking, by and large, with small movements of goods, frequently for personal consumption, which are necessary for the continuation of life in Northern Ireland. But this is already having a profound and adverse effect upon the stability of civil society within Northern Ireland, and that must be a matter of huge concern. As the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley has pointed out, the Belfast Agreement is being threatened by the EU's purist approach to the protocol. And what is more ironic is the fact that the EU justifies that approach by saying that it's doing so in order to defend the Belfast Agreement. There have, of course, been some extensions to the grace periods that are provided for in the withdrawal agreement, but these, in reality, will be of no long-term benefit and may indeed have the effect of resulting in a permanent diversion of established trade between the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. Now, it's fortunate that the protocol itself foresees that such problems may arise and therefore makes provision for addressing them. Article 16 sets up a safeguards procedure which may be invoked unilaterally by either side in the event that the application of the protocol is leading to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties that are liable to persist or to diversion of trade. I would suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's clear that those conditions currently prevail in Northern Ireland. So I therefore also urge the Government to consider very carefully invoking Article 16 in order to address, and it is to be hoped, to cure the problem. But this could be avoided if the EU were to adopt a more proportionate approach to the protocol's implementation. The EU might also wish to consider the sensible proposals that are outlined in the document, the excellent document that my right honourable friend, the member for Rayleigh and Wickford, has just referred to. But what is absolutely certain, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we simply can't continue like this. For the good of Northern Ireland, for the maintenance of the Belfast Agreement and for the integrity of the Union, this issue must be resolved. And if the EU continues to refuse to cooperate, then the only course remaining to the Government is to invoke Article 16, and that is what I strongly urge it to do.
Thank you. Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I can also congratulate the member for Harwich and North Essex on getting this debate, and also for the continued support he has given us in our opposition to the Northern Ireland Protocol and the effects it has had on Northern Ireland. The Protocol, if it continues to exist, is a threat to Brexit. And indeed, that was borne out by the survey which was carried out last weekend by Savanta, where 57% of those who were surveyed indicated that they believed that the Northern Ireland Protocol was designed to frustrate Brexit. And indeed, 40% of Remainers made the same point. It represents a bridgehead which the EU still has on the United Kingdom, a salient from which it will continue to attack our sovereignty and try and claw back what it lost when this country decided, the influence which it lost when this country decided to leave the EU. And I believe there are three reasons why the protocol must go. And the first is that it will be an ongoing means by which Brexit will be frustrated. We have already seen how the EU has used the protocol. In fact, it's taking the UK government to court because the UK government will not accept the EU's interpretation of the protocol and how it should be implemented and impose the kind of restrictions which the EU demands. The British government argue that the protocol was only meant to deal with those goods which go into or are in threat of going into the EU through the Irish Republic. And any other goods were not at risk. The EU take the view you've got to prove that a good is not at risk before you can avoid the checks. In other words, 97% of goods which are currently being checked don't need to be checked. They don't go any further than Northern Ireland. And yet the EU are insisting, but there's a risk that they might go in the Irish Republic. And therefore, and that's one of the reasons why we've got the high level of checks. There will be future laws which will give even more need for restrictions. The EU are bringing in changes in the law regarding the testing of lawnmowers. Lawnmowers could be the next goods which are refused entry into Northern Ireland because they do not comply with EU law, which will now apply to Northern Ireland. So that's the first reason. If we don't do this, we don't get rid of the protocol, then there is always that opportunity for friction between relations between the UK and the EU. The second one is that it does attack, and I don't care what those who have spoken and said that there's no constitutional impact. Of course it has constitutional impact. The Act of Union has been changed. The government's own lawyers in the courts argued that the Act of Union was changed. That when this House voted for the protocol, it voted impliedly to change one of the fundamental pillars of the Act of Union, i.e. that there should be unimpeded and equal trade between the countries of the different countries of this nation. And of course, the other constitutional impact it has had is that it has taken powers from the Northern Ireland Assembly. I find it amazing that those who have got representatives in the Northern Ireland Assembly, such as the member for North Down, can argue that there's nothing to worry about. He has got a minister in the Northern Ireland Assembly, his party. They've got members in the Northern Ireland Assembly. And yet 60% of the laws which will govern manufacturing in Northern Ireland will never be discussed, can't be discussed, indeed have to be implemented by the Northern Ireland Assembly without any say. So the democratic responsibilities of the Northern Ireland Assembly have been undermined. And of course there has been a change in the Act of Union, there has been a change in the constitutional position, and that contravenes the Good Friday Agreement, which says that any change in the constitutional position of Northern Ireland has to have the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. The last reason is, and people have outlined it very well, the economic impact which this is having on Northern Ireland. We already see the disruption it has to trade. Indeed, the Ulster Bank PMI survey just this month has indicated that inflation in Northern Ireland is significantly higher than inflation in the rest of the United Kingdom. And thanks, it's about 50% in the lowest region of the rest of the United Kingdom. And while it doesn't lay it completely at the door of the protocol, nevertheless it indicates that costs are rising higher in Northern Ireland because of the costs of the protocol. The delay in supply chains, the additional costs in administration, and etc. So it does have a real impact on the future ability of Northern Ireland to compete. And of course, as laws in Northern Ireland change because EU laws are imposed, then it will make it much more difficult for us to compete in in our biggest market in GB. There have been those who have said we'll get the best of both worlds because you have a foot in the EU camp and a foot in the GB camp. That's not true, of course. And indeed, I haven't heard any examples. I haven't heard. I'll give way. Yeah.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. This issue of a foot in both camps. The Ulster Farmers Union at today's Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee made the point to the Select Committee that we actually have a situation where Northern Ireland agriculture is now in a no man's land and doesn't have the best of both worlds. And I'm wondering how he responds to the fact that our multi-billion-pound, most successful industry is now placed in that terrible situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard this argument time and time again, we're in the best of both worlds. I haven't actually heard any examples of where being in the EU single market and being cut off from the GB market has had any beneficial effect. Indeed, any examples I've heard of where there's been improved trade have been a result of the trade agreement which the whole of the United Kingdom has with the EU. That's all that has ensured that those markets are open to companies in Northern Ireland. And finally, I would like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there are alternatives to this. We have heard the alternatives mentioned today, the mutual enforcement of each other's rules. It's not that it's technically impossible, it's technically possible. It's not that it's economically impossible, it is possible. It's not that it's constitutionally impossible, it's simply a question of, is there a political will? And I think that Lord Frost must push this with the EU, that there are alternatives, and those alternatives can satisfy both sides, ensure the single market of the UK is maintained whilst the single market of the EU is protected.
Thank you. We now go by video link to John Redwood.
As long ago as 2016, the British people voted to take back control. We voted to re-establish our sovereignty. The last Parliament sought to subvert and undermine that view. So in 2019, given the opportunity, the British public voted again by a substantial margin to take back control. They elected with a decent majority a government of a party pledged to do just that. And this government moved with speed and purpose to take back control. Unfortunately, today, we still need to debate this matter because of the conduct of the European Union, because there is outstanding business. We still have not taken back proper control in Northern Ireland or over our fishing grounds. I am glad of this opportunity provided by the backbench debate to urge the government to fully implement the mandate of the British people, given to it both in the referendum and in the general election, to take back that control. I've been angered but not surprised by the conduct of the European Union. There is a long history of the European Union antagonising neighbours and potentially friendly states and attempting to use distorted, twisted or simply wrong legal arguments to force things in its own direction against the interests of its neighbours. The EU, in the long negotiations with the UK, always said it respected the UK's wish to restore its sovereignty and did not wish to deny it. And yet here we have a case where the EU is trying to wrestle our sovereignty away from us in an important part of our country. The EU always promised to respect our internal market, and that is reflected in the agreements we are currently discussing. Yet now they wish to hijack it. They wish to divert a substantial proportion of GB to Northern Ireland trade to the EU for their purposes, against both the spirit and the letter of the agreement. Above all, they promised to respect the peace agreement. And they went on and on about an imaginary border that the UK had no intention of making more complicated or more difficult, and denying the actual border that was already there, that was necessary for their purposes and the UK's purposes for taxation, currency, and regulatory matters. They've gone out of their way to antagonise the loyalist majority community in Northern Ireland, which is the very opposite of working with us to promote the peace and to reduce the tensions within those important communities. So what should we now do? Well, I think our government has shown enormous tolerance and restraint and flexibility. I make no secret that I would not have showed as much flexibility or restraint as they have done, because I am already very angry about the EU's conduct. But they are right that we need to show that we have tried to negotiate a settlement, and I hope they will have one more go at trying to get the EU to agree to a common sense approach to these border issues so that a proper trade can be sustained and promoted, and so that the GB-NI trade is also restored and not interfered with by the EU, because that was never part of the idea behind the original agreement. I hope the government will have success in these matters, but we do need to be ready now, as soon as possible, to make our own decisions and to make our own moves if the EU is not yet ready to negotiate a sensible solution, of which there are several on offer in this debate and in the discussions that have been held over the years. And the agreement makes it clear that we can indeed move unilaterally and assert our sovereignty where our internal market is being violated and trade is being diverted, and where there are other failures to comply with the agreement by the EU, which are now several and manifest. So I say to the government, Do not delay over the whole of this summer. Take action now. The trade is being diverted now. The community sentiments are being disrupted now. The peace agreement is being wobbled now. The sovereignty of the United Kingdom is being deeply infringed now. There is plenty of evidence, and I think a good case can be made in the court of world opinion for those who are interested. But this is above all a matter between the government and the British people, the people of the United Kingdom as a whole. And we, the Parliament of the United Kingdom, owe it to the people of Northern Ireland to ensure that they are fully part of our single market and country, just as we wish them with us to have friendly and good trading relations with the EU. But if there has to be a choice between peace and our internal matters on the one hand and our trade with the EU on the other, of course we must put Northern Ireland, peace and the integrity of our country first, whatever threats the EU may make. The EU is the disruptor of trade. The UK is the promoter of more free trade worldwide. The EU is the one that is doing harm to the constitutional arrangements in Northern Ireland. We must be rock fast in our support for the people of Northern Ireland, for the constitution of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom, and for a good solution which allows the restoration of our internal market.
Thank you. We now go via video link to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to take part in this debate today on an issue which is of profound importance to the future, not just of Northern Ireland, but also to the rest of the United Kingdom. And I would appeal to members to paraphrase the President of the United States, dial down the rhetoric a little and listen to the many contributions we have heard from the representatives from Northern Ireland, the honourable members from Northern Ireland, about the importance of making this protocol work for the people of Northern Ireland. And listening to them, I'm reminded of how much the people of Northern Ireland have endured, and feel perhaps more strongly than ever that it is our responsibility, not just in this, but in every issue, but in this one specifically today, to do whatever we can to support them in avoiding any further suffering of any kind, which is why, as I will explain, the Liberal Democrats believe we have, despite its fault, to defend and make the protocol work. The unique circumstances in Northern Ireland and the absolute necessity of protecting the Good Friday Agreement demanded something special attention, and deserved special attention on our withdrawal from the European Union. And the reality of Brexit was always going to be that it would mean changes, borders somewhere, new arrangements to deal with. And what we have in the Northern Ireland Protocol is an agreement which, as many members have pointed out, is deeply flawed. And that is something for which those involved in creating it on both sides must not just recognise their responsibility, but do what they can to mitigate and alleviate the issues which have been raised by the honourable members from Northern Ireland today. And while the government might wish to, it cannot deny that it was the inevitable outcome of its decision to leave the customs union that we would have to deal with this. But focusing now on blame and recriminations will help nobody. While we might all have doubts about it, complaints about it, I think we have to recognise that it was, as other members have said, the least worst option left on the table. Most significantly, the protocol does protect Good Friday Agreement, which is paramount. Within the protocol is a commitment that it should have as little impact as possible on the everyday lives of communities in both Ireland and Northern Ireland. And we've already seen clearly demonstrated how difficult that is in the unique circumstances I spoke about for businesses and consumers. We've heard the frustration of farmers and food producers, but honourable members have also mentioned how Ulster farmers say that there is a solution there and they want it to work. And I believe it is up to us to support them in that and ensuring that they get that solution. And not just for the farmers, but for all businesses, for all the people of Northern Ireland. It's also undeniable that there are issues for businesses in the rest of the UK in trading with Northern Ireland. And we have figures showing that trade with Ireland has fallen. Some blame that on the results and the problems with the protocol. And there is the thorny issue of the veterinary agreement. It is one not just for the protocol or for people in Northern Ireland, but one which must be addressed for the good of all UK agri-food producers. But we must do it a positive way. We must do it in a way which supports the people of Northern Ireland and ensures that we move forward. We should focus on nothing else but finding workable, pragmatic solutions for the sake not just of the people of Northern Ireland, but for the future of the United Kingdom. And we hope as Liberal Democrats that the UK government will do everything they can to pragmatically reflect what we have heard today and the unique circumstances. And let's be clear, we do not believe that we should seek to renegotiate, that the UK government and the European Union should be working to implement it in good faith. We know that the EU needs to protect the integrity of its internal market and customs union, and Northern Ireland and its businesses too need clarity. As I said, pragmatic solutions, but most of all, we need trust. We need everyone to agree as many flexibilities and mitigations as possible. And Northern Ireland and its people have faced and overcome many challenges in the past decades. We must ensure that this one is one in which we give them the utmost support and find a pragmatic way forward which addresses the issues in the way that they wish to see them addressed.
We now go via video link to Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate is about the future, and we should focus on that and not on the past. Article 6 of the Northern Ireland Protocol states that the Joint Committee, the EU and the UK, shall adopt appropriate facilitations that will aid the functioning of the UK's internal market. The EU could expand the trusted trader scheme, agree to do that. It could agree to use the simplifications that are available under its union customs code. It could agree that performance of SPS checks and controls should in the main take place within firms' facilities, and it could agree product by product agreements that could streamline the need for checks based on mutual recognition, such as the EU has with nations like New Zealand. This is possible, and it can be made even more secure, as we've heard, by concepts such as mutual enforcement. There is no need for regulatory alignment by the UK, and that will not be accepted either in the short or the long term. Insisting on alignment unreasonably stops the reaching of agreement on facilitation, which is the EU's legal obligation. Diversion of trade, as we have heard, is contrary both to the terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol and to the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement. So is the now explicitly stated aim of the previous Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland to use the EU's diversion of trade in Northern Ireland as a means to achieve a united Ireland. Many in the world are aware of the EU's regular attempts at regulatory imperialism and do not find it reasonable. I ask, is this reasonable in the context of Northern Ireland and the sensitivity there of needing to respect all communities' desires? Would it, I would ask, be reasonable for Canada to insist that the US aligned to Canada's regulations in order to enable Alaskan goods to move into the Yukon or British Columbia? Would it be reasonable to hope that such a policy would lead to Alaska being united with Canada? I would say no, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I hope most reasonable people in the world would. I hope the EU will change its stance, be reasonable, and make the Northern Ireland Protocol work while respecting the fact that the UK will, as a sovereign nation, not take its regulation from the EU. If it will not do so, then the UK would be within its rights and have no real-world option other than, in good faith, to take realistic and reasonable unilateral action to implement facilitations in the interests of all in the island of Ireland, which help the EU and the UK preserve their internal markets?
Thank you. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex for setting the scene and for all the incredibly important and vital and very detailed contributions we've had from Right Honourable Members in the House. Where do I start, Madam Deputy Speaker? How do I condense my thoughts into the short time that has been allotted to me? What fresh words do I use to elaborate on the terrible deal that's been made for Northern Ireland that I have not used in the other 21 times I've raised this issue in the House in the last number of months? What can I say to ensure that the intelligent and respected members grasp that we as a party have warned about and argued against since the inception of the Northern Ireland Protocol? Because the detail and the headline for this debate is Northern Ireland Protocol, I'm going to give some examples, Madam Deputy Speaker, of those issues that have affected my businesses. I've seen small businesses unable to order stock from the mainland, unable to source, as one example, pet supplies and paying additional fees to the companies who will send it to Northern Ireland. I just want to give an example of that one. A local discount shop owner has told me that every order has an increase of £30 for additional administration. While £30 does not sound like much, when we work out his profit margin on a £1 good, it's 15 pence. So £30 means that he must sell an additional £200 of goods to pay for the Northern Ireland Protocol fee. Ask any importer and they will tell you the increase in container costs from China ranging from $2,800 to $14,700 has seen products increasing to cover the difference to ship goods from 55p to 75p. This is difficult for businesses as it is. They try to absorb costs if possible, but Northern Ireland businesses are under additional pressure due to this insidious protocol. And whilst big stores such as Tesco and Asda have used their exemption to continue to supply pet foods and treats, the smaller high street businesses have lost another income stream. Does this feel like the best of both worlds? Not the Cotters and Newton Ards and so many other decent businessmen who have survived COVID only to possibly fall victim to the outworking of what was proposed to be a paper exercise only. That's what we were told. 7 months in, and businesses are in a worse and not a better position. So is the constituent who goes to order a knee support, another example, on the Amazon Prime Day, offers only to be told that they live outside the recognised zone. My honourable member for North Antrim referred to an example of that earlier on. The supplier won't send it to them. So they're left purchasing the knee supports that are an extra £9 due to their postcode. Doesn't feel like a better position for them, does it? Next we think of those who want to enjoy a staycation in the beautiful shores of Strangford, as they would want to spend their time in anywhere, of course, in Northern Ireland. But this guy, he's from across the water. He sent me an email, and I just want to quote exactly what he says. He would come to my constituency on a regular basis. He always brings his dog with him, so his words are perfect to sum up the scenario of what the Northern Ireland Protocol has done. I write to you as a UK citizen who enjoys holidaying in Northern Ireland with my pet dog. This year, despite moves by the Northern Ireland Minister Edmund Puss to withhold checks at ferry ports until October, it would seem I still must be in possession of certificates for rabies and tapeworm which haven't been recorded in the United Kingdom since 1922 at a total cost in excess of £200. Therefore, I am not prepared to obtain these, and I am unable to get a definitive answer to my question, namely, can I travel with my dog without the said certificates? This really won't do much harm to Northern Ireland tourism. Doesn't feel better for him? I don't think so. Or indeed better to the local economy, my economy where he was coming on holiday to. That would have benefited from his bed nights and spend in local shops and restaurants. It doesn't feel better to the unions who has felt the abandonment, and I say this very respectively, abandonment of this government like no time in living memory, a harder pill to swallow when we have a government who proudly states their belief in this United Kingdom. And that's not reflection on those who have spoke, because they're committed to the union. Unfortunately, it has to start at a higher level. Many other businesses have and I can't give examples, I haven't the time, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's those with clothes, food, farm machinery, nurseries, cars, steel, farmers, engineering, individual people ordering just products that they used to order and now can't, or find that the cost is prohibitive. A difficult position to be in, to have your own government, to be a party to severing ties, which affect not simply your business and income, but your very constitutional position. Which causes and poses a question, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those loyal to the Queen and Crown to ask why they cling to this when their loyalty is not reciprocated. it is clear that the sacrifice of Ulster to the slavish demands of Europe engaged in petty warfare is an acceptable sacrifice to make. This is absolutely not the best of both worlds, unless your world is the eradication of the Union. For those who cherish the Union, who honour the blood that has been shed to stand against terrorism and for the democratic right of the people of Ulster to determine their nationality, this is not the best of any world whatsoever. Madam Speaker, I deliberately not reference bangers from Bangor, although I could, because people that I might say work in that company in Bangor who produce sausages. They're in the front line as well, and the products that they have. I stand by the phrase, we are better off out. But the preface of this is that we are better out together. And that's what I want to see. We're a package deal. And I am asking government once more to put into action their phrase, stronger together. And for that to happen, trigger Article 16. Say it today in this chamber, and you'll have the support of the unionist community. Stop the European nonsense. Allow Northern Ireland a rightful standing as an integral part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland once more. And give us the same rights in Northern Ireland as the rest of the United Kingdom. Parity and equal rights for all. Thank you.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My thanks too to the Backbench Committee for choosing this debate. It's something I've learned since my time in this House, that perhaps the importance of the backbenches is not as well appreciated outside the House as it is within, and the voices that are on it. Of course, my compliments to my right honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, for actually securing this debate, and a debate of great importance. And of course, it is a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Strangford in this debate. For honourable and right honourable members' interest, I am the chairman of the Conservative Union Research Unit. We are a backbench group, and we are formed for one simple purpose, and that is to strengthen the union. I speak here in my own capacity as the member for Aberconway, but that is an important interest, I think, to declare. And we are, of course, delighted that the government shares our interest in strengthening the union. Our interest, then, to be clear, is in the union, and I differentiate in that from the protocol, important and though that is, and indeed it brings us here today, and also from the Belfast Agreement, important again, although that is. My comments, therefore, will focus on the union and the impact of the protocol on the union. In fact, the honourable member for North Dorset earlier appealed to bedrock, and I would suggest that bedrock is, in fact, the Act of Union of 1800, which has been an enduring cornerstone of this United Kingdom. Indeed, we stand here in this Parliament, the Parliament of this United Kingdom today. Interest in the Union, of course, extends beyond any party. It's not the possession of any one party, and I note the contributions from many different parts of the House to the debate today, and I'm encouraged by that. But on this side of the House, we are, of course, the Conservative and Unionist party. If we are not concerned with the union, then what are we? The group I chair has over 80 backbench members, each of us active on account of the union, to promote it in this House and amongst our constituents. So when we heard Mr Justice Colton agree with Government Council that Article 6 of the Act of Union had been impliedly repealed by the protocol, you can imagine our concern. It is, as Madam Deputy Speaker said earlier, a matter of national concern and a matter for the whole of the UK to take note. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do acknowledge the complexity of this situation and these circumstances. I also acknowledge the mechanisms wisely placed within the protocol for remedying its shortcomings and the considerable efforts of Lord Frost and others in government to do so. But in the light of Mr Justice Colton's remarks, I am bound by duty and urged by many to ask, what is the government's plan for remedying that change to our union? If not in this House, where are we to consider this? And if not at this time, in the light of his remarks, then when? I'd be grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Minister could give us some direction in her response to this. Thank you.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I add my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, for securing this debate, otherwise we wouldn't be here, and for the Backbench Business Committee for finding the time for us to have this debate on the floor of the House so that we can debate these important issues and, of course, listen to the Minister's response on behalf of the Government. Having listened to the debate, I think the points I would want to make were these. The first point, which has been made by others, but I think was not really debated in an even way during the Brexit debate, is that the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is one that has to be supported by both communities in Northern Ireland. And I certainly had a sense during the debate that certainly from the EU perspective, there was an enormous amount of weight, perfectly understandably, put on the border, or rather the lack of a physical border between the Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and on the views of the nationalist community, but there wasn't an enormous amount of focus from the EU on the views of the unionist community and the border or lack of a border rightly between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I think the thing that we're trying to do in this debate is to redress that balance and to reinforce the fact that the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is one that has to have, for it to maintain, which is my strong view that it should, and I know that's the government's view, is that it has to command the support of both communities in Northern Ireland. And the danger with the Northern Ireland Protocol is it potentially puts at risk the support of one community, and that could fatally undermine the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which is in the interests of nobody except the men of violence. And that's why it's really important that we address this issue. And I think the warnings that the Right Honourable Lord Trimble have set out, as my Right Honourable friend said, should be taken very seriously. As my Honourable friend said, he is a man who didn't just put his reputation at risk to deliver that agreement, but he put his life at risk. And I think we should listen to his words. He knows the power of words, and he will have chosen them with care. So that, I think, is the importance of that. I think the other thing that we should do is I do take seriously the EU's concerns about their single market, but I do think we need to focus on what the actual risk is to the single market and what the theoretical risk. And it seems to me that the EU is concerned, I think, largely about a theoretical risk which doesn't actually exist, partly because of the geography. If you look at the geography, it isn't reasonable to assume that there would be a volume of physical products moving from Great Britain or Northern Ireland into the Republic of Ireland and then being re-exported from the Republic of Ireland into the rest of the European Union in volumes which would significantly damage the single market. And so I think the key word here is proportionate. And it's about making sure that any measures that are in place, that the EU wants to have in place to protect their single market, are proportionate not to the theoretical risk to the single market, but to the actual risk. And I think several of my honourable friends on both sides of the House have set out clearly that the level of checks and controls in place between Great Britain and Northern Ireland is simply not proportionate to the actual risk involved. And that, I think, is something that the government needs to address with the European Union. And I note in the justifications for using Article 16 that although serious economic, societal and environmental difficulties have to be liable to persist to allow the government to use that article, diversion of trade simply has to exist at any point. And I certainly think the government should not take that option off the table in order to secure agreement from the European Union. I would prefer us to reach agreement. It's much better if we can reach agreement and have something that both sides wish to enforce, but you mustn't take the unilateral option off the table in order to get a better outcome. Of course.
As he kindly referred to me earlier, but far more importantly to Lord Trimble, would he agree that while there are often risks in doing something, in this situation there are also risks in not doing something? And if we do not address the serious discontent in one community in Northern Ireland, as he hinted himself, there is a real risk that people with a dark past will seek to exploit this for their own ends and to use violence rather than democratic debate to advance their objectives, which are not in the interests of the Good Friday Agreement.
Yes, I think my honourable friend puts it very well. I think there are serious risks here, which is why we do need to address the perfectly reasonable concerns that many people have in Northern Ireland. Thinking about the Minister's response, which is coming shortly, I think it would be helpful if she would indicate to us when the government's going to set out its thinking. Obviously, there's not long to go till the recess, and whether we'll have chance to that will be announced in such a way as we'll have chance to question ministers. It would also be helpful, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Lagan Valley, who leads the Democratic Unionist Party, set out their checklist for how they're going to test any proposals that the government's bringing forward. It would be helpful to know. I don't expect the Minister and the United Kingdom government to completely agree with the Right Honourable Gentleman. It might be useful to indicate. It might be useful. Well, they may, and my request was going to be for the Minister to set out in her remarks which of those tests that the Right Honourable Gentleman has set out are ones which the government agrees with and which ones perhaps they don't. Listening to his objectives, I don't think that list can have come as an enormous surprise, so it would be helpful just to get a bit of a steer about the extent to which there is some commonality. And the final point I'd say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there are very clearly, as several of my honourable and right honourable friends said, there were envisaged in the protocol and the political declaration the idea that the protocol was not a permanent solution, but was a temporary solution. And certainly both sides, both the British government and the EU, said that they would take seriously alternative arrangements that could be put in place to enable businesses in Northern Ireland to have unfettered access to the Great Britain market, but just as importantly, for businesses in other parts of the United Kingdom, in Great Britain, to be able to trade freely with Northern Ireland, both for the benefit of Northern Ireland businesses, but also for consumers in Northern Ireland. And it seems to me, even if one accepts, I'm not sure I do, but even if one accepts that those arrangements could not have been put in place several years ago when we left the European Union, saying that they can never be put in place, and as technology and business procedures develop, we can't develop our arrangements, that seems to me unreasonable. And both the EU and the British government should, working together, be able to take those forward. And I look forward very much in the not-too-distant future, Madam Deputy Speaker, to listening to the Minister's response to what I think has been an excellent debate on both sides of the House.
Number 23 is withdrawn, so we go to Duncan Baker via video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex also for this timely debate. I think it's probably fair to say that we urgently need a fresh protocol that meets the needs of all the parties in a sensible and practical fashion. Tinkering with the text or seeking to apply it pragmatically will not do the trick. Shakespeare staged the scenario 416 years ago. From the EU's point of view, a contract is a contract and must be implemented to the letter. Alternatives were of no interest. It may be possible legally to avoid the protocol, just as Portia avoided Shylock's contract as it did not allow a drop of blood to be lost. But that is not the issue. If we do not want this protocol, then we need a sensible and practical replacement that delivers what all the parties require. The question now is, how can we bring that about? The Irish protocol was devised to avoid customs posts on the borders between Northern Ireland and the Republic. It may be a small island, but the border is longer than between France and Germany and more difficult to police. Although customs border posts worked perfectly well for 70 years from 1923, the idea that reinstating them would infringe the Belfast Agreement is worthy of debate in itself, but that will have to wait for another day. So a protocol which would allow free trade between the north and the south of the island makes sense, especially as the Master Trade Agreement stipulates tariff-free trade between the EU and the UK. Unfortunately, tariffs are not the issue. Non-tariff barriers are, and I'll come to that at the end. The EU refused to understand how Northern Ireland could simultaneously be part of the EU and UK regulatory regimes, especially as the UK was promoting divergence. Note that no Northern Ireland politicians were involved in the original protocol negotiations, nor the renegotiations since. The UK government thinks it is purely a matter for London and Brussels, but excluding Ulster politicians, sensible as that seems from the London side, almost ensures any protocol will receive a negative response in Belfast. It's a bit like going to the pub on a Sunday to find the menu's been devised by the landlord and the owner, but no one's involved the chef. The relationship these days between Dublin and Belfast is good, and it is far more likely that they could not only find a solution, or at least a proposal that could be put to London and Brussels, and believe they own it. At present, the DUP focuses on the removal of the present protocol, which they should be thinking, I think, about the replacement. And if Dublin is going to buy it, they need to work it up with Dublin and possibly with other Ulster politicians too. Northern Ireland being in two competing regulatory regimes at the same time would be feasible if the UK regulations applied to goods supplied from Britain for consumption only in Northern Ireland, whereas EU regulations apply to goods created in Northern Ireland for consumption in Northern Ireland or the EU. The contentious issue has been goods supplied from Britain to Northern Ireland intended for the Republic, or at risk of being consumed there. This problem could be largely solved by shipping goods intended for the Republic directly to the Republic and labelling goods intended for Northern Ireland in ways which would make them unsaleable in the Republic, such as priced in sterling, not euros, or marked for sale in Northern Ireland only. Pricing is a factor. It is only when goods imported from Britain are much cheaper in Ulster than the equivalent goods in the Republic that any incentive to smuggle them south across the border exists. EU trading officials should deal with offenders within the EU, not UK officials. And this is key. Each country should only police its own laws in its own country. If French brandy were illegal in the UK, the importers would be lawbreakers, not the French exporter. DEFRA insists on the ludicrous DUI1 forms I should know used to fill them in to prevent perfectly good EU wine entering Britain, thus penalising British wine merchants, not the EU. The existing protocol, however, seeks to make British officials enforce EU law within British territory. We left the EU to escape that. No doubt, Portia could make a better job of unravelling this matter than I have, but what should be obvious to negotiators, but seems not to be, is that the protocol is fundamentally unfair and it will cause serious troubles until negotiators, I think, stop tinkering with it and replace it with something more sensible and practical.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure indeed to speak in this debate, and I will begin by congratulating, as other speakers have, in congratulating the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex in securing this debate. Although I am bound to point out that it is no surprise that we are here debating this. In many ways it was an inevitability, and as the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex said, he wants us to look forwards rather than back, and I can certainly understand that sentiment, but I hope he'll forgive me if, in order to get some bearings on how we go forward, I have the inevitable look backwards as well in order to get those waypoints, because I think the reason why we're here is because of the nature of the way that Brexit was first of all won in a referendum and then negotiated, if that's the word, in the years which followed. It had, through perhaps necessity, to be all things to all people. That was the only way in which it could secure the narrow margin that it did. But since then, whether people were in favour or, like myself, very strongly against it, we've had to watch as one by one the promises that were made to secure it turn to dust. Whether that was promises to the fishing industry, whether it was to the farming sector, whether it was in terms of maintaining freedom of movement, or even, as I believe the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster once claimed, it would
the promise to maintain our membership of the single market even once we were out of the European Union, or indeed, as we are here to discuss today, the impacts that Brexit would go on to have in Northern Ireland. Now, all of this was predicted and predictable. It was foreseen and foreseeable. And what makes it so disappointing that we have reached this juncture is that those who have taken us to this point in the UK government have twisted, obfuscated, misrepresented at every stage in order to persuade the population into believing that the consequences that we now face simply would not, in fact, arise. Now, throughout that period, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been a profound British exceptionalism on display, with the UK government and its supporters noisily asserting their own sovereignty and expressing a wounded surprise that any other EU state which also still had sovereignty would not only have that sovereignty but also a willingness to use it in order to defend their own interests, including the integrity of the single market. And I think part of the problem over that period is that the UK government spent considerably more time negotiating amongst itself than it did with European partners, and it allowed a fundamental question, a set of questions, to go unanswered for political convenience for too long. And those questions were, what kind of Brexit exactly, specifically, is it that we want? How are we going to get it? And what will be the implications that arise from that once we do? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was quite possible to leave the European Union and remain in the single market and the customs union. We would have become a coastal state with control over our fisheries. We could have withdrawn from the political project of ever closer union that seems to cause such existential angst on the benches opposite. We could have done so in a way which would have not have created the present issues in Northern Ireland. But any form of Brexit which went beyond this made the risk of creating trade and regulatory borders a very live one indeed, with any such border having to fall either in the Irish Sea or across the island of Ireland itself. And after the unceremonious defenestration of the backstop and its political architect, and the cry of the current Prime Minister to get Brexit done, and the undignified stagger that there then was towards an agreement, it is this which has left us with a protocol in its current form. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, part of the problem that we have with that is results from the philosophy that the Prime Minister and his advisers at the time had, which was to move fast and to break things. And there can be no doubt that the protocol was agreed simply to get the government out of a big political hole at the time, to allow them to say in Great Britain that they'd got Brexit done, and then to worry about the consequences that there were for Northern Ireland after the event. It was demonstrating cynicism and short-sightedness in equal measure. But nevertheless, it is an agreement which results from the negotiating objectives which Her Majesty's Government held at the time, which was entered into freely, and if it's not to be implemented in its current form, or fully in its current form, then it has to be renegotiated in good faith and in the proper way. And coming back to another observation that the Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex said in his contribution, the world is watching. I agree, the world was watching during the G7 conference, and the world will still be watching to see how the protocol is implemented, whether that is in its present form or in an amended and agreed form. Now, the member for North Down pointed out that Northern Ireland did not vote for Brexit. It would be remiss of me not to point out at this point that Scotland also did not vote for Brexit. And I think there is some irony, allow me to be the one to point it out, and I hope other members will appreciate, there is a great irony in the fact that if Scotland were to become independent and join the European Union, it would once again enjoy free, unfettered trade with Northern Ireland, and our businesses would enjoy that in a way that we simply do not have any longer under the terms of the protocol. I will, yes.
While Scotland might have free, unfettered trade with Northern Ireland, does he not think it would be a far bigger problem that it wouldn't have free, unfettered trade with its biggest market in England?
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and I think that there is a shared interest in making sure that there is as close to seamless trade as can possibly exist across these islands, within these islands, and with the European Union. In that sense, both he and I are on the same page on that. But an agreement on animal welfare and, I'll give way in a second, an agreement on animal welfare, sanitary and phytosanitary standards would eliminate the need for very many of those checks and reopen that trade. And it's that sort of pragmatic renegotiation of the protocol in light of experience and in light of everything which has come from the nature of Brexit which would make that desirable, not just in terms of removing those barriers, but also to remove the symbolism that in those frictions represent and which are being felt so keenly in Northern Ireland, as we've heard. I will give way.
Can I just point out that if there was an independent Scotland inside the European Union, the independent Scotland wouldn't be that independent because it would be bound by all the rules of the European Union, bound by the European Union Customs Code, and Scotland would be obliged to have a hard border with the rest of England. And Scotland, not being independent from the European Union, would have no choice in the matter whatsoever. And it was a spokesman of the Scottish Party that said, the Scottish Nationalist Party that said, oh, that would be good for Scotland because a border would create jobs. Would you confirm that that was actually said?
I knew that mentioning Scottish independence in this context would wake up the honourable members on the other side. I mean, it's not, nobody in the Scottish National Party wants to set up hard borders with anywhere. We're simply having to live with the consequences of this English nationalist dream and misguided venture that the question arises. So while it's fine and necessary in order to set an objective of restoring that frictionless trade, it must be done in the correct way. And being mindful of your strictures, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will draw my remarks to a close. We need to identify practical ways in which that can happen. But above all, the UK Government must stop the empty sabre-rattling. It must stop blaming its predecessors for the misfortunes it's created for itself. It has to stop blaming everybody else for the misfortunes that it's landed itself in and for the outcomes of its own choices. A little bit of self-reflection and self-awareness in the government benches would not go amiss at this juncture. But more to the point, they need to work to rebuild trust and secure a durable solution which works in the interests of everyone in Northern Ireland and across these islands. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State Louise Hay.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. And can I add my thanks to the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex and the Backbench Business Committee for securing this debate. I think it's been an important debate to air the issues with the Prime Minister's Brexit deal and the subsequent Northern Ireland Protocol. And it's clear that there is agreement across this House for the text of the motion in front of us today, for flexibility, for the checks to be proportionate, and for solutions to be found through agreement and compromise with the European Union. I think it's been helpful for that to be made clear today. The issues are clear, as the Right Honourable Member laid out very clearly in his opening speech. There has been a strain on power sharing and increasing tensions. Brexit always had the potential to unsettle the delicate balance of identities across these islands, and I think it was helpful for the SDLP member for South Belfast to put on record their acknowledgement that there are parity of esteem issues at play here. And I think it's been important for us all to acknowledge the real hurt and pain that was expressed by our DUP colleagues on behalf of the unionist community in Northern Ireland. It has caused real pain and hurt in Northern Ireland, and it's important that we all acknowledge that. And the Prime Minister made promises to the people of Northern Ireland that there would be no border with Great Britain, knowing full well that his Brexit deal would introduce barriers across the Irish Sea. He made promises to the unionist community because he knew that economic separation would be unacceptable. And the political instability we have seen over recent months has its roots in the profound loss of trust that has caused. As the leader of the Labour Party and I heard loud and clear in Northern Ireland last week from unionist leaders, trust is at rock bottom. The language that has been repeatedly used is one of betrayal, that they and the economic integrity of the United Kingdom have been sacrificed to narrow party interests. Trust is absolutely essential in Northern Ireland. It is what secured and has always sustained the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And in moments of instability, what Sir John Major and Tony Blair, Mo Mowlam and the Right Honourable Member for Skipton and Ripon, Labour and Conservative, what they all understood was that trust, leadership and partnership are paramount to finding a way forward in Northern Ireland. As a co-guarantor to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, the Prime Minister owes it to the people of Northern Ireland to restore the trust that he has squandered. But his custody of that precious agreement has been designed to shore up his own party advantage, and nowhere can we see that more clearly than on the Northern Ireland Protocol. It is reckless and foolish that after insisting he would never place barriers down the Irish Sea, he negotiated just that, and after denying he had done it for an entire year, has now started to renege on his own deal. The strategy of brinkmanship and picking fights, using Northern Ireland as a political football, is not the work of a serious politician and led to diplomatic rebuke from one of our closest allies, the United States. Communities are sick and tired of this in Northern Ireland. They just want to see serious solutions. And solutions, as we heard today, are available. We've heard plenty of suggestions, and I'd welcome the Minister's response and her assessment of how feasible many of those suggestions are. But several political parties in Northern Ireland, the CBI, farmers and businesses right across the UK, have all advocated for the government to negotiate a veterinary agreement with the EU. Just this morning, Aidan Connolly told the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee that the solution is a veterinary agreement with a guillotine clause. This would bring assurance to Northern Ireland and benefit food exporters right across the UK. The Prime Minister promised an agreement of this kind during trade negotiations with the EU, but has failed to deliver, where countries like New Zealand and Switzerland have succeeded. Over a quarter of all trade to Northern Ireland is subject to onerous SPS checks, largely on food and agricultural products. Such an agreement would lower the overwhelming number of checks across the Irish Sea.
I'm grateful for her giving way. She's actually just interestingly reopened the issue of mutual enforcement and recognition. She referred to the New Zealand agreement on SPS foods, etc., and that agreement is very clear. It recognises the authority of the New Zealand veterinary organisations to approve their products on the regulations in force in the European Union in the single market. That is exactly what we have been proposing today for mutual enforcement, and I'm glad she's on side with that.
Well, of course, we've studied the suggestions made by the noble Lord Trimble, who, of course, we all thoroughly respect as a co-author of the Good Friday Agreement. I would say, I mean, again, I'd welcome the Minister's comments and remarks on their strategy on proposing and negotiating this with the European Union. Mutual enforcement relies on trust. And we need to see a veterinary agreement that respects the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland. So whilst we can look to New Zealand and Switzerland as potential models, what we need is a new model that recognises that unique circumstance with its own regulatory mechanism in order to enforce it. Happy to.
Her giving way. I thought she started her speech extremely well. We've had a few party political points, but I understand what it is to be in opposition. But she's making a very interesting contribution on this proposal for a veterinary agreement. Of course, what the EU is demanding is not a veterinary agreement based upon mutual enforcement. They want a veterinary agreement which is about alignment. And that is just taking back control. That would prevent us doing any free trade agreements with other countries on any of those matters. So is it now the policy of her party to support a veterinary agreement based upon mutual enforcement? Because I think that would be a very positive step.
We're very happy to see such proposals negotiated. What I would say and suggest is that the EU are highly unlikely to accept such an agreement, given the profound loss of trust that has been a result of the way that this government, the Lord Frost and the Prime Minister have approached negotiations. We want to commit to good food standards, world-leading food standards, as his own party's manifesto promised in 2019. And I suppose the question, in terms of objecting to alignment, is which food standards or animal welfare standards does he want to lower? What food standards is he prioritising over the protection of the economic integrity of the Union? Now, the agreement must be based on a commitment to high standards. It's a commitment, as I said, that the government gave in their manifesto, and one that remains hugely popular in the United Kingdom. No one wants to see our food or animal welfare standards undermined. And as the CBI has said, a dramatic increase in paperwork, compliance costs and delays for firms are coming, even while we are still maintaining the same animal welfare standards as the EU.
Thank you, Madam, for giving way. Does she not find it odd when she talks about food standards that the EU are actually now proposing to reintroduce the offal which gave us mad cow disease for feed into animals in the EU for export into this country It's actually the EU who are reducing food standards, while the UK government is proposing animal welfare proposals such as banning the export of live animals. We're the ones who are upholding food standards and animal standards, not the EU.
Well, of course, it wouldn't be any barrier to a veterinary agreement for us to have higher food standards or animal welfare standards than the European Union. The EU has a long precedent for making such arrangements with other countries. The New Zealand veterinary agreement sees just 1 to 2% of its goods subject to physical checks upon arrival, as opposed to the current rate of around 30% for the UK agri-food products entering the EU. And the United States has been made clear that it is not a fundamental barrier to a free trade agreement. Now, I know that governance of such an agreement is contentious, but it would not be necessary for the ECJ to be involved, and a regulatory mechanism could be agreed that would not limit the UK's ability to make future free trade agreements. A modern mechanism designed for GB-EU and NIGB agri-food trade flows could be designed to meet the circumstances of Northern Ireland, and such an agreement would also unlock a permanent trusted trader scheme, which would resolve the significant issue of EHC requirements that will come into full force in October when the grace periods expire. I would urge the Minister to set out exactly what the strategy is on finding such solutions in the long term. Inflammatory op-eds and contradictory remarks from Lord Frost are not getting us any closer to agreement with the EU, and it is imperative that the mechanisms of the protocol are used to find such agreement. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road by extending grace periods. This needs to be future-proofed, and Northern Ireland reassured that as we negotiate more free trade agreements, we will not diverge still further. I'd also press her again on how they are intending to bring Northern Ireland's political representatives into the discussions and negotiations with the EU. A huge part of the problem here is that people feel this has been imposed on them without proper engagement or consent, and that is totally unsustainable. The Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley made suggestions around the role of the Northern Ireland Assembly in his speech, and I think those should be considered carefully. Madam Deputy Speaker, fundamentally, peace in Northern Ireland is still fragile. These issues require careful, responsible leadership, and for the government to be honest with the people of Northern Ireland about the choices they are making and what they are prioritising. We can protect Northern Ireland, but it requires a drastic change in strategy from this government.
Minister Penny Mordaunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all members who have spoken in this debate from all parts of the UK. From Essex to Edinburgh, to Lagan Valley to Clwyd West, Sheffield to Stone. As members of this House, we represent more than a geography. We represent the ambitions of our constituents, ambitions for themselves and their families and businesses, and their ambitions for our country. And all of us here in this place are ambitious on behalf of those who placed us here. It is those ambitions that the last few years have been about. Notwithstanding what my right honourable friend said when he opened this debate, there are some who still have not come to terms with the fact that we have left the EU and wish to relive the past. They did not understand those ambitions of the British people, and it baffles them still. The decision our country took showed a faith in democracy and a trust in all of us here to deliver. And when people trust us in this way, we cannot let them down. That is why many members this afternoon have been right to focus on the future. That is why we have stayed the course as a country, and why we will continue to do so. It took principle, courage, and determination, and it took us making an exceptional compromise. We agreed to apply EU law and to control the movement of goods within our own country, without any democratic say, beyond a vote in 4 years' time, all in the interests of peace. No other country has agreed to such a thing. It was a hard thing to do. Brexit was an ambitious decision by an ambitious country. We believe, however, that we share many ambitions with our EU friends, and again my right honourable friend in his speech pointed out why that ought to be the case. Ambitions to maximise the peace, prosperity and security for us all as we emerge from a turbulent few years and from this terrible pandemic. And specifically, the protocol states that the Belfast Good Friday Agreement should be protected in all its parts, and that the application of this protocol should impact as little as possible on the everyday life of communities in both Ireland and Northern Ireland. If the situation in Northern Ireland is going to be sustainable, it must be compatible with those principles. And in theory, there is no good reason why that should not be the case. Look at how other trade boundaries operate. Look at how trade can be facilitated through a risk-based approach and through the use of technology. Look at the exceptional case that the UK is, having traded as part of the EU bloc for decades. And look at the obligations and commitments from all parties concerned, the commitments that they made to protect the essential state functions and the territorial integrity of the UK, as stated in Article 1, and reported throughout in Article 6, underlining the importance of maintaining the integral place of Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom's internal market, and that the UK and the EU shall use their best endeavours to facilitate the trade between Northern Ireland and other parts of the United Kingdom, with a view to avoiding controls at the ports and airports of Northern Ireland to the extent possible, and in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, which says that any measures to protect the integrity of the EU's single market should be pragmatic and risk-based. Those principles and provisions are not being reflected in practice. Members have raised the issues this afternoon. Northern Ireland officials processing 20% of the EU's total checks and controls on consignments from third countries of products of animal origin for a population of 0.5% of the EU's. Critical medicines at risk of being discontinued. Companies who have given up delivering. Unique disadvantages for Northern Ireland in facing little access to UK or EU tariff rate quotas for certain important products, long-standing trade flows being disrupted, and firms who are struggling to cope with increased bureaucracy and costs despite facilitations and grace periods, and the absurd prospect of a ban on chilled meats moving within the UK. How is that situation compatible with those shared principles of ambition and pragmatism to promote prosperity and peace? How were the commitments the EU made in 2017 and 19 to specific solutions and alternative arrangements, and that the protocol could be superseded, compatible with the refusal to replace the Northern Ireland Protocol or engage on alternative arrangement? How is it compatible with those principles in granting extension periods only the day before, or not extending the Trusted Trader scheme, or not focusing on goods at risk, or insisting that the only way to reduce burdens on the movement of food products is for us to accept their law outright on SPS, despite us, as my right honourable friend has said, putting an ambitious veterinary agreement on the table based on our respective high standards. And I thank the right honourable lady opposite for her support in the government's proposals for that measure. Or perhaps worst of all, triggering Article 16 with no notice to create a hard border on the island of Ireland for the most sensitive of products, vaccines, Madam Deputy Speaker, feeding the perception that the EU's years of claims to be prioritising the delicate balance in Northern Ireland were little more than lip service, and fundamentally undermining the confidence of many in Northern Ireland that the protocol could be made to work, or threatening legal action at the first sign of any disagreement instead of seeking to resolve problems consensually, or saying that Northern Ireland must be the price of Brexit. Never, Madam Deputy Speaker. In contrast, we have worked hard to support those ambitions on prosperity and peace. For our part, we have honoured our commitments. New IT systems as part of a world-leading customs system, 500 million for a range of support schemes, the Trader Support Service, the Movement Assistance Scheme, the Digital Assistance Scheme, new facilitations by the 1st of January, such as the UK Trader Scheme, even though they were only agreed in December of last year. Temporary facilities for agri-food goods entering Northern Ireland and 60 million for the Northern Ireland Executive to administer them. Access to several UK customs databases despite technical challenges associated with data protection. The UK government is working hard and in good faith to find solutions to the problems many have mentioned. And those problems, as the Honourable Lady for Upper Bann has said, those problems cannot stand. We have provided over a dozen papers with detailed proposals on how these problems can be addressed. In addition to this, we have made numerous proposals in other areas, including on tariff rate quotas and on customs. And we have had a very limited reaction from the EU to these proposals. We have done all of this because we know that we need to show that politics works. We must respond to people's concerns, and that means the EU working with us to ease the burdens on Northern Ireland, not prioritising the single market. Indeed, I will give way.
I'm grateful. Just on that point about the prioritising the single market, it's less about that, it's more about this proportionality point that I said. Is there any either agreement between the British government and the EU, or at least some move to it, of some shared understanding of what the actual risks are to the single market as opposed to the theoretical ones, so that we can move to a much more proportionate a balance of checks and controls on both sides?
Well, my right honourable friend is right that a seriously unbalanced situation is developing in the way the protocol is operating. The protocol can only be sustained for as long as it retains support in Northern Ireland, and therefore making it work is, you would think, in everyone's interest. We need to focus on those shared and stated principles and common ambitions for prosperity and peace. It was ambition for our country that has brought us to this point. And ambition is the parent of courage and determination. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we now need to think creatively, we have to find a new balance. We need an approach to implementation that respects the delicate balance between the interests of all communities in Northern Ireland and the economic and cultural links, east and west, as well as north and south. And that is the thrust of the motion that we have been debating. The government is ready to do this, and colleagues will not have long to wait. And the right honourable gentleman who's opened this debate and all members who have spoken today have done a service by demonstrating that support for such an ambition is the overwhelming mood of this House.
Sir Bernard Jenkins to wind up.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her strong speech. This has been a thoughtful and meaningful debate. I'm particularly pleased that the opposition frontbench have given their support to the motion that has been tabled. I think that will strengthen the government's negotiating position considerably. I just want to pick up one or two points that my honourable friend from North Dorset talked about, the need for flexibility, but then seemed to seem that this could be achieved without any change in the protocol. I don't think this is realistic. No. It's just not realistic. And the idea, the reason for this is because the President of the Commission cannot change his mind because the Member States would have to agree. Well, that may be a problem for the European Union, but it can't be a problem for the paralysis of the British government. The British government is going to have to take action. And I just invite those who have almost signed up to what I call the Macron doctrine, which is, if you remember, he said at the G7 summit, nothing is negotiable, everything is applicable, that this attitude, you've signed it, so you're stuck with it, whether that's good for the British people or for the Northern Ireland peace process or not, is a kind of blindness that we have really just got to drop. And what we're looking for is flexibility, as asked for by the chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, real flexibility, that the EU will not win respect around the world for adopting a head-in-the-sand approach to this. And we're not going to shoehorn the whole of the United Kingdom back into the single market to resolve these problems, because that's not what the British people voted for. So I just leave my right honourable friend with this fundamental thought. She talked about working hard and in good faith, and courage and determination. But I'm afraid we're reaching the point very quickly where the government is going to have to take action. Yep. And it's going to be a question of letting the European Union know that their failure to respond to the entreaties that the government has been presenting them with in reasonable good faith will lead to consequences. And that needs to happen soon, because the longer this situation persists, the more economic disruption is being caused in Northern Ireland, and the more the faith and trust in the Good Friday Agreement is ebbing away. I think what everyone has to accept is the protocol is bad for the peace process in Northern Ireland, and it must change or be changed.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And I'm suspending the House for 2 minutes to make the necessary arrangements for next business. Order. Order. We now come to the backbench debate on the Beijing Winter Olympics and Chinese government sanctions. I intend to put the time limit up to 7 minutes to start with and see how we go on. It may have to be reduced, but we'll try that to start with. Tim Loughton to move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I presume that doesn't apply to me, but I beg to move that this House believes that the 2022 Winter Olympic Games should not be hosted in a country whose government is credibly accused of mass atrocity crimes, and calls on the UK government to decline invitations for its representatives to attend the 2022 Beijing Olympic Games unless the government of the People's Republic of China ends the atrocities taking place in the Xinjiang region and lifts the sanctions imposed on UK parliamentarians, citizens and entities. I think I must first declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, as one of the sanctioned, and I wear my badge of honour today, although any financial interest I would have had to declare would no doubt have been frozen by the Chinese government. But can I thank the Backbench Business Committee for giving us time for what is a very important subject. As a spotty school student back in 1980, I proposed a motion at a local school debating competition that the UK government should not boycott the Moscow Summer Olympics following their invasion of Afghanistan over the previous Christmas, and that politics should be kept out of sport. As it turned out, Mrs Thatcher, the Prime Minister at the time, recommended a boycott, but it was left up to the individual sporting bodies as to whether they sent athletes from their sports to the Games, and those that did compete did so under the Olympic flag, and the few gold medals that we did win were collected to the strains of the choral cantata that is the Olympic anthem. My overriding memory of those Olympic Games was the image of Daley Thompson emotionally collecting his decathlon gold medal and belting out God Save the Queen to the tune of the rather dreary Olympic hymn. 65 countries carried out a full boycott of the 1980 Olympics, including such strange bedfellows as the US and Iran, Israel and Saudi Arabia, and China. China condemned the Russians, sent no athletes, and subsequently did not appear on the medal table. So China really doesn't have a leg to stand on when it finds itself on the end of the same treatment that it meted out to its neighbour back in 1980. Now, my view on sporting boycotts and keeping politics out of sport has not changed, and that's why this motion is not calling for a fall sporting boycott, which victimises most the elite athletes who dedicate so much to compete every 4 years, however niche the UK's medal prospects might be at the Winter Olympics compared with the summer version. But the simple reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that in this day and age, sport is inextricably linked and is often tainted by politics, whether we like it or not, and that taint, at some times, can come no greater when the event is hosted under the Olympic banner. Most countries will bid for the honour of hosting the Olympics so they can showcase their nation to the world as an impressive player on the world stage, a land of progress and plenty where everything is just rosy and all the criticisms you hear about them are just baseless propaganda. And I'm sure we were guilty of some of that when London hosted the 2012 Olympics, and especially in the visually and financially extravagant opening and closing ceremonies, which reminded the world why the United Kingdom is the top nation. The difference was that our people were free to criticise that extravaganza if they disapproved. Our press were free to caricature or lampoon it, as some did, especially Paul McCartney's singing. And we in this place were free to tackle ministers about whether it was money well spent and whether we actually wanted it. In the same way that when honourable and right honourable members in this House are free to speak out against abuses at home or abroad, human rights or otherwise, as freely happened, including the recent reports by both the Bays and Foreign Affairs Select Committees on the Uyghur situation. In the same way that this House has spoken out about the grotesque oppression, torture and murder of over 1 million peace-loving Tibetans at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party since the occupation of 1959. In the same way we have called out the industrial-scale human rights abuses against the Uyghur people, the slave labour camps in Xinjiang, the forced sterilisation of Uyghur women, all leading to a motion unanimously passed in this House on April the 22nd, thanks to the good services of my honourable friend from Wealden, which called out these inhuman acts for what they are, namely genocide, and committed by the hand of the Chinese Communist Party government, who in just 200 days' time will be welcoming the world to the temporary mirage that is a free Beijing. As the goose-stepping battalions of the People's Liberation Army take ownership of the Olympic rings and run the Olympic flag up their flagpole. Any dissent, any protest, any adverse publicity will be cancelled, crushed and disappeared. Just as the Chinese government tried to suppress the free speech that is the hallmark of parliamentary democracy and to bully 5 members of this House, including me, and 2 noble lords, by responding to our expose of their abuses by sanctioning us in the misguided belief that we would shut up and go away. And now we are apparently to be subject to China's new counter-foreign sanctions law too. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposite was true. We have been louder than ever. The crimes of the Chinese government have been under more scrutiny in this place and beyond, as China's counterproductive miscalculation of what democracy actually counts for in the West has instead acted as a recruiting sergeant for decent people across the globe determined to call the Chinese government out for the murderous bully it really is. We should be in no doubt about the real agenda behind China's enthusiasm to host the Olympics for the second time. The Chinese propaganda machine is being ratcheted up for this historic event, which will make the Chinese capital the first city to host both the summer and winter Olympic Games. The spokesman for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, Wang Wenbin, has been boasting that the majority of countries and people in the world recognise the fact that China's human rights conditions are constantly improving and China has achieved notable progress in its human rights cause, a claim that would embarrass even the Iraqi spokesman Comical Ali of Gulf War notoriety. We know what they will use the Winter Olympics for, as they showed quite clearly at the Summer Olympics in Beijing of 2008. They proudly boasted, with 105 heads of state and government there, it was the largest gathering of world leaders for a sporting event in world history, until 2012, that is. The People's Liberation Army Navy Band performed the nationalistic Welcome March and goose-stepped across the arena. 56 Chinese children, representing supposedly the 56 ethnic groups of ethnic China in their respective costumes, danced across the arena to the strains of Ode to the Motherland, lip-synced by a 9-year-old to the pre-recorded voice of another girl who had been told she was not pretty enough to appear on the stage. And to add insult to injury, it later turned out that all 56 of those children claiming to be representatives of China's diversity were in fact all Han Chinese. The spectacular $100 million opening ceremony lasted 4 hours and 9 minutes, as the 91,000 audience enjoyed a panoply of everything Chinese. They saw everything the Chinese Communist Party wanted them and the rest of the world to see, and indeed that was made easier by the notorious use of weather modification technology to prevent clouds and rain, just one of the more extreme examples of the Chinese Communist Party manipulating the environment. It was fated as a spectacular and unforgettable ceremony. The spectacular to end all spectaculars and probably can never be bettered, in the mesmerised words of one Tony Blair. But it was all a sham. The awarding of the 2008 Olympics to Beijing was accompanied by the International Olympics Committee promising that the Games would act as a catalyst for human rights reform in China. Well, a widely acknowledged genocide in Xinjiang later, thousands of Tibetans arrested, imprisoned, displaced, tortured and killed later, the snuffing out of free speech, free press and political freedoms in Hong Kong, and the trashing of the Sino-British Joint Declaration and imposition of the national security law later, that went well, didn't it? To help win the 2008 Olympics, China promised to allow space for Chinese citizens to protest during the Games. Spaces were indeed allocated, but those who applied for permission to protest were in fact arrested, making a mockery of the undertakings to the IOC, and no doubt the same will happen next February, again, as China remains the world's largest jailer of journalists. The Chinese authorities... Of course I will.
I'm delighted to be here listening to this extremely important speech that the honourable member is making. Would he also just recall that we had our own contribution to the silencing of debate, sadly, at the time of the Olympics, and that was the Olympics in London, when some of the so-called guards of the Olympic flame turned out actually to be operatives from the Ministry of State Security and dealt with citizens in this country, individuals in this country, rather more brutally than we would ever tolerate of our own police.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and furthermore to that, I remember mentioning in this House the fate of Tibetans who had been protesting, I think in the Mao, who were arrested, who were stuck behind crowds, and in some cases had their homes raided by the police and were arrested before they could go and protest as well. That's not the way we do things in this country, and yet for some reason we kowtowed to the Chinese authorities at that stage. That must never be repeated, and we must not resile from calling out those sorts of tactics that the Chinese will use in their own country and wherever they can gain influence. I'll give way to my right hand friend.
I'm grateful. I was just reflecting on his earlier comments, my honourable friend's comments, and they were about the Olympics in Beijing. We were told in 2008, as I recall, that the awarding of the Olympics would be a key moment in the movement of getting China to acknowledge and to uphold human rights to a greater degree. That was in 2008. Does he think they've made much progress since then?
Exactly the point I've been labouring to make. It was all a sham, and we all know how human rights in China have gone from bad to worse. The Chinese authorities also, back ahead of 2008, had to clean up the environment around Beijing, as it looked at one stage as if everyone would have to compete in masks. 13 years on, China remains the world's largest polluter, responsible for some 26% of the planet's greenhouse gas emissions. It's burnt more coal over the last 11 years than the rest of the world put together, and now imperils the world's third pole, the Tibetan Plateau glaciers that service the water needs of billions of people. And of course, the energy needed to produce artificial snow in Beijing for the winter sports, which they will need to do, will not exactly win any environmental award. So, like it or not, Madam Deputy Speaker, China will make this global sporting event a global political spectacle. It's incredible, frankly, that the Winter Games were awarded to China again in the first place, a sign of a much too cosy relationship between the Chinese government, the IOC, and its President Thomas Bach, who during President Xi's visit to the IOC headquarters in Lausanne back in 2017, claimed that he wanted to give the Chinese president a set of medals because he is the true Olympic champion for the youth. Yuck. But on virtually every level, the awarding of the Games to China should never have happened. It flies in the face of the Olympic principles as encoded in the Olympic Charter by the IOC. Olympism seeks to create a way of life based on the joy of effort, the educational value of good example, social responsibility, and respect for universal fundamental ethical principles. The goal of Olympism is to place sport at the service of the harmonious development of humankind with a view to promoting a peaceful society concerned with the preservation of human dignity. Sports organisations within the Olympic movement shall apply political neutrality. They have the rights and obligations of autonomy, which include freely establishing and controlling the rules of sport, determining the structure and governance of their organisations, enjoying the right of elections free from any outside influence, and the enjoyment and the rights and freedoms set forth in this Olympic Charter shall be secured without discrimination of any kind, such as race, colour, sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth or other status. How on earth does a genocidal, industrial-scale, human rights abusing, free speech intolerant and planet vandalising regime square with those principles?
It doesn't.
In 2017, Xi Jinping claimed the international Olympic movement, in its over 100 years, has played a positive role in enhancing all-round human development, deepening friendship between nations, and promoting peace, development and progress. Everything that China has done since then and is still doing makes a mockery of that claim if the Beijing Olympics are allowed to go ahead in the form that the Chinese Communist Party wants, and its behaviour is allowed to be normalised, and they are allowed to score the major soft power propaganda victory they crave. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a motion passed by this House urging a diplomatic boycott is so important, emphasising that again, that we will not turn a blind eye to industrial-scale human rights abuses, and hopefully impressing on the government the need to enact such a boycott so that no ministers, diplomats, royal family members and other VIPs dance to the tune of the Chinese Communist Party, and the loss of face that they will suffer will show how serious the United Kingdom is. To date, the Chinese government has taken no notice. Just last week, the Chinese tech giant Tencent's WeChat social media platform deleted dozens of LGBT accounts, sparking fears of a crackdown on gay content online and gay rights generally. Again, in defiance of Olympic principles and echoing the actions of Russia suppressing LGBT organisations ahead of the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics. I will.
I'm grateful, and I apologise for missing the first few seconds of what is a very powerful speech, with which I agree with every word he's said, and he's completely right that the Chinese government intend to use these Winter Olympics as a propaganda exercise. Does he agree with me that it should be possible to turn this round if we, and I just put this forward as an example, we start referring to these Winter Olympics as something like the Genocide Games?
I think that would, if they're going to go ahead, that would be a very effective label to put on them to reinforce the point. I think the honourable gentleman makes a fair point. But back to the LGBT point I was making. Remember that homosexuality was classified as a mental disorder in China until 2001. And earlier this year, a Chinese court upheld a university's description of homosexuality as a psychological disorder. How does that square with those principles, again, I quoted in the Olympic Charter? And there are also fears that Beijing merchandise will be made with Uyghur forced labour, and I hope that the British sponsors of the Games will have no truck with this if they continue to offer sponsorship, and some pressure might be applied there. But Madam Speaker, in bringing this motion before the House today, we are not alone. Through the good services of IPAC, the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, and other like-minded organisations, motions are being put before the US House of Representatives, parliaments in Germany, Canada, Italy, Czechia, Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark, Lithuania and others. And on June the 8th, the European Parliament passed a resolution calling on Member States and the Commission to decline invitation to the Games in the absence of human rights improvement. For once, the EU did the right thing and voted for that unanimously. The US Secretary of State, Blinken, has already mooted a diplomatic boycott which has incurred the wrath of China, whilst Congressman Tom Malinowski of the House Foreign Affairs Committee has said the International Olympic Committee should not be validating the Chinese government's international standing, whilst that government is committing genocide and crimes against humanity. This coordinated effort by legislatures in multiple democratic countries sends a message that the IOC cannot ignore. If it can discuss postponing the Tokyo Games over public health concerns, it can certainly move the China Games over the mass incarceration of millions in concentration camps. In return, when celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist regime earlier this month, President Xi, of course, cheerily threatened that any foreigners attempting to influence China will have their heads bashed against the Great Wall of Steel. Madam Deputy Speaker, President Xi can bash away all he likes, but this House must not and will not be bowed. This House will soon be invited to vote on a motion calling for the UK Government to institute a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics, and I hope that honourable and right honourable members vote yes, and that the Government acts on that strong hint. But it must mean something, and it must lead to more action and consequences for China's behaviour beyond just a 16-day sporting event in February. The Foreign Secretary has been robust in his condemnation of industrial-scale human rights abuses in Xinjiang, and the sanctions against a small number of officials and the restrictions on businesses dealing in Xinjiang are welcome, but they must be just a small start to a much broader programme of tangible action coordinated with our allies who champion democracy and human rights. Today I've retabled my Tibet Reciprocal Access Bill, extended to apply to Xinjiang too. The US Congress unanimously passed the bill on which it's based. Why can't we? Earlier we heard concerns about the proposed Chinese takeover of the UK's largest semiconductor producer, which must surely be blocked under the powers the government has under the new National Security and Investment Act. And coming to an end now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I know you want me to, the latest move makes it even more imperative that we have a full holistic audit of the throttling grip that the many tentacles of the Chinese state is taking in British boardrooms, on British research and infrastructure projects, on British university campuses and in British classrooms. When will the notorious Chen Guangzhou, the architect of oppression in Tibet and genocide in Xinjiang, be added to the sanction list along with other Chinese Communist Party officials and politicians? But, Madam Deputy Speaker, acting on this motion today is not a discretionary option. It is an imperative, and we are duty-bound legally. The UK is a party to the Genocide Convention. All state parties to the Genocide Convention are under an obligation to refrain from taking an active part in the crime of genocide, and additionally to prevent the commission of genocide by others using all means reasonably available and within their power. This includes situations where one state alone will be unable to prevent genocide, but where its actions in combination with the efforts of others may do so. A diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics is a measure available to the UK that may contribute to preventing genocide being committed in the Xinjiang region. This is precisely because the Olympics has been identified as a key pressure point on China, and China is seeking to use the Olympics to portray a positive image to the world and has already threatened a robust response to the suggestion that US diplomats might decline to attend. Such comments reveal China's acute sensitivity to the spotlight a diplomatic boycott would shine on its human rights abuses and highlight the corresponding leverage and that the international community has. So we're therefore under an obligation to prevent and punish the crime of genocide as set down in the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This House has already determined that this is a very credible case that exists, carried out by the Chinese government against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang, and it amounts to crimes against humanity and the crime of genocide. In passing this motion today, we are therefore fulfilling our obligations and doing our job. I very much hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Minister will confirm that the Government will now be taking its obligation seriously and doing its job by implementing the terms of this motion, and I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. We now go to Asfal Khan by video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham for securing this debate and for his excellent and powerful speech. The repression of Uyghur Muslims by the Chinese government has a long and a dark history. But in the last few years, the Chinese government has ramped up its persecution of Uyghurs. It is estimated that more than 1 million people are being held at the internment camps in Xinjiang, and the Chinese government are showing no sign of pausing their haunting campaign. Yet, despite condemnation from all sides of the House, including the government, there is still a gaping chasm between rhetoric and action. We cannot, on the one hand, recognize genocide, and on the other, send dignitaries and diplomats to the Beijing Olympics. We must be robust in our condemnation and send a message to the Uyghur Muslims that we are on their side. Calls for a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics are gaining momentum internationally. It is high time that the UK demonstrates leadership on this issue and follows on the footsteps of the EU and America to send a strong message to the international community that the UK condemns the shocking human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang and indeed in Hong Kong. We cannot let Chinese detract attention away from international criticism of its human rights abuses and repressive policies. Madam Deputy Speaker, a diplomatic boycott is a very basic ask, and frankly, we shouldn't even be having a debate on this. Out of sheer principle, the UK government must support a boycott and press China to allow the UN unfettered access to conduct an independent investigation. Additionally, there are many more practical and much needed steps that government can take. Could the Minister outline what steps the government is taking in response to those parliamentarians who have been sanctioned by the Chinese government? And will the Minister also provide an update on further Magnitsky sanctions for those committing human rights abuses in Xinjiang? The government should also be investigating claims that UK universities could be inadvertently supporting the development of facial recognition and surveillance technologies that are then used by the Chinese government in the oppression of Uyghur people. Could the Minister update the House on what representation he has made to the UK universities on this matter? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the point isn't that the UK withdrawing sport from a sporting event. It is about condemning the ongoing crimes against humanity taking place in Xinjiang. It is about ensuring that the UK supply chains are not linked to the forced Uyghur labor. It is about making sure that Chinese companies complicit in the surveillance of Uyghurs in Xinjiang aren't sponsoring research in British universities. It is about taking a stand, which I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that after today's timely debate will be taken. Thank you.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat.
Hear, hear. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great privilege to speak in this debate, and it echoes some of the comments that the committee I'm privileged enough to chair, and where one fellow member of the committee is here with us today, were able to put into a report that we published only a few days ago, Never Again, the UK's responsibility to act on atrocities in Xinjiang and beyond. And in it, we looked at the Olympics, as my honourable member, the member for Worthing, has put it, because, of course, it asks some very specific questions of us. It's not just that it's a global event and therefore an opportunity for PR, if you like, for awareness, for broadcast, for propaganda even. But it's because actually the Olympics are much more than that. Their origins, before they were of course reinvented in the 19th century, but their origins go back to the idea of competition as an avoidance of war. Their origins go to the origins, indeed, of our own civilizations, emerging as they did from the great Greek city-states. And what they did was they set, in a constructive and organised fashion, a set of rules, a set of structures that allowed people to compete equally and fairly amongst each other. It's a huge achievement. It's quite a remarkable achievement when you think how early it happened. It took a long time before we saw that same competition in trade, in ideas, in innovation, in technology, in a peaceful fashion in our world. In fact, it really only emerged after the last war. It really only emerged in the last 80 years and only really came to its fruition since the fall of the Cold War and the end of the Soviet occupation of so much of the world. It's quite a remarkable achievement that in 30 years we have been competing on the basis of rules and not of force. And so this event really does matter. Because this event reinforces that point, that the rules matter. Fairness matters. Equal opportunity matters. Access matters. Voice matters. And the truth matters. And sadly, my honourable friend has already cited so many areas where the truth points in a direction that Beijing wishes it didn't. Now, that's a great shame. It's a great shame not just for the people of China, who are, of course, the first prisoners of the Chinese Communist Party. It's not just a shame for the people of the region, who, of course, suffer from the numerous abuses and indignities that the Chinese state has been imposing upon them. It's actually a shame for the entire world. It's a shame for us here in this country, despite the freedoms we enjoy and the luxuries we are blessed with. Because we lose out. We lose out on the ability to share equally and fairly with a people that has given the world so much. 5,000 years of amazing civilization emerging from that extraordinary plateau around the Yangtze Valley, from that emergence of ideas, of people, of culture, of economics. What wealth came from those people? What ideas have the people of China given humanity? What richness have we enjoyed from their imaginations, from their minds, from their freedoms? So we all lose when they lose. We all suffer when their ideals are stolen. We all suffer when their innovation is silenced, when their culture is curtailed. We all suffer when their voices are locked away. And that's what we're seeing today. Now, there are very few ways in which the UK can respond directly. It would be wrong, politically, militarily, economically, socially, culturally, to threaten force. It would be wrong to seek to punish individuals whose crime is simply to be citizens of a dictatorial state. They're already punished enough. That makes it very difficult to know how to respond. But one way we can respond is by standing up and making it clear that we do not accept the legitimacy of the regime. We do not accept its right to so change the truth, to so violate the reality of the world in which we live, that it can use the ultimate evidence, the ultimate moment of propaganda of the global success of rules, of fairness, of integrity, and twist it, contort it, divert it to its own nefarious aims. So I think we should attend the Games, but only as athletes. And at the moments when the Games have the propaganda element at the beginning or the end, we only need a single athlete to hold a single flag to make clear the point that the team stands together and against this tyranny. But in seeing that single individual, it would be clear to the world that Britain's voice is there and present, but not participating in the propaganda games that go with them. Now, these are going to be difficult decisions for the government because it has to factor in many different areas. And sometimes people say that gesture politics is no politics. Well, I would say no. I would say this is a gesture that does make a difference. It's a gesture that defends the rules that keep us all safe, that defends the cultures that keep us all free, and defends our own ability to cooperate fairly and to avoid conflict. The rules matter. They make us richer, they make us safer, they protect Britain, they protect our friends, and if they're allowed to, they will once again protect the people of China.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I too want to congratulate and thank the Right Honourable Member from East Worthing and Shoreham for securing his debate. He knows how much I support him in his very active campaigning in calling out the human rights abuses of the Chinese Communist Party against millions of its own people, and it is such a very important debate that we are having today. I don't want to repeat everything that has already been said, and indeed everything that has been said so far in this chamber I fully support. And we have already heard in today's debate about the significant and substantial evidence of the terrible treatment of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. The arbitrary detention, mass incarceration, forced political indoctrination, re-education, and Orwellian levels of surveillance. Most horrifying are the accounts of sexual abuse, of torture, and of forcible sterilization. It is a pervasive assault on human rights. It must be challenged. We cannot stay silent. The UK has to do all that it can, working with our international partners, including the EU, and I listened very carefully to the Right Honourable Member who spoke, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, about the limitations one has as a foreign state to intervene without, being strong without actually going as far as threatening force. But we do have this opportunity. It starts by calling it out for what it is, what we see, and it is a genocide. There's a clear evidence that this treatment of the Uyghur Muslims meets the legal definition of the crime of genocide, as set out under the Article 2 of the Genocide Convention and Article 6 of the Rome Statute. Parliament has recognised that this is the case, and now the government and us here must follow suit. We must continue our calls for investigation by the UN, by the ICC and by the ICJ, but we cannot afford to wait for these to happen. It is also vital that we take other meaningful steps to help stop these atrocities. We should work with our European allies in lockstep on sanctions and cooperate with them to expand the reach and scope of our Magnitsky sanctions regime. And this brings me to the topic of today's debate, the role of the Beijing Winter Olympics. We must bear in mind that the human rights abuses by the CCP, and I repeat, it is the CCP, and honourable members have said this many times, it is the Chinese Communist parties, it is not the people of China themselves who are committing these atrocities. I have already touched on the terrible crimes in Xinjiang. Remember that this is surrounded by a context of human rights abuses in places like Tibet, the CCP's attempt to dismantle democracy and liberty in Hong Kong, the rhetoric around Taiwan, which grows ever more dangerous, and the CCP's ongoing activities in the South China Sea in the face of UN rulings. Western countries have to make a stance. We must be aware that the Olympics next year will be used to give credibility, and we have heard this several times today already, credibility to the regime. Whether we like it or not, it will serve as a propaganda tool. It would be absolutely unacceptable for the Prime Minister, for the Foreign Secretary, or for senior diplomats and officials to give credibility to such an event. And if the Games do go ahead, it is vital that the IOC adjusts their own rules. Rule 50 of the Olympics Charter prevents athletes from speaking out, from making peaceful demonstrations or protests in the field of play or during medal ceremonies. It is totally unacceptable that competitors should be gagged in this way, under the threat of sanctions from the IOC if they do so. The justification for this rule is to keep politics out of sport, but as we have already heard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an event which will be used politically by the Chinese Communist Party. But the reality is that the protest-free games will be just as political as one in which athletes are allowed to express their opinions. Finally, we must also be realistic about whether it is at all appropriate for the Games to go ahead in Beijing, given the ongoing human rights abuses. And here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do want to go a little bit further. Is it at all justifiable that the Games go ahead? In grave circumstances such as these, it is vital that the options of a full sporting boycott of the Games remains at least on the table. There is growing consensus about the diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics, but I wonder whether we should dare to go further. Across the House, we are outraged about the horrific human rights abuses by the CCP against millions of its own people. The Chinese Communist, the critics become more and more aware, but the Chinese Communist Party becomes more and more emboldened the longer the rest of the world stands by. Let's now get real. Let's start today with supporting the motion in front of us. Thank you.
Duncan Smith.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to take part in this debate, and I thank my honourable friend for having brought this forward and been successful in doing so. I must explain, sorry, I should have said that I draw attention to my inclusions in the Register of Members' Interest. I do want to raise here, at this particular point, the importance of the fact that I had a discussion with the UK Olympic Committee last year, because I had been making a bit of a fuss about why we were holding these Olympics at that stage, and they asked to come and see me, which they did. And they asked me what was my position on it, and I just said, look, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's up to individual athletes as to what they choose to do. I would obviously like them to understand where they're going, what they're going to be involved in, but I do expect the government to take a position on this. And my view would be that the UK government, and this is really even before quite a lot of the stuff that we now know is coming out, that the UK government would take the view that attending, giving it diplomatic credibility, having UK officials, ministers, etc., attending these games is no longer feasible given the nature of this regime in China, the Chinese Communist Party. And their reaction to me was, we could live with that. We can understand that. That's fair. We weren't going to complain about that. We understand why you would do that and leave it to individual athletes. And so my view is this is even more reinforced by what we know. It is since that conversation, actually, that we've had the evidence of the abuses now laid bare by Adrian Zenz, who showed us that the Uyghur atrocity is really a genocide through the documentation that he produced, and which eventually we managed to publish through IPAC and some others institutions. We know now much more even now about the forced labour camps in Tibet, where we think close on over 2 million people are now in labour camps in Tibet, which a case that my honourable friend has due credit for having raised long after anybody else has ever cared to raise it again. And it goes on. We know that the Chinese government is aggressive abroad and aggressive at home. It has killed Indian soldiers on the border with India as it seeks to dispute the border. It has taken over the South China Seas against the UN's concerns, where they said they have no historic rights over that area. It has threatened and continues to threaten Taiwan. In fact, only today, as my honourable friend, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, was in part of this question that we had about the semiconductor company, which we know is being sold now to a Chinese company here from the UK. And it's interesting that one of the things that I didn't raise, but is the case now we know, that China has strategically said that semiconductor production must now come to China and they must dominate globally. But more importantly, they want to use it as a weapon against Taiwan, because Taiwan is probably the biggest single producer now of semiconductors. And China really wants to stop that cash flow to Taiwan as well. So one of the strategic reasons for wanting to take the UK company and essentially use it is to increase their own capability and stop Taiwan. So you can see there's not a single thing that this Chinese Communist Party does that has not been thought through to the final degree. They know where they're going, and they don't even hide it. As my honourable friend said, they threatened that anybody who affronts them would have their heads bashed against a wall of steel. You know, I don't recall that you say something like that and then everybody laughs. You know, it's not... I mean, imagine if the British government was to say that about anybody that disagreed with it. We'd all be up in arms and everybody would be complaining around the free world. Yeah, I give way.
I'm delighted to support my honourable friend and the powerful speech he's making. Does he remember the words of the Chinese ambassador to Stockholm only a few months ago? For our friends, we have flowers and wine, and for our enemies, we have shotguns. Has he ever heard another diplomat use such language?
No, I haven't. I really haven't. And the funny thing about... He's absolutely right for raising it, because the funny thing about the Chinese government, President Xi says exactly what he's going to do. And the intriguing thing is he does it. And governments, I have to say, sadly, to some degree like my own and around the Western world, what do? They think actually he doesn't really mean it, and they wish that if he didn't mean it, that there would be a different outcome. And then they make stupid excuses like saying, do you know what? If we give them these games, 2018, they will uphold human rights. Did they? I don't recall that they did much of that. And then they say, don't worry, if we trade more with China in the golden decade, as my honourable friends did in the government of which I was a member, they will liberalise their politics and they will head towards democracy. I tell you who's naive in this. It's all of us. It's the Western democracies who actually set policy around what they wish would happen, and they don't remember history in the 1930s. We have forgotten what happened when we appeased another ghastly dictatorship. 60 million people died as a result of our failure when we appeased them, and we are bound on the same course today. And this debate today about boycotting these Olympics is not just a token. We know that China is sensitive when it gets global criticism, when people shine the torch on what goes on behind there. We know they react. Why do we know that? Because they sanction people like myself and many of my colleagues in this chamber and in the European Parliament. But the difference is, and I applaud the European Parliament and those who are members of IPAC who have been sanctioned, they have stopped the European Union having a trade arrangement as a result of that. What have we done? We now talk about doing more trade arrangements, and we sit here as sanctioned individuals. I want the government to act. So I have to say it is simply not good enough that we say with one hand we are horrified by what they do, and with the other we now make plans to seek more trade relationships with them, and we do not want to interfere in the Olympics. Everything is political in a communist regime. Every single aspect of your lives is governed by a communist political regime. Our government must recognise now that it is no longer dealing with a decent organisation that would uphold freedoms. It is dealing with a dictatorial, militaristic, intolerant, oppressive regime who every time we give them these public demonstrations as the Olympics, we do ourselves and worse, the Uyghurs, the Tibetans and all those oppressed peoples, a disfavour. Let us stand up for freedom, democracy and human rights and not back these games.
Video link. Navenu Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham for securing this important debate. The work he does alongside the Honourable Member for Dundee West on the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Tibet is vital in raising awareness around the human rights abuses committed by the Chinese government. I'm grateful that this debate has been called, but it is depressing that this even needs to be discussed at all. This Parliament has recognised that genocide is taking place against the Uyghurs in northwest China. The motion debated in April called on the government to act to fulfil its obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide and all relevant instruments of international law to bring it to an end. Yet here we are discussing whether it is acceptable for this country's athletes to participate in games held in a country committing these atrocities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to draw this House's attention to the situation in Tibet. At the last Olympics held in China in 2008, thousands of Tibetans took to the streets to protest and were brutally suppressed, with hundreds killed. Yet the full total of deaths remains unknown. Since then, we've seen the forced erosion of Tibetan culture, from the replacement of Tibetan language by Mandarin in schools to the repeated use of arbitrary detention and widespread torture. In addition to that, large religious communities have seen thousands of residents forcefully removed and their homes demolished. The rich Tibetan culture, Buddhist religion, and Tibetan language is being forcefully eroded, and freedom of thought, opinion, expression, religion, and consciousness not just being undermined, but it is being actively eradicated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the organization Free Tibet. The work they do in raising awareness about the oppression of the Tibetan people, culture and language should be placed on record. But it remains unacceptable that more has not been done by this government to call out these hideous abuses for decades. They've pursued a foreign policy of complacency that pans out as a foreign policy of complicity. Following the vote in April, where were the government sanctions against China? Why has the government not made a commitment to boycott these Olympics? What measures are being put in place to support those fleeing the oppression of the Chinese state? These are not just rhetorical questions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They are points that should have been considered right back when these issues started to rear their ugly heads. These Winter Olympic Games provide a choice for this country to stand up for the oppressed people and human rights, or to turn a blind eye to atrocities. But shamefully, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government's continued silence speaks 1,000 words. When HSBC Bank repeatedly refused to unfreeze the assets of Hong Kong activists, including one activist who fled to our country after crowdfunding for lawsuits against police brutality, did the government speak out? I'm sure we can all guess the answer. Now we have a chance to take an international stance determined by human rights, one that recognizes people's rights to practice their religion freely, to worship, to express their views, and to use their language. I would urge the government to follow that path and call for a boycott of the Winter Olympic Games. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Video link. Mark Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and also thank you to the member for East Worthing on securing this debate and to have the opportunity to follow on from a fellow Greater Manchester MP. When you say Olympics, it was me thinking about jumping hurdles, hitting archery targets, Usain Bolt breaking records, and our wonderful Team GB cycling team. But then I realised it wasn't Tokyo that we were on about today, but rather the Beijing and Hubei 2022 Winter Olympics. And you know what? I know absolutely nothing about the Winter Olympics, and yet here I am today speaking on a debate about it. Though I am comforted by observing that an absence of a background in something does not necessarily deter one from waxing lyrical in the chamber. I have to declare an interest in China, and that is, I know a wee bit about the country. I worked and lived there for over a decade. I spent around 14,000 hours learning Mandarin Chinese, Putonghua, along with Shanghainese dialects. And I also hold 2 master's degrees on China, as well as currently on a part-time PhD in China-related studies. And unfortunately, over the last year, nearly all of the debate on China has been extremely one-sided, not multifaceted, and fails to see much more of the nuance that actually exists, and ultimately doesn't necessarily depict the country which I came to know, but it does have many problems that we are faced with. And I know even less about the Olympics, and having worked at the embassy during the Beijing 2008 Olympic Games as the Olympic and Paralympic attaché, and then helped promote our wonderful country to the Chinese during the London 2012 Olympiad, where I was based at the British Consulate in Shanghai. And from these experiences, my view is that we should not be boycotting the upcoming 2022 Winter Olympics, because it's more important now than ever for us to be pushing for as many people-to-people and governmental exchange as we can possibly do. I'm a firm believer in the UK being open to the world, as this is the only true way to maintain influence and project the interests of our people. The alternative is an introverted stance in international politics, which quite frankly reeks of a seeping of confidence in our ability to influence and attract on the ice rink of international affairs. And I saw this firsthand in 2012 with the story of Mr. Wu Changjiang, who wrote to me when I was at the British Consulate 2 months before the London 2012 Games, because he really wanted to go to London to see the Olympics. As in 1948, he was an Olympiad there. He was a basketball player playing for the Chinese team, and he actually went up against the British team. And we were able, through working with different partners, to get him on a plane. He was 88 years old at the time, to go to London, and he met with what was his arch nemesis at the time, and Mr. Lionel Price from the British team, who has sadly and subsequently passed away. And they spent the day together in London. They went to the London Eye, amongst other things, and it created so much goodwill between the peoples of the UK and of China, and was widely held as a bilateral success. And indeed, a British Chamber of Commerce report presented this week to the All-Party Parliamentary China Group made the point, and I paraphrase, that the resumption of travel and openness can help create opportunities to build common ground and enhance intercultural understanding. And this is exactly why we should be in attendance come February 2022. Now, today's debates, it also makes me think about why COVID kind of faff aside, that there is no real opposition to Tokyo hosting the Summer Olympics this month. And in the 1980s, when we think back, there was much anxiety about the economic rise of Japan, and especially from the United States. But then we think of the last 30 years, and Japan has not only maintained its position as a top 3 largest economy, but it has a soft power capability which is truly astonishing. And along with the UK and the USA, it can boast one of the most influential youth cultures on the planet. I can't help but feel that China can definitely take inspiration from its neighbour across the East China Seas. And it has done both before, actually, in terms of its economic model, sometimes known as the developmental model for economics. Now, certain developments obviously have not been helpful of late, including a tilt to a more aggressive tone in diplomatic engagement, sometimes referred to as wolf warrior diplomacy, nor indeed has the sanctioning of my colleagues in the House. And the sooner we can move away from such tools and tone of diplomacy, then the better. And I do welcome the arrival of Ambassador Zheng Ziguang to the UK, and I hope, if he happens to see this debate today, that he can work with our government to ensure an easing in tensions. There's a long way to go in terms of how China presents and communicates itself with the rest of the world. We must, however, ask ourselves, what would a boycott achieve? And in the case of the 2022 Olympics, many experts say that a boycott likely won't work and could make it even harder to gain concessions from China. Experts found that the boycotting of the 1936 Berlin Summer Games and the 1980 Moscow Summer Games didn't actually change the direction of state policy. I don't believe that a boycott will lead to China changing its policy in terms of its ethnic relations, and in particular with the Uyghurs in Xinjiang Autonomous Region, or Zhejiang. And if anything, the government may dig in further. No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only thing it will achieve is potentially some loss of face on the organisers' behalf, and those boycotting may feel virtuous for a few moments. Olympics shouldn't be politicised, but obviously they've always been a medium through which to see the ebbs and flows of international relations. However, if we cannot engage in healthy competition...
Order, sorry, Mark. We'll have to leave it there. We'll have to move on. Sorry, you've had 7 minutes, and we now go to the video link. Christine, we have a glitch with the clock, as you may notice, so hopefully you've got another device there, but if not, just give your wonderful speech, and I will stop you after 7 minutes or so. Christine Jardine.
I'll do my best, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham in securing this crucial debate, because it's something which is about much more than it might appear at first sight. It's not about sport, it's not about the Olympic Games, it's about human rights and sending a clear message to the government of China that we will not take part in what will be a celebration of their regime, because that, as he so clearly demonstrated, is exactly what it will become. We have already heard some amazing and erudite contributions, particularly from the Honourable Member for Tunbridge and Malling. While I have not been sanctioned in the same way as he and many other honourable members, my constituency of Edinburgh West is home to the Chinese consulate in Scotland. And in the past, it has been made clear to me that my comments and criticisms of the regime's actions in Xinjiang, Hong Kong or Tibet were less than welcome. Nevertheless, I wish to make it clear that I do not support any indication of this country's approval of China's action that might be inferred from the diplomatic support of their games. And I am someone who has always believed that politicians should not interfere in sport, and doubted, as the previous honourable member has said, that the value of sporting boycotts. But this summer, like so many others in these islands, I've been swept up in the amazing buzz and excitement which surrounded Wimbledon, Euro 22, and the anticipation of the Open Championship and of the Tokyo Olympics. Each of them a great celebration of sport, which brought so much happiness to so many young people in pursuit of the goals of sporting achievement, which have already been detailed. And so it should be with the Winter Olympics next year too. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I fear that it will not be. I'm in agreement with those who believe that it is not appropriate for a sporting celebration, and the Olympics in particular, with its declared high ideals and spirit, to be taking place in a country against a background of widespread human rights abuses and undermining of democracy, which is why I am in complete agreement with this motion here before us today. Indeed, I might be tempted to go even further. In July, just a few days ago, the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee released a report urging the UK government to partially boycott 22 Beijing Winter Olympics. Earlier in February of this year, my own party leader, Ed Davey, announced that our party would call for Britain to boycott the 22 Beijing Winter Olympics over alleged ethnic cleansing against Uyghur Muslims who have been imprisoned and subjected to political re-education in Xinjiang. Who could have failed to be moved by the TV pictures last year of adults forced to kneel on railway platforms before being loaded onto trains to be taken to who knows where, and with intent that I do not even want to think about? At the same time, we see a threat to democracy in Hong Kong, and the Chinese government failing to respect the joint agreement, which was a precursor to the end of British involvement in the territory in '97. Against that background, for us to offer any official government backing for the Winter Olympics would be to send the wrong message to Beijing. It would be telling them that we are fine with their behaviour, that we will turn a blind eye to the reports of 1 million Uyghur Muslims in detention camps, that the democracy in Hong Kong we will not defend. I do not believe that is a message that we want to send. Listening to my honourable friend from Bath speak about what might now be regarded as sham of Beijing's opening ceremony, dazzling hypnotic sham, do we want once again to provide such a promotional opportunity for a regime whose approach to human rights is such an antithesis of everything we believe in this country? Human rights, democracy, respect, a positive platform to show off, to display their regime in a positive light. I do not believe so. After my party leader, Ed Davey, made his call for a boycott, there were warnings that this might mean sanctions from the Chinese government. But to give in to that threat would be to give way to bullying, which is why I would go further and back the call by my honourable friend from Bath that we should go further. We should go further than the growing consensus in support of a diplomatic boycott, and boycott the Olympics, the Winter Olympics in Beijing completely. We should not allow the Olympics to return to China until the regime begins to change, to respect human rights and democracy. It has been enough hand-wringing and prevarication. We need to learn from the mistakes of the past. The treatment of Uyghur women and children forced to undergo procedures that they feel they have no choice in meets the criteria for genocide as set out in the Genocide Convention. The Liberal Democrats want our government to send a message that the UK will stand up against such crimes against humanity. We will not indulge the Chinese government by offering diplomatic credibility to the Games. We will not help them promote the regime on a world stage. We will not support the Olympics in Beijing, and we do not believe this government should do so, and we would support the motion before us today.
Thank you very much. It's a 6-minute limit, therefore. Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for bringing this very important debate to the House. The Olympic Games use sport to bring nations together, guided by the core values of excellence, friendship and respect. The Games and its core principles hold a special place in the heart of Rother Valley, as Leslie Ward, a resident of Branson and Northern, represented Great Britain at our diving team at the Olympic Games in 1992, 1996 and 2000. Needless to say, everyone in Rother Valley is immensely proud of her. Now, the Olympic Charter's noble values are cherished in Rother Valley and across the world, which makes the International Olympic Committee's decision to award the Games to Beijing incredibly odd indeed. Outrage and horror in this place and around the world has rightly followed the reports of mass atrocity crimes in Xinjiang. The UK government and this Parliament cannot stand by and watch. The Foreign Secretary himself said of the CCP's actions in Xinjiang, I quote, "Internment camps, arbitrary detention, political re-education, forced labour, torture and forced sterilisation, all on an industrial scale. It is truly horrific, and we have a moral duty to respond." And in April, this House voted to declare that China's actions amount to genocide and crimes against humanity. So why are we in this situation even debating the Olympic Games next year? Now, the PRC is a cause of concern beyond Xinjiang too. Commercially, companies fear upsetting the Chinese government and Chinese consumers, so they'll often bend to Chinese demands. It is simply not right that British and American companies based in the UK and the US accept the diktat of a foreign dictatorship. The misuse of economic soft power is directed against sovereign states too. Australia has had tariffs imposed because of its refusal to toe the line. African nations are the victims of coercive economic neo-colonisation. The Belt and Road Initiative is a Trojan horse for debt trap diplomacy. And the distribution of the Chinese COVID-19 vaccines is being used as diplomatic leverage. And the Republic of China, Taiwan's remaining allies, are being financially induced to switch democratic recognition to the PRC. Elsewhere in business, the Chinese run roughshod over rules of intellectual property, copying Western technology and innovation. They manipulate the renminbi and provide unfettered state aid to their industries and companies to put Western businesses at a disadvantage. And the recent Chinese government crackdown on Didi, Alibaba, Tencent demonstrates their international intention to control all aspects of Chinese life, threatening our citizens' data security and the competitiveness of Western companies. And it is clear that on COVID-19, the Chinese have not been fully open and cooperative with the international community. All of this is not to mention the PRC's disregard for the rules-based international order in treatment of Tibet, its aggression on the Indian border, its persecution of Chinese Christians, Falun Gong and other minorities, its militarisation of the South China Seas, its threat to pause the Republic of China, its banning of pro-democracy candidates running in elections in Macau, and of course its outrageous and illegal national security law in Hong Kong trample on the rights of millions of British nationals. And in the UK alone, we face constant threats to our national security from cyber attacks, espionage, Chinese ownership of vital infrastructure and key companies, as well as the infiltration of our universities and institutions. In light of all this, Mr Deputy Speaker, why is the global community acquiescing to the 2022 Winter Olympic Games being hosted in Peking? And why is the UK government even considering sending Chinese representatives to attend the Games? Now, the PRC uses international events, such as the Winter Games, to cultivate its image and bolster its legitimacy, both at home and abroad. We must not hand China a propaganda victory. Unless the PRC ends its oppression in Xinjiang and elsewhere, and lifts sanctions on British companies and individuals, we must consider action in relation to the Games. A possible option is one where Great Britain would still participate in Beijing, and we would still cheer the team on to glory, but no state officials would attend. Our stance would send a message to both Peking and the wider international community that the UK unequivocally stands against the horrendous crimes occurring in Xinjiang and elsewhere. and will ensure that Beijing realises they cannot commit these crimes without impunity. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know time is short, but as a result of the PRC's conduct towards the United Kingdom, its own people and the international community, we cannot and must not provide a veneer of diplomatic respectability to the Chinese regime. I call on the International Olympic Committee to look at moving the 2022 Winter Games from the PRC, and I urge the UK government to consider not sending official representation if the Games do go ahead in Beijing. I shall always celebrate and support the Great Britain Olympic team, but we must not celebrate or support the Communist Party of China that is currently oppressing people both in China and abroad. We must look at all and any options to stop this awful regime.
Can you just take it to 4:30? Nazrat Ghani.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I must put on record my thanks to the member for Rother Valley for cutting his speech short to allow me to speak this afternoon. I'm incredibly grateful to his generosity. I'm also grateful to my good friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, for bringing this very important debate to the House. He has indeed been a very passionate and powerful campaigner on Tibet, Hong Kong, to the Uyghur, and his integrity and some of these key issues of the day continues to be a source of inspiration to all of us. Before my words are misinterpreted, I want to make it absolutely clear. I'm not generally for boycotts. That's not the kind of Conservative I am. I'm rising to speak in favour of a diplomatic boycott, which is very different to a sporting boycott. And a diplomatic boycott of the Olympic Games is nothing new, as has been mentioned in many speeches today. I also want to put on record that these Olympics will no doubt take place, and I will be supporting our British athletes and hoping they win gold at every competition that takes place. But that's very different, Mr Deputy Speaker, to supporting the CCP as it sport washes what's happening in Xinjiang. Mr Deputy Speaker, as you know, I'm one of the MPs sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party, not for committing a gross human rights abuses or for being a terrorist or a warlord, unless my colleagues have something they wish to share about themselves, if they've been sanctioned too, but for rising to speak up against genocide. And if my government thinks that it has any way in persuading the CCP to conduct itself any differently to our values and our norms, then I'm afraid that it has lost the plot completely. If there's any confusion on what this House views on genocide, just 3 months ago, this Parliament took a decision based on the evidence. It was an unprecedented decision to unanimously declare that all 5 markers of genocide were being met at the hands of the CCP against the Uyghur in Xinjiang. Let me just remind people, of course one of the markers is killing members of a group, also causing seriously bodily or mental harm, inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births, and we know that with the forced sterilisation of Uyghur women, and the barbaric act that's taken place amongst Uyghur families when Uyghur children in their hundreds of thousands are separated from their parents. And this is what's taking place in China, and this is what they don't want us to talk about as these games take place. Of course, we're signatories to the 1948 Convention on the Crime of Genocide, which is why I would never use the word lightly. And before the Minister at the dispatch box has to hold that embarrassing position that only the UN can declare genocide, we know the UN is broken when it comes to preventing or let alone researching genocide when it comes to China. We should also reflect on what this House has said as well. We're not the only ones in the world who recognises that the evidence exists that genocide is taking place. Netherlands, Slovakia, Canada, Czech Republic have all held their own motions. And Biden's administration has continued to declare the situation in Xinjiang as an ongoing active genocide. And more importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wondered if you could take a message back to Mr Speaker in reflection on what the State Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has said about the Olympic Games. She is on record to say that she is supporting a diplomatic boycott on those grounds. It would be maybe an opportune moment at some point for Mr Speaker to let us know what his own position is, because somebody in this place has to reflect the view of this House, and unfortunately I'm worried that the government may not be able to be bold enough to hold that line. My anxiety is that if we have diplomats and politicians attending the Beijing Olympics or the Genocide Olympics, as has been referred to as earlier on, It enables the CCP to sports wash what is happening in Xinjiang and also makes a mockery of everything that we stand for. When the Foreign Secretary talks about internment camps, arbitrary detention, political re-education, forced labour, torture and forced sterilisation on an industrial scale, what does it mean if we then turn up to these genocide Olympics? And I know it's difficult for government, but politics is about choices. And we at some point have to defend our values and our British laws. And actually a diplomatic boycott will have an impact and is a low-risk, high-reward way of establishing global Britain's values. As the Foreign Secretary has already been on record to say, we have a moral duty to respond, and we can by making sure we do not have diplomatic presence at the Olympics. And it's nothing new. I believe that the previous Prime Minister David Cameron did not attend the 2014 Winter Olympics following the country passing anti-LGBT laws. Let's remind ourselves that the CCP believes that homosexuality is a mental illness and they are killing or destroying millions of Uyghur people. So the situation is no better, but I would argue much worse, so we should not be turning up diplomatically at the Genocide Olympics. There is some anxiety that we can't take action unilaterally, but this is also a nonsense. Many parliaments around the world are currently debating or discussing or already putting motions in place to ensure that politicians and diplomats are turning up at these Olympics going forward. What's also quite exciting to note is how forceful and bold the Biden administration is being on this official. Very recently, just last night, they also moved a motion in the Senate to declare that all goods coming in from Xinjiang are slave labour goods and they will be now blacklisted or not allowed to be imported into America. And these are the motions that we should be moving in this House, not having a position that says, on the one hand, this is an industrial scale version of human rights abuses, and on the other hand, saying there's nothing that we can do. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, politics isn't for the faint-hearted. Every decision has consequences, but a diplomatic boycott will enable us to stand by what this House believes and what our allies believe, that a genocide is taking place in Xinjiang. The Games last 16 days, or around 1.3 million seconds. That's a second for every Uyghur imprisoned, abused, forced into labour under President Xi. We as Global Britain have to make a stand. Do we stand by those oppressed, or do we stand by President Xi? What feels like a lifetime ago, the 1936 Olympics, which weren't boycotted and also did not stop the slaughter of millions of Jews. We cannot make the same mistake again. I urge this House to support this motion and push for a full diplomatic boycott of the Genocide Games, and I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Video link. Gavin, I don't know if you got the message. Up to 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I also start by congratulating the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham for bringing this very important debate before us today, and to the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. We've heard a lot of fantastic speeches and a lot of great points made, and none more so than the closing remarks of the last speaker, who was an extra speaker, and we were very grateful to hear from her. Her closing remarks hit the nail on the head. But we've heard a lot recently from many about how sport and politics don't mix, and that, with all due respect, is rubbish. The international community came together, well, in the most part, and isolated apartheid South Africa from international sport until it gave full human rights to all its citizens. I say in the most part because there were still those who regurgitated that phrase, sport and politics don't mix, even while the rest of the world stood against obvious injustice and repression in South Africa. Of course, sport should be free of state interference or political parties or figures meddling in its day-to-day organisation, but that doesn't mean that we cannot apply political ideals such as human rights and liberal democracy when it comes to the governance of sport and where governing bodies choose to hold their events. Those ideals were thrown under a bus when it came to awarding the 2022 Winter Olympics to Beijing. Because we now know from leaked Chinese Communist Party documents that even before the Games were awarded in 2015, the Uyghur people were the target of systematic and brutal repression. The party's General Secretary called for a period of painful interventionary treatment, education and transformation. That education and treatment has involved up to 2 million people being detained, used as slave labour, forcibly sterilised, and the Muslim population forced to drink alcohol and eat pork as part of their so-called education. This is undisguised, unmitigated barbarity, the scale of which we haven't seen on this continent since the Second World War. These are crimes against humanity, which the rest of the world has a moral duty to stand up against. and to deny the Chinese government's attempts to instead bask in the warm glow of international sport. So the SNP supports the calls for the UK government to withhold support for the event by sending any government officials, politicians or members of the royal family. Of course, as always, and as it should be, it is solely for the Olympic associations to take decisions about the attendance of athletes themselves. Indeed, we encourage the UK government and the international community to call out the egregious human rights abuses being committed against the Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang. We know the international community did this most recently at the UN Human Rights Council. The UN Human Rights Commissioner or another independent fact-finding body must be given unfettered access to Xinjiang. The genocide in Xinjiang and the human rights abuses elsewhere must not escape an international response. In a report published last week, as has been referenced, the Foreign Affairs Committee called for big boy politics on China. Boycotting the Games was one of manifold recommendations it made to the UK government, which has so far dragged its feet on robust action on China. And last week, members of the European Parliament overwhelmingly passed a resolution calling on diplomatic officials to boycott the 22 Winter Olympics in response to continuing human rights abuses by the Chinese government. It was passed by 578 votes to 29 and was supported by all of Europe's mainstream political groups, including the centre-right European People's Party, the group of the German Chancellor Angela Merkel and the centrists of France's Emmanuel Macron. The resolution calls for EU officials and member states to decline all government and diplomatic invitations to the Winter Olympics unless the Chinese government demonstrates a verifiable improvement in the human rights situation in Hong Kong, the Xinjiang Uyghur region, Tibet, Inner Mongolia and elsewhere in China. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, when asked the boycott question recently said, "I am instinctively and always have been against sporting boycotts." That's not the question that was asked of him or what the motion before us seeks. As we saw during the back and forward with the genocide amendment of the trade bill, this government can't be trusted to stand up for human rights when push comes to shove. The global community failed to stand up against the human rights abuses in past that have coincided in time and location with prominent sporting events, and that mistake should not and must not be repeated. The UK government has a moral responsibility to diplomatically boycott the Games, which in many ways will be used as a propaganda tool for a regime committing genocide. It must be remembered that the CCP is a master of propaganda. So it seems pretty clear that from speeches today and various other remarks outside this chamber that the government is somewhat isolated in its thinking. That being said, we do support the UK's action to sanction Chinese government officials for crimes committed in Hong Kong and Xinjiang. The SNP welcomed the UK government's decision to begin to impose Magnitsky-style sanctions, but there are few Chinese leaders involved in abuses on the current list. And a report by the Foreign Affairs Committee notes that the government's current framework of UK policy towards China reflects an unwillingness to face this reality of widespread and merciless state-sanctioned abuse. Wider trade sanctions are necessary to avoid UK corporate and consumer complicity and to hit the Chinese economy. As the US have done, the government should ban the import of all cotton products known to be produced in whole or in part in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China in line with WTO rules. We also believe this ban should be extended to other industries where abuses are known to be taking place, namely in tomato, PPE and solar panel production. The Department for International Trade should also publish an urgent review of export controls that apply to Xinjiang, because currently we have no import controls whatsoever in place to prevent goods from Xinjiang arriving on our shelves, despite the Prime Minister's claim to the contrary. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's sad in a debate about the Winter Olympics. I'd much rather be concentrating on the sport itself. The athletic endeavour, the sheer hard work the athletes have put in over the previous 4 years in preparation for the competition. Of course, this country hasn't had the success in the winter version of the Games as it has in summer, but I well remember growing up, the exploits of Rona Martin, our team's culling rink in Salt Lake City, Torv Lundin, or the comeback, because I'm too young to remember the initial Bolero dance in 1984, I think. And of course, the exploits of Eddie the Eagle and many others. But sadly, because of the important situation in Xinjiang, alongside the Chinese government's gradual erosion of civil liberties in Hong Kong, and what we already know about the decades-long suppression of democracy and freedom of expression in China, and an incomprehensible decision by the IOC, we're talking about something far different and far darker. But when the current IOC president says that his organisation must stay out of politics, an echo of his Francoist predecessor and all of those who supported apartheid South Africa's supporting links with other countries, we can see the challenges those who support human rights and dignity are up against. The IOC website has the temerity to claim that at all times the IOC recognises and upholds human rights as enshrined in both the fundamental principles of the Olympic Charter and the IOC Code of Ethics. Mr Deputy Speaker, only an institutionally arrogant organisation can make those claims and yet award next year's Games to China. But this isn't just an issue for IOC. Too many international governing bodies have been happy to turn a blind eye to repression and state-sponsored violence when they choose who to host their latest event. One only has to remember the uproar when FIFA awarded World Cups to Russia and Qatar. And in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do fear that we, or rather the IOC and sports governing bodies, are too far down the track for next year's Winter Olympics to be moved, but that should not stop future bids for Olympics and other major sporting events from being assessed not just on their stadia capacity or segregated car lanes for VIPs, but on their human rights record and their treatment of their own citizens. History shows that the IOC have not been fussy in the past about who leads them. Installing a senior member of Franco's phalange as their president should still be a source of shame, but they have a chance in future games to properly incorporate human rights into any assessment of candidate cities in future and put humanity rather than cold hard cash at the heart of sport.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd firstly like to congratulate and thank the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham for putting forward his motion today and for securing this important debate. Today I want to set out the Labour Party's position on the genocide which is taking place in Xinjiang. According to all the available evidence we have, it is happening, and to also set out why we wholeheartedly support the motion that is before the House today. In a little over 6 months, the global spotlight will fall on Beijing as the city plays host to the 22 Winter Olympics. The Games should be a celebration of sporting achievement and a powerful symbol of our shared humanity. But next year's event will take place under a dark shadow. There is now an extensive and undeniable body of evidence pointing to the relentless state-sponsored persecution of the Uyghur Muslim minority in Xinjiang province. Mass detention of more than 1 million people, first-hand accounts of forced labour camps, enforced separation of children from parents, and harrowing reports of forced sterilisation. We've heard first-hand testimonies from brave Uyghur women speaking out about their experiences. Important in-depth research from academic Adrian Zentz, which uses the Chinese government's own publicly available data on Xinjiang's population change. And who can forget the film shown to the former Chinese ambassador on the Andrew Marr show of shaven-headed, blindfolded Uyghur men being hoarded onto trains by Chinese officials at gunpoint. The evidence is both compelling and overwhelming, and until the Chinese government allows UN investigators full and unfettered access to Xinjiang to carry out their investigations, this is the evidence that we in this House and this government must use as the basis for our opinions and subsequent actions. In April, it was this evidence that led this House to determine that genocide was being committed against the Uyghur people, a matter upon which the benches opposite were shamefully instructed to abstain by the government. Now we're approaching the point at which a decision must be made regarding the Beijing Winter Olympics. There are some who would argue that politics and sport should not mix, but from NFL star Colin Kaepernick taking the knee, to Marcus Rashford shaming the government into U-turning on free school meals, to the England football team's united stance against divisive dog whistle politics this week, we have seen that many issues do transcend the divide between sport and politics. And this is not a new phenomenon. We only need to look back to the 1980s, when the sporting world played an integral role in piling pressure onto the South African government to end its racist apartheid agenda. Now, I'm not sure how honourable members on the benches opposite feel about this, given the position that then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher took on the matter. But as a huge British and Irish Lions rugby fan, and as an internationalist, I still feel tremendously proud of the stance that the Lions took. Their refusal to tour South Africa throughout the 1980s is irrefutable evidence of the power of sport to deliver progress and positive change. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now is the moment to harness that Lions spirit and to send a clear message to the Chinese Communist Party that oppression and discrimination can never be tolerated. Today, Labour is calling for a political and diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Games, as set out in a letter from my honourable friends, the Shadow Foreign Secretary and Shadow Culture Secretary, to their opposite numbers on the 7th of July. The Olympic Games have, of course, become a symbol of our global interconnectedness, bringing together athletes from across the world to compete under the Olympic values of excellence, respect and friendship. At their best, they are a testament to sport's ability to bridge divisions of culture, language, geography and race. Yet while many sports people have chosen to use their platform to show solidarity or to amplify the message of causes and movements, it would be wrong to expect them to sacrifice years of hard work and dedication to make up for the inaction and failings of their government. Nor would calling for a sporting boycott or calling for the cancellation of the 22 Games be fair on the Chinese people, who are not responsible for the atrocities being committed by their government. We need to be absolutely clear that Britain stands in solidarity with the Chinese people against oppression, and that this solidarity can be strengthened by enhanced cultural understanding between Western and Chinese people and communities. And this is why a political and diplomatic boycott is without doubt the position that this government must adopt. Over the past year, along with international allies, the UK government has rightly supported calls from the United Nations for unfettered access to Xinjiang in order to conduct a full investigation into the treatment of the Uyghur. Yet China has remained unmoved. Now that's not to say that the UK government's demands have been particularly strong. As so often is the case with this Conservative government, strong rhetoric is yet to be matched with meaningful action. And I'll come back to that in my questions to the Minister shortly. But on the assumption that access to Xinjiang will not be granted by the 14th of September, which is the start of the next United Nations General Assembly, Labour has made clear that no member of the royal family, no UK politician or no senior official should attend the Games, as we cannot expect those individuals to be put in a position where they are serving to legitimise attempts by the Chinese government to sports wash, to take the Honourable Lady's phrase, the genocide that is being perpetrated against its own people. In short, sending royals or officials to Beijing in February would not be fair on those individuals, would not be right for our country, and would be a betrayal of the Uyghur people. Today's debate in Parliament is an opportunity for this House and Government to take a clear and unambiguous stance against the atrocities being committed by the Chinese government by supporting today's motion. So I urge all on the benches opposite to act in support of this motion and to send a clear message about what kind of country we are, a nation that stands against genocide and for human rights. It is clear that the Conservative benches are divided on this issue, and I commend any honourable member opposite who takes a stand against the government's weak approach on China, which is rooted in the type of naivety and complacency that have epitomised the Conservative government's approach, successive Conservative government's approach over the past decade, from the so-called golden era to the present day. So with this in mind, I have the following questions for the Minister. Does he think it is right that the Prime Minister is set to put members of the royal family and by association Her Majesty the Queen in the awkward and uncomfortable position of appearing to endorse a regime that is responsible for genocide? Why is the government doing all it can to avoid votes in Parliament on China? Is it because it recognises that it's on the wrong side of public opinion and on the wrong side of opinion in this House? What recent pressure has the government put on the Chinese government to allow UN investigators to enter Xinjiang province? Where are the Magnitsky sanctions on Chen Quanguo? It's been a full 6 months since the Foreign Secretary supposedly announced a supposedly urgent review into export controls on UK products sold into Xinjiang. When will we be seeing that report? When will the government make genuine substantive legislative changes to the Modern Slavery Act that will toughen up supply chain due diligence? Will the Minister send a clear message that by the time of the next UN General Assembly meeting, that China must not only have granted full and unfettered access for the UN to Xinjiang, but must also remove the entirely unjust sanctions that have been placed on members of this House and of the other place by the Chinese government? And will he take steps to ensure that China is not awarded the 2030 World Cup, bidding for which begins in June 2022? Mr. Deputy Speaker, if global Britain is to mean anything, it should mean upholding our values and defending human rights, no matter where in the world they are under threat. For too long, the government's been naive, complacent and inconsistent in its approach to China. Today's debate should be a turning point that leads to actions, not words. To do otherwise would be to hand the Chinese government the propaganda coup that they crave, at the expense of our country's reputation and obligations. A genocide is taking place in Xinjiang. This government now has a choice. Is it going to look the other way and send senior representatives to Beijing in February, or is it going to take a stand and understand that sending those representatives would be a betrayal of our values? Mr. Deputy Speaker, enough is enough. It is time to draw a line in the sand. We on these benches recognise this, and that is why we shall be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, for securing this debate, which has had some passionate and well thought through speeches throughout the afternoon. I'm very grateful to all honourable members, right honourable members, for their contributions, and further on in my remarks, before I hand back to the honourable member, I will try and respond to as many of the points raised as possible. But on the substantive issue of whether there should be a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympic Games, as I've made clear at this dispatch box a couple of weeks ago at oral questions, and as the Prime Minister has previously made clear, no decisions have yet been made about UK government attendance at those Winter Olympics in Beijing. And one or two members have mentioned that they wouldn't like to see the Games go ahead at all, and the participation, of course, of Team GB at the Olympics and Paralympics is a matter for the British Olympic Association and the British Paralympic Association. They operate independently of government, as is absolutely right, but this is also required by International Olympic Committee regulations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government has consistently been clear about the serious concerns we have about the human rights situation in Xinjiang, and in response we have taken robust action, has been pointed out by a number of honourable and right honourable members. We've led international efforts to hold China to account for the gross human violations in Xinjiang. We have imposed sanctions on those responsible. We've announced a package of robust domestic measures to help ensure that no British organisations are complicit, including through their supply chains. And the Foreign Secretary has consistently raised our concerns directly with Chinese State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, most recently at the end of May. He has also, on the 22nd of March, announced asset freezes and travel bans under our global human rights sanctions regime. This is against 4 Chinese government officials and 1 entity who we believe are responsible for the gross human rights violations in Xinjiang. Mr. Deputy Speaker, importantly, these measures were coordinated alongside sanctions from the United States, Canada and the European Union. I know the Honourable Member for Bath referenced that we should be working alongside the European Union. We have done, and that's why we've delivered those sanctions alongside the EU. And we believe this has sent a clear message to the Chinese government that the international community will not turn a blind eye to such serious and systematic violations of basic human rights. So it speaks for itself that while 30 countries were united in sanctioning those responsible for these violations, China's response was to retaliate against its critics, a number of whom are in the chamber today. As the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary have made clear, China's attempts to silence those highlighting human rights violations at home and abroad, including their targeting of my right honourable and honourable friends and peers, here in the UK is completely unwarranted and unacceptable. The freedom to speak out in opposition to human rights violations is fundamental, and this government stands firm with all those who have been sanctioned, including my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, and other honourable and right honourable members. And on that issue, I summoned China's representative in the UK to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office on the 26th of March, where I lodged a strong formal protest at the actions of China. The sanctions we imposed in relation to Xinjiang followed the Foreign Secretary's announcement on 12th of January of a series of measures in respect of UK supply chains. These measures, which included a review of export controls, the introduction of financial penalties for organisations that fail to comply with their obligations under the Modern Slavery Act, and robust guidance to UK businesses on the risks faced by companies with links to Xinjiang, will help ensure that no British organisations, government or private sector, deliberately or inadvertently profit from or contributing to human rights violations against the Uyghurs or other minorities. We've also consistently taken a leading international role in holding China to account, and we've used our diplomatic influence to raise the issue up the international agenda. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 22nd of June, a global UK diplomatic effort helped deliver the support of 44 countries for a joint statement at the UN Human Rights Council. This underlined our shared concerns and called on China to grant unfettered access to the region for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. The growing caucus of countries expressing concern about the situation in Xinjiang sends a powerful message about the breadth of international opinion. And this is a caucus of international countries calling out China's actions, which has grown from 23 countries to 44 countries in just over a year. And it's a tribute. And I pay tribute to the UK's diplomatic leadership, including our network across the globe, the Foreign Secretary's influence with his counterparts, and under our G7 presidency, both G7 leaders and foreign and development ministers registered strong concern about the situation in Xinjiang. We'll continue to work with partners across the world to build the international caucus of those willing to speak out against China's human rights violations and to increase the pressure on China to change its behaviour. Now, I'd like to turn to some of the points raised by honourable and right honourable members. The member for East Worthing and Shoreham, in his powerful and eloquent speech, made a very, very strong case. I thought it was a little unfair on one of my heroes, Sir Paul McCartney, when he sang at the opening of the London Games. But he also raised the issue of sanctions alongside the honourable member for Manchester Gorton and others, including my honourable friend, the member for Rother Valley. And it speaks volume, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that while we join the international community in sanctioning those responsible for human rights abuses, the Chinese government sanctions its critics. So if Beijing wants to credibly rebut claims of human rights abuses in Xinjiang, it should allow the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights full access to verify the truth. This is a point I note has been agreed with by the honourable member for Aberavon. He also meant I will once. I'm just conscious I've got to get through.
I don't want to hold him very long because he's in the last part of his speech. But I have, on two occasions in the last 4 weeks, with regards to slave labour chains and supply in Xinjiang, on two occasions the Prime Minister has, from that dispatch box, said that the UK government has import sanctions, import controls on those who are suspected of being suppliers through that chain. I have asked a series of questions of both his and the Trade Department, and the one answer that comes back from the Trade Department is they have no import controls and they have no plans to make any. Could you tell me what government policy is towards import controls?
We're making good progress. Our guidance to businesses is being updated. We've launched a regular programme of ministerial engagement with businesses and trade bodies, but he will understand that much of this work is incredibly complex, and it does require the introduction of new legislation, and also coordination with our international partners. The honourable member for East Worthing and Shoreham also raised the issue, as did the member for Stockport and Chingford and Wood Green, the issue of Tibet. We're deeply concerned at reports of coercive control, restrictions on freedom of religion or belief, labour transfer schemes in Tibet. We've drawn attention to the human rights situation there, including most recently in a ministerial statement at the UN Human Rights Council. I'm going to be timed out, I'm afraid, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I had a number of points to respond to, honourable members. I want to thank all honourable members. If I could just raise the honourable lady member for Bath wonders whether we should go further and have a full boycott of the Games. We're clear that the participation of the national team is a matter for the British Olympic Association and the Paralympic Association. She also mentioned the amendments to IOC Rule 50, forbidding athletes to protest. This again is a matter for the BOA and other national Olympic committees to agree. Let me end, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No decisions have yet been made about ministerial travel to the Beijing Winter Olympics. And if there is a division on this motion today, the government will therefore abstain. But our approach to China remains clear-eyed and rooted in our values and our interests.
Last word, Tim Lawton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister and all the honourable and right honourable members who've made such impassioned speeches here today. And I think we've spoken virtually as one voice, although I'm sure that my honourable friend for Bolton North East would want to put in on record that he's a funding patron of the UK National China Committee. We've had great phrases: sports washing, the genocide Olympics it will become known as, the veneer of diplomatic respectability. And let's reinforce, our argument is not with the people of China, it is with the murderous regime, the Chinese Communist Party government. I'm glad no decisions have been made so far. I do hope that the Minister will take very seriously the clear words that he's heard here today. Can I very gently, to the spokesman for the opposition, say that the enemy are not other Democrats in this House. He's had a pop at the government on several occasions. The enemy is the government of China, who is abusing its own people. And to go back to those principles of Olympism, that the enjoyment and rights and freedoms set out in the Olympic Charter should be secured without discrimination such as race, colour, sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political or other opinion. It is the people of China who are not allowed to have those privileges. It is for them we are standing up, which is why we need a diplomatic and political boycott to make that point loud and clear, and I hope this motion will be passed by the House today.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as have that, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and whilst we're waiting for Stephen Timms to come on the video link, the dispatch box will be sanitised, so I know that the Minister will not touch the dispatch box until that has happened. Over to you, Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to have been granted this adjournment debate today. 8 years ago, the government pledged to introduce alternative student finance. That promise has still not been delivered, preventing large numbers of Muslims from entering higher education. The problem became a serious one in 2012 when tuition fees were drastically raised. It became impossible for most students to take a university course without a student loan. For a significant number of British Muslims, having to take an interest-bearing student loan meant they couldn't go to university at all. Riba, interest, is prohibited in Islam as it was in Christianity until the Middle Ages. Some Muslim young people defer university until they have saved to pay their fees outright. Some with a heavy heart take out a loan and feel bad about it ever after. Others don't attend at all. That's the reality for young British Muslims today. As Prime Minister, David Cameron promised to change this in a speech at the World Islamic Economic Forum in London in 2013. He proposed alternative student finance. He said, and I quote, "Never again should a Muslim in Britain feel unable to go to university because they cannot get a student loan simply because of their religion." The promise was clear. 8 years later, there is still not even a timetable for keeping it. It looks to young Muslims as if ministers simply can't be bothered. A year after David Cameron's speech, a government consultation attracted 20,000 responses, a record number at the time. It showed the loan system was deterring many Muslim students. 94% of the respondents believed that there would be demand for a Sharia-compliant loan. 81% believed the model proposed was acceptable. And that model was a takaful system in which students pay into the system to guarantee each other against loss. It's a cooperative structure, generally recognized as Sharia compliant. Repayments, debt levels, cost to the government would be the same as for conventional student loans. The government's response to that consultation said that because of technicalities, the solution would take at least 2 years to deliver. Unfortunately, progress since then, over 7 years, has been glacial. November 2015, a green paper said, "We're looking to develop the takaful product more fully." A white paper the following year said there was a real need to support students who felt unable to use interest-bearing loans, and that, quote, "we will introduce an alternative student finance product for the first time, which will avoid the payment of interest." That was 6 years ago. 2017, the Higher Education and Research Act gained royal assent. Campaigners hoped that would allow implementation of the takaful loan model. Then ministers said the May 2019 Auger review would cover it. It didn't. It just restated, quote, "students should be able to access finance support that is compatible with their religious beliefs." The government will need to consider carefully how the changes we are proposing affect plans to introduce a system of alternative student finance for students who feel unable to access interest-bearing student loans for reasons of faith. But despite not addressing it, ministers have ever since used the forthcoming response to that report as a justification for still not yet doing anything. My constituent Fatima Khan contacted me. She wrote, "The current pandemic only serves to intensify these challenges for Muslim students, with part-time jobs being lost and the economic decline affecting the livelihood of many of our families." Fatima did attend university. She has friends and family who couldn't. I've been speaking to the campaigner Asha Hassan, who's in the final year of her medical studies at Exeter University. She told the BBC in January, many Muslim students take out a student loan, but, quote, "with a very heavy heart," and that also affects their studies. She managed to turn her A-level grades around at college in order to go to university, but then felt she couldn't apply because of the interest problem. Fortunately, she'd heard of the government's consultation in her first year after leaving college. She applied, then she deferred her entry in the hope that something would be available by 2016-17. It was only the promise of alternative student that meant she managed to get that far. And she kept going for years with the hope that if she could just get through this year, alternative student finance would be available next year. And she says now, many miracles later, I'm going into my final year studying medicine. But it shouldn't take miracles for a student to want to progress and use their lives to contribute to society. And she's absolutely right. Her oldest sister, Zainab, finished college in the first year of the tuition fee hike. She wanted to go to university. When it became so costly and taking out an interest-bearing loan was the only way to pay for it, she decided she couldn't and took a job instead. Asha's other older sister, Sumaya, wanted to study education and become a primary school teacher. She wrestled with whether to take out a loan. She applied, she was offered a place. Friends persuaded her instead to study nursing as it was funded, and so she signed up through clearing at the last minute. Asha's younger sister, Amina, wanted to study physiotherapy. She was unconcerned because the course was government funded, she took a year out for volunteering. Unfortunately, the following year's intake was no longer funded, so she was forced to give up. She would have loved to have become a physiotherapist, but she hasn't. Asha has assembled this week on social media responses from others. The comments she's received include these: I regret taking an interest-based loan and wish I'd chosen other options. Interest loans are forbidden in my religion, Islam. I don't have any alternative as I'm not wealthy enough to pay the fees without taking out a loan. I'm always thinking about how to pay back quickly to get rid of the interest. I'm going to have to work quite a lot to keep up with payments and living costs, which may have an effect on my university experience. Asha's organising a demonstration led by school children and students outside the department tomorrow to highlight this long-standing injustice of Muslim students unable to attend university or suffering anguish if they do so. And I hope the Minister will be able at least to get a message to those who join that demonstration. British Muslims make up nearly 5% of the UK population. In the borough I represent, it's about a third of our population. It is very hurtful that the government simply can't be bothered to keep the promise it made 8 years ago to so many people in that community. Muslims make up at the moment around 10% of students. The number could and should be higher. Young people want to take part in higher education, and the prospects for our economy demand that they should be able to do so as well. 2018, the Sutton Trust Home and Away report recommended what they called a halal student loan to give more Muslim students the chance of higher education, to give those who do more choices by allowing them to choose to live away from home, to make that affordable for them without taking an interest-bearing loan. They argued for Muslim young people to have the same social mobility chances as non-Muslims, and surely we should all agree with that. David Cameron made his promise in 2013. Young Muslims have waited patiently. How much longer must they wait? Many have given up. Some think the government will never deliver what's been promised. The Alternative Student Finance Report was commissioned by the department, published in 2019. It set out the key attraction factors of alternative student finance, that it is a ring-fenced pot where contributions fund the education of others and as benefits future students, rather than go to a profit-making organisation. It doesn't accrue interest, instead involves a fee or a contribution. It's available to everybody, regardless of background or religion. It's straightforward. It's permissible under Islamic law and would be approved by a council of scholars. And it's fair because it neither advantages nor disadvantages individuals in comparison to mainstream student loans. It concluded that the Takaful model would be, quote, a positive move on the part of government. The report included pen portraits of some of those affected. One was a young woman who went straight from her A-levels to university. She studied a subject she'd not considered before because the course was funded by the government, so she wouldn't need an interest-bearing student loan. It was a demanding course. She was insufficiently interested in the career it was leading to. After 6 months, she dropped out. She said, I ended up doing a course that I didn't want to do at a university I didn't want to be at. Inevitably, I didn't enjoy it, and that's why I dropped out. She still hopes she might get to university one day. Last month, I tabled early day motion 227 on this issue, calling on the government to introduce alternative student finance in time for the 2022-23 academic year. The Minister will tell us the government remains committed to solving this problem at some unspecified future date. But I do want to press her to be clearer about the timetable. Will students who want to start university in 2022-23 have access to alternative student finance? I commend the efforts of the noble Lords Sharkey and Sheikh in the other place on this issue. Lord Sharkey tabled an amendment to the Financial Services Bill, giving the government 6 months to introduce a Sharia-compliant finance product for tuition fees. In moving it, he noted repeated failures to take this issue seriously, citing ministers, quote, absurdly unfriendly and unfeeling responses, which make no attempt to reassure or comfort the Muslim community. In his response to that debate, the minister said that complex policy, legal and systemic issues needed to be resolved first. But governments have repeatedly promised to sort all this out over 8 years since David Cameron made that promise. I do hope the minister will not simply read out a list of departmental excuses, which boils down to they can't be bothered. The All-Party Parliamentary Group for Islamic Finance wrote recently to the Prime Minister. I was one of 50 signatories, along with other parliamentarians, Muslim organisations and student groups from across the country. We're waiting for the Prime Minister's response. I hope he recognises, as his predecessor did, the need for and benefits of alternative student finance. For 8 years, British Muslims have been given hope that such interest-free loans would be provided. David Cameron's promise gave rise to optimism and confidence the government would remove financial barriers for those wanting to attend university. Time after time, those hopes have been dashed. Muslims are missing out on university. Muslim young people are left to wrestle over the conflict between what they believe and their hopes for university study. Our system should not be doing that to people, as the government recognised 8 years ago. So I ask the Minister this afternoon, will she now commit not just to the principle of alternative student finance, but to a clear timetable for delivering it in time, I hope, for the 2022-23 academic year?
Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for East Ham on securing this important debate on the issue of Sharia-compliant student finance. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for being present today, and I can assure the House that I do understand the issue and the concerns held by some in the Muslim community about student finance, very carefully and articulately delivered by the Honourable Member. Islamic finance is well established in the UK. Financial institutions have been providing Sharia-compliant financial services for nearly 40 years now, and the UK is leading Western centre for Islamic finance. This government continues to promote the growth of the Islamic finance sector, supporting domestic financial inclusion and our connections with key markets abroad. As the Honourable Member stated, the government in 2013 announced its intention to introduce a form of student finance compatible with Islamic finance principles. This was followed with a consultation and a government response in 2014 that confirmed the chosen model for Sharia-compliant product. As the Honourable Member outlined, the government took new powers in the Higher Education and Research Act of 2017 to enable the Secretary of State for Education to provide alternative payments in addition to grants and loans, and appointed specialist advisors in October 17 to design the product. I will.
For East Ham for bringing it forward. I believe, Minister, there should be no financial discrimination for our students. They should all be able to avail of equal opportunity regardless of religion. So can I ask the Minister this? Does she agree that ensuring that all students have the means to afford further education is one thing, but because of their religion they have difficulty doing so? And does the Minister feel that there is a clear equality issue to be addressed here so that nobody is directly discriminated against? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, this government wants our education system to be open and accessible to all, no matter what their religion, race or background. And this government has been considering the alternative student finance product very carefully alongside its other priorities as it concludes the post-18 review of education and funding, and it responds to the detailed recommendations of the independent panel chaired by Sir Philip Auger. We had indeed intended to respond to the Auger review in full along with ASF, but last spending review was only a year's spending review, and we do intend to respond in full in due course along with alternative student finance. We decided to align a decision on the implementation of alternative student finance with the outcome of the post-18 review, and we did this to ensure that the terms of any eventual package under alternative student finance are the same as those for mainstream student support. We will provide an update on Sharia-compliant student finance product when we conclude the post-18 review of education and funding. But looking more broadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can assure honourable members that this government is committed to ensuring that higher education is accessible to all of those who can then benefit, no matter where they come from, their religion or their race, to the point of the honourable member. In fact, in 2020, the proportion of English 18-year-olds entering higher education had increased to a record entry rate of 37.9%. Even more encouragingly, the proportion of English 18-year-olds from disadvantaged backgrounds entering higher education had more than doubled, increasing from 11.3% in 2006 to 24% in 2020. And in 2020, 18-year-olds from disadvantaged backgrounds were proportionally 80% more likely to enter full-time higher education than in 2009. Looking at Muslim students in particular, we know from latest published HESA data that around 11% of the student population were known to identify as Muslim, with over 62,000 first-year undergraduates in England doing so in 2019 to 2020. There were also a further 28,000 Muslim first-year postgraduates in this academic year. And in total, looking across all years, levels and modes of study, there were over 200,000 students identifying as Muslim in the same academic year. And whilst these figures are encouraging, there is clearly so much more to be done, as the Honourable Member has pointed out. Participation in higher education is, of course, not the outcome in itself. We need to do much more to ensure that the whole system focuses on outcomes that students achieve, so that we can put students and their needs and their career ambitions first, be that in higher education, further education or apprenticeships. And I want the whole of our post-education education system to help people to fulfil their potential by equipping them with the skills and the knowledge to pursue their careers, whether that's as a teacher, an electrician, a lawyer, an entrepreneur or a nurse. And this is at the heart of our reform agenda. Last year, the Prime Minister announced the lifelong loan entitlement, and this recognises the realities of a fast-moving economy and the changing world of work. People need and want to be able to study and train in different ways and at different times of their lives under a flexible system. And this will make it easier for students to access courses much more flexibly throughout their life. It will be available for both modules and full years of study at higher technical and degree levels, levels 4 to 6, and it will enable people to fit study around work, family and personal commitments, or equally to retrain and upskill as both their circumstances but also as the economy changes. Turning to the existing student finance offer, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to explain the existing loan offer and other forms of financial support available. The current student finance system is not profit-making. Unlike commercial alternatives, student loans are available to all eligible students regardless of background or financial history. Loan repayments are linked to income, not to the rate of interest or the amount borrowed. For undergraduates, loans repayments are calculated at a fixed percentage of 9% of their earnings above a repayment threshold or the weekly or monthly equivalent. Borrowers are protected. No repayments are required when borrowers' earning drops below the threshold, and any outstanding debt, including interest accrued, is written off after 30 years with no detriment to the borrower. There are no commercial loans that offer this level of support to the borrower in terms of protection, with income contingent repayments and outstanding debt written off after their loan term ends. But once again, I do want to reiterate that I understand and I recognise the concerns of the Muslim community and the concerns that were echoed by the Honourable Member for East Ham over these loans. This is very much why we have looked into this very issue, and we do pledge to report back. Looking beyond student loans, the government provides a range of non-repayable grants to assist students with particular needs. Grants are available to support childcare where a student has an adult dependent and where a student is disabled. Universities also provide students with a range of support under the access and participation plans designed to encourage participation from underrepresented groups. As higher education providers wishing to charge tuition fees above the basic fee level of £6,000 must agree a plan with the Office for Students which sets out their targets and planned expenditure to improve access and participation. Through these plans, higher education providers deliver a range of support, including bursaries and grants to assist with fees and living costs, but also activities such as school outreach, attainment-raising activities, summer schools and support targeted at key groups such as care leavers. These are designed to deliver greater, faster progress in access and participation in higher education. Looking at the finance system as a whole, a key aim for the government is to ensure a sustainable balance of contributions towards the cost of the system between the student and the taxpayer, and that support is targeted most at those who need it. The government contributions towards the cost of higher education is significant. More than half of the value of higher education undergraduate loans is forecast to be written off. This subsidy is a conscious investment in the long-term skills capacity of the people and the economy of this country. And as I mentioned earlier, the government is currently still considering its response to the post-18 review carefully. And I would like to assure the Honourable Member for East Ham and the House that alternative student finance is an important part of these considerations. And I thank him for his passionate speech today and the individual stories that he shared. I'd like to assure him and those members of his community that as we have previously committed to do so, we will provide an update on alternative student finance as we conclude the post-18 review of education and funding. And I'd be more than happy to meet with the Honourable Member to discuss this further.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as to that can say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.